Everyone, welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of July 20th, 2022. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, and as such, committee members may participate in phone or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded, please, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if you need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. Staff contact information has been circulated. The video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Members of the public who wish to participate are encouraged to submit comments online or participate by telephone. May I start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land. Look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions of City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councillor Carr is the chair today. And Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weep.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
All are in attendance. The meeting has quorum. Chair Carr.
Thank you so much. Council, we have 11 items of business on today's agenda, 3 staff reports, item 3 having a presentation, 1 member motion referred from the July 6th Standing Committee meeting, and 7 member motions referred from yesterday's council meeting. We will recess at noon for lunch, reconvene at 1, and then recess for dinner at 5, and reconvene, if necessary, at 6. Should the business not be completed prior to 10 p.m., the meeting will reconvene on Tuesday, July 26 at 9:30 a.m. Finally, I just want to remind you, if amendments are brought forward, please submit them to the city clerk in final written form before you introduce them. And please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using council meeting amendments-DL. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for the reports that have no speakers or presentations, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Items 1 and 2 have no speakers, item 1 being the contract award for asphalt milling services, and item 2, the contract award for supply and delivery of janitorial supplies. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on these consent items? Seeing none, does any member wish to hold items 1 or 2 for debate or questions to staff?
Move adoption of items 1 and 2 on consent.
Sorry, are you on the line to do adoption, not to hold?
No, I was on the line to just move adoption.
Okay, I'm just checking first. Councillor DiGenova, does any member wish to hold for debate? Great. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead. You wish to? Okay. And so I'll just check verbally then. Everybody in support? Aye. Any opposed? Nay? Great. Those items pass. I'm just going to read the title into the record. Item 1, contract award for asphalt milling services. And item 2, contract award for supply and delivery of janitorial services, both having been approved on consent. So regarding the rest of the agenda, before we begin, I just want to remind speakers that you have 5 minutes to make comments. Should state whether you are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members, you have in committee up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers, and you understand that speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. So items 1 and 2 are done. That moves us to our next item on the agenda, which is the item 3, 2030 Winter Games bid update. And we have Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, along with staff from other departments, as well as representatives from the Canadian Olympic Committee and 2030 Winter Games Leadership Assembly in the chambers to present this item. Karen, go ahead. Mike, your mic isn't on? It is now. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Council. My name is Karen Levitt. I am Deputy City Manager for the City of Vancouver. And we're here today to discuss a report before you concerning the 2030 Winter Games bid. I'm going to introduce for a couple of minutes the order of how we're going to do this with you and then jump into it. So what we're going to do is have the representatives from the 2030 Games Leadership Assembly first present to you for about 15 minutes the Games feasibility study and hosting concept. I understand representing the COC in the Assembly will be Tricia Smith, who's the President of the Canadian Olympic Committee, Chief Wayne Sparrow from the Musqueam Band, Mayor Jack Crompton from Whistler, once they are done, I am going to present for probably about 20 minutes just an overview of the council report before you. And just want to note that the Leadership Assembly and the COC had submitted a PowerPoint, which I understand they're not going to use, so that will be posted on the city's public website regardless. In terms of staff here to answer your questions today, should you have any, I'm just going to quickly list off. We've got about 6 staff members who have been very intensely working on this file, including myself, Magnus Enfeld, who's the city's Chief Safety Officer. However, he's also an Olympian. I've learned you say Olympian, not former Olympian. He was a speed skater for Sweden, and he is our file lead on this. Kevin Nguyen here in Chambers is the project manager. Kevin McNaney from our PDS department has been working with Armin Amriolia, our deputy city manager, on the Olympic Village work. Kelly Oschlager is doing our behind the scenes legal work. Colin Knight in the realm of finance, and Mr. James Raymond is here representing the Vancouver Economic Commission. He was the author of the study regarding the 2010 impacts you see in the appendix of the report before you. So with that, I will turn it over to Tricia Smith, I think, from the COC. Oh, they're just arriving. Okay. Maybe just hang on one moment while they arrive.
Not quite visible.
Can I ask on a maybe point of procedure, Chair?
Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova. Just a second. Let me get. Oh, your mic is on. Go ahead.
Could we give maybe could we possibly have a 5-minute recess, give them a chance to get settled before the presentation?
I'll leave it in the hands of Karen. Go ahead.
Let me just, excuse me, Council, let me just see where we're at. We could also invert the order of the presentation, so just give me a moment.
Sure, no problem. We won't take a recess yet.
I'm going to suggest perhaps we invert the order of the presentation just to keep things moving, Chair, if you agree.
Up to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so just give me a moment to get this up on your screen. Clerk, I have the PowerPoint up now. Can we get it up on the screen?
It is up on the screen?
Oh, it is.
Sorry, not yet on the public screen. We'll just wait a moment till it's in the public.
Sure.
view.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just invert the order. I think that should be fine. So we're going to start today just with an overview of the report before you. This report is to provide. Can we maybe get that door closed? Thank you. The purpose of today's report is to update the council on the status of the 2030 Winter Games bid and the city's potential role in the bid. The report is rather lengthy, and I'm just going to parse out the various sections of the report for you. Some discussion of what it means that this is an Indigenous-led bid for an Indigenous-led Games, the potential benefits to Vancouver of such an event, the province's role in the bid and in the Games, the city's role, the necessary legal agreements involved, critical information required by the city in order to advance our participation in the bid, risk considerations for the city, and finally, the staff recommendations in the report. So in December 2021, a memorandum of understanding was created among 6 entities. That was the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, I think I have this here, sorry. The Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, the Lillooet Nation in the Whistler area, the City of Vancouver, and the Resort Municipality of Whistler. And the mandate of this assembly was threefold. It was to work with the Canadian Olympic Committee on bid feasibility, to seek funding from senior governments for a potential Olympic Games, and to recommend whether or not to support a bid in accordance with the COC's bid timeline, noting that whatever the Assembly would decide was not legally binding on the 6 entities that made up the Assembly. And the notion, according to the MOU, was that once that recommendation were to be made, the Assembly would be dissolved. As of now, the Assembly has not yet made a recommendation as to whether or not to support a bid. So in terms of potential benefits for the Games, we did this, 15 years ago, so it's pretty much in recent memory for a lot of us. I personally worked at the city through the planning, preparation, and delivery of the 2010 Games. The difference this time is with the proposal for an Indigenous-led Games, potentially very big benefits in the space of reconciliation and demonstrating our commitment to reconciliation, building reconciliation through the relationships we'd have working on this venture together. Certainly attracting senior government money for infrastructure and legacy projects is probably the single most biggest direct benefit potentially for the city. Certainly the Olympics are known to be a boost to the tourism economy in terms of all aspects of the tourism industry, the jobs that are created, the boost to local businesses. And community pride, civic pride, engagement, sport raises the engagement and interest in all that for a period before, during, and after an Olympic Games in a city. So before we talk about the city's role, we just want to share with you a little bit about the province's role, because really the senior governments are so central to any decision that this council would be making. Late in June, Minister Mark, the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture and Sport from the province, sent a letter to the President of the COC delineating a bunch of requirements for the COC, the Canadian Olympic Committee, to submit a proposal to the province by mid-August, and including a pretty extensive set of conditions and information requests to be included in that proposal. Notably for council, this letter states very explicitly that the COC should not assume that the province will be responsible for funding or indemnifications. The province's information requests and conditions were bundled into the following 5 themes: the question of financial contributions, indemnifications and risk assumption, public engagement, bid governance and funding, and games-related benefits. I'm just going to quite quickly go through those terms in the province's letter around each of these 5 themes, just so council has this for context. So under the header of financial contributions, the province's letter asks that the COC demonstrate how the Games could be fully funded without the need for a provincial government subsidy. It also asks that the COC demonstrate that all 8 First Nations and the local governments, which would be Vancouver, Whistler, and Sun Peaks, would be willing to share in the benefits, legacies, costs, and risks with public letters of support included in that August 15th proposal. That the financial estimates put forth needed to be supported with this core assumptions stated and the basis for these assumptions made. And that if it was possible, the COC proposal should include demonstrated support from the federal government, noting that a bid would not be able to advance without substantial federal government support. In terms of indemnifications, the province asked for a clear understanding of IOC's expectations for provision of guarantees and indemnifications by all parties, and that would be the federal government, the provincial government, the municipalities, the First Nations. Also, the letter asks the COC to demonstrate if and whether the IOC would take a share in risk assumption, especially in light of the heightened geopolitical, weather-related, and pandemic risks faced by any Olympic host city in these days. Public engagement, COC indicated that, the province indicated that the COC submission would be strengthened if it demonstrates that that the concerns of communities have been addressed, such as transportation, policing, and security. And also requested that the statements from each of the main delivery partners would include letters of public support that reflected outcomes of local public engagement. Bid governance, the province asked for clarity around the governance structure for the bid process going forward. When would the bid entity be formed? How would it be owned? How would it be controlled? And asked for confirmation that the bid would continue to be privately funded. And finally, games-related benefits, the province asked that the COC's submission demonstrated a commitment to facilitate more IOC-sanctioned international sporting events leading up to the 2030 Games, that the proposal demonstrated benefits in the space of affordability, inclusivity, reconciliation, all key provincial priorities, and asked that the COC would undertake an independent economic and social benefits study and include that. So that's the province. Now I'm turning to the city's role in the Games. So just really simply, I mean, as you can imagine, the Olympics is a very, very big undertaking. I would say it's a massive undertaking. And when a city, you know, having been here personally, I can share with you, leading up to and during the Games, it's kind of an all hands on deck approach. A lot of staff have to drop everything else they're doing and work solely on this. That was our experience last time. I expect it would be the same this time. In terms of what it would mean for the City of Vancouver, we would have to enter into a multi-party agreement. This is what we did for the 2010 Olympics, and this is a really important agreement that lays out who pays for what, who takes on which risks, who guarantees and indemnifies whom, operational commitments, and so on. The city would also have to enter into the IOC contracts. That would be a host city agreement and a set of venue agreements for all the venues, any and all venues that would be used from the city. As well, we don't know figures yet, but it's reasonable to assume that there would be a significant financial contribution made on behalf of the city toward the Games, and that would be, I expect, in the space of both operating and capital funds. And potentially unlimited financial risk if appropriate indemnifications are not in place. This is very important because the IOC host city contracts, we haven't seen the current ones, but certainly the ones we signed in 2010 were structured in a way such that the IOC could opt to add more costs at any time. So that's one place where costs can go up. And then there's also, of course, many, many unexpected things that happen that could also add to costs along the way. Significant operational commitments on behalf of the city. I'll talk a little bit. Actually, there's more about that in the report. This comes kind of in two categories. In one sense, we do more of what we already do, and that's things like sanitation and policing and so on. And then in other cases, we do things that we don't normally do that we would be doing specifically for the Games. And then related to that, of course, significant staff resource commitments. It takes, as I said at the beginning of the slide, an enormous staff effort to do all that needs to be done to get this done properly. Just for context, we don't have numbers for the 2030 Winter Games yet. The COC did release a set of numbers, I think about a week ago. Staff has not had time to review those. But we do know what we spent in 2010. And the total cost of the Winter Games in 2010 was between 4 and 8 billion. That's a very big range. And the reason is there's some very big projects that were included in the larger number that were not directly delivering the Games, but were built in support of the Games in 2010. And you've got the three big ones there, which is the development of the Canada Line, the improvements of the Whistler Highway, and the expansion to the Vancouver Convention Centre. So the city's cash contributions in 2010 dollars, were just over $500 million in capital costs, about $30 million in operating costs, for a total of about $550 million in total. The capital costs were a mix of items that were direct obligations on behalf of the city, falling out of the host city agreement and the venue agreements, and as well other work undertaken in support of the Games that were not direct obligations of those contracts. And just to, everybody all of a sudden is very interested in inflation. This has been a very low inflation period between 2010 and now. But if we do inflate that $554 million figure to current dollars, that's $800 million, noting that inflation is substantially higher going forward, at least for the near term. Other work the city's doing in the space of international sporting events. We're very pleased to have secured the 2023 Laver Cup, a tennis tournament coming next year. We also, with Whistler, are hosting the 2025 Invictus Games. That's games that that have injured and sick servicemen and women competing. And of course, in 2026, we have the FIFA World Cup. The FIFA World Cup in particular, all of these take work on behalf of staff. The FIFA World Cup in particular is a very big piece of work. We're putting together the staff team right now and getting ready to do all we need to do for the commitments we've signed onto both with FIFA and with the province for that event. So legal agreements. Process has changed. The report lays out for you how the process has changed, the bidding process since 2010. This is our best understanding of how it works now, is that in January, the COC will be submitting something called the Future Host Questionnaire to the IOC, and that's the equivalent of what used to be called the bid book. That's kind of the big story of here's what we're going to do and how we're going to do it and why you should pick us. And importantly, that Future Host Questionnaire includes all the key terms of the Olympic Host Agreement and the venue agreements that we would sign with the IOC. So that's those. Now, importantly, before that, we have to negotiate and execute a multi-party agreement. And that multi-party agreement has between 11 and 17 entities at the table negotiating. And that is absolutely critical to the city. That lays out our obligations, our indemnifications, our costs, our limited costs, and so on. It's a very, very important agreement. Here are what we understand to be the minimum signatories to the multi-party agreement, and it's 11 right now. It will grow to 12 if an organizing committee for the Olympics were to be created. So you see the 2 senior governments, the 3 cities, the 4 First Nations involved in the Leadership Assembly. There might be more First Nations possibly, and then the Canadian Olympic Committee and the Canadian Paralympic Committee. So we think with that many parties and with the complexity and importance of and the size of what's being negotiated through the multi-party agreement, we cannot seek a negotiating mandate from council right now. We simply don't have enough information to start to inform what it is we would be offering and asking through that negotiation. As a result, we would suggest that November 22 is the earliest the city council could give the city manager a negotiating mandate to get this going. And with the key terms have to be finalized by December, that we're talking about 2 months or so to negotiate an agreement, and we just simply don't think that's feasible. What would the city need or council need to make a decision concerning the Olympics? We'd suggest 7 things. First and foremost, we need to understand what the Leadership Assembly's recommendation is. That was always going to be the first step in deciding whether we advanced a bid, and at this point, we just don't yet know that. Who would be indemnifying the city? We would never recommend to council that we advance a bid without a very crystal clear understanding of the answer to this question. How much money the city is going to be expected to contribute? And I think we have to think realistically about the funds that will be absolutely obligated under the host city and the venue agreements, and then other things that we will either opt to do or necessarily have to do in support of those obligations. We have to look at that as a single package. What services the city would be delivering for games planning and production? The COC has been working with us, and we have a preliminary list of some of this, but not nearly enough yet to come with a definitive operational plan and cost associated. The governance and oversight role for both the remaining bid and the games have not yet been clarified. To date, it's been the COC serving as kind of the de facto bid committee for the games and convening various parties who are involved. But we'd like to understand, really where the control levers are in a governance structure going forward. Council would want to know that we have sufficient time to undertake the necessary cost-benefit analysis in support of negotiating the legal agreements with the bid. Just an overview of costs and funding sources. This is kind of broad strokes, nothing specific, but the organizing committee of the games, that's the nonprofit entity that would be delivering the games. So they have obviously a lot of operating costs. The host cities each have their own set of operating costs, both for regular services that they're providing more of and extraordinary services to be provided leading up to and during the games. Host city capital costs, building and upgrading any venues that belong to the municipalities. Athletes Village, they would be 3 Athletes Village in the case of this bid, and for each of them, there are capital costs associated with building those. And then any venues that belong to other owners other than municipalities. In terms of how these get funded, it's a combination of private and public funding. The plan is that the organizing committee would be funded through private funds only, and that's that top line of broadcast rights, sponsorships, ticket sales, merchandise sales, perhaps other revenue sources. And the others are funded through a mix of the public funding, the perhaps First Nations funding, and perhaps IOC funding. And that would be the start of what a financial structure would look like for the Games. Already talked about indemnities, just absolutely necessary that the city understands who is indemnifying the city if we were to advance this. Just in terms of who provides indemnifications and guarantees, as a matter of policy, the federal government does not indemnify sporting events. So, you know, they're, I think, off the table for this. The province has conveyed in their June 2022 letter to the COC that the COC should not assume the province will be responsible for indemnifications. And the IOC's position on potentially providing indemnities is at this time not known. Risk considerations for the city, thinking about moving forward. I've already talked to you about the very tight timeline. We think this is a very substantial risk, both in terms of getting the work done properly, and the call on city staff to get the work done in very compressed timelines. And on that point, commitment of staff resources to the FIFA 2026 World Cup, to the other events we mentioned, and to the many, many council priorities we're working on at this time, as well as emergent events that just keep seeming to show up and need our attention. Games governance, I already talked about. Just a general comment that the city has a large stake in this and very little control over the process that I would identify as kind of a risk, a general risk. We've already talked quite a bit about money and the financial risks. Because of the timing of the October election, we have not had a chance, staff, to go out to the public and find out from our residents and businesses the degree to which they support the Games. And then if the Games were to proceed, as with any Olympic Games, we'd have to think about temporary displacement of housing insecure residents and disruptions to local businesses. So this brings us to our staff recommendations. There are 2 recommendations in the report before you. One is that council receive this report for information and ask staff to report back to council for a decision once 3 things are in place. A decision from the Leadership Assembly concerning whether they recommend a bid or not. Sufficient clarity from the COC concerning the financial, operating, indemnification, and governance models proposed for the Games and the bid. And I guess confirmation from the COC that the city will be appropriately indemnified in our role as an Olympic host city. The second recommendation is that the mayor, on behalf of council, write letters to both the provincial and federal governments requesting that they each clarify as soon as possible, firstly, whether they'd be appropriately indemnifying the city or ensuring that the IOC does so, and secondly, that the extent of their financial support for the 2030 Winter Games. And with that, I'm going to introduce our representatives from the COC and the Leadership Assembly. Okay, thank you. And then once they're done with their report, we're happy to answer council's questions on this.
Thanks, Karen. And they are just coming down from the balcony.
Thank you.
Wait for everybody to get in.
Welcome.
CMCIA, HYLCM, Chief Waynesboro, traditional name Yakalak. I'm standing here on behalf of the 4 host nations. I think we have 15 minutes to speak. I'm going to speak briefly. Every leader is going to have an opportunity to say a few words, but I just want to open up by thanking for this time. I'm just going to touch very quickly. I listened with a little bit of upset with some of the comments or some of the remarks that were made. We asked the city to get in the canoe with us a few months back. And I asked to say, it feels very upsetting when I have to answer some of the questions in the media by not having the opportunity for the leadership when they have concerns to come and talk to us face to face. I do not like to have discussions with the media about some of the government to government relationships that we have. I have to say that to start off. We asked that you get in the canoe with us. When we talk about getting into the canoe, our war canoes down here are tough. I just came this weekend from another race where all the Coast Salish were in those war canoe races. It's not easy. Not easy at all. Our kids train. They know that it's hard. They put the effort in, and that's what we're asking. Some of those remarks I made, that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but it's part of the process. I'm going to let our other leaders and cousins speak about that process, but I want to pass on that all 4 nations have signed on to carry on. This, I believe, Whistler has also done that. I'm now going to pass it over to my cousin, who will speak on behalf of his nation. But I want to once again thank each and every one of you for the time. And I'm hoping the amount of effort that we've put in is not going to be sidelined. A lot of those questions and comments that need to get answered are some of the questions that we have, but we're only going to do it by doing the work. And to say that we're not going to have enough time is something that I know Chief Thomas was upset, felt like a punch in the gut. And I'm just going to close by asking that I have very much respect for each and every one of you. When issues like this come up and arise, we're only going to get the answers by talking to each other, not through the media. Haichka.
Johan Hath, Chief, Opates, Hatsquile, Tanoyap, Zwelchten, Queen Kushamin, Skohopme Shochomeoch, in Chopmoch Ochomeoch, Winach Sochomeoch. It's a good day today. We're on this path. You'll hear some words of a journey. My brother just spoke of rocky war canoes. War canoes are the thinner canoes you paddle along the rivers, fighting the currents. And he's right, it's never easy. The ocean-going canoe reflects families journeying together like we bestowed a few months ago. We ask for us to continue to work together. Some of the language I'll share that I spoke of in Chopmo is standing and working together through thick and thin. In today's context is we all follow processes. We all live and fight through political challenges. Life itself has its challenges, and we've all persevered through this time, especially the last 2 years. And we ask, let's not get too comfortable in our own houses. We need to come together. In this case, we reference the Longhouse. The biggest longhouse in Vancouver was along Jericho, where families would meet. All our families would meet. Guests would come. We would share a meal. If there was challenges, we would work it out and talk it out and be content and grounded by having that mutual respect. Which brings me to another term I use in our language is wanox. It's the respect, the mutual respect of where we are today and the vision set out for tomorrow. I use the word ochomeoch, and we use it in our Squamish language. Skohotmish ochomeoch. Ochomeoch means community, our culture, our togetherness. We need to stand together to move forward. We are here to help you as much as you are here to help us. An Indigenous-led process is in front of you today. Standing tall, united. Osiam, chinkunmentomiam. Pass to my dear sister.
Good morning. My ancestral name is Galito Tanat. My English name is Jen Thomas, elected chief of Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I only have a few thoughts to share. You know, one is to revisit respect. When this report came out, it could have been shared with the nations, before a chance to discuss it together before it was publicly announced. We're a team. We should have been working together on it. We're really easy to work with. Simple. We started off in this canoe together, right together. We become Natsamat. One heart, one mind, paddle together. That's what we're taught in the canoe, to keep those strokes moving together forward. Take a look at those flags over there. What does that mean? What does that mean to each one of you to think about that? Vancouver City Council, I have much respect for than any other city that we work with. You guys lead in a different way of reconciliation, the UNDRIP. We're working together on that. By this report and by even thinking about jumping out of our canoe, think about the ripple effects of all that work that's put into that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Inchesh Shkalulmuk, Political Chief Dean Nelson from Lillooet. I wanted to share a few things. Opportunity is one. We have opportunity now, and investment. We have the opportunity to invest in our future of reconciliation is the key, and we have that opportunity now. And we can only do what we can do up to a point, and then we do not have any further say in how things proceed. But today we have the opportunity to invest in environmental change, positive environmental change, social change, and how things we speak of we can bring to light. Reconciliation is the foremost spoken word and action. So having this Indigenous-led games brings us to that place. We have opportunities to make that. And we will see, where we are politically at the end of the day, when words are just words or action comes with. We have that opportunity today. So I'll leave it at that. And I thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Chiefs. And as I stand here today with these leaders, I see a manifestation of the incredible power of sport and how sport can bring us together like nothing else. The power to lift us up. The Truth and Reconciliation report recognized this. In the calls to action, there's 5 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation report around sport, 87 to 91. And call to action 91 is what brings us here today. And we at the Canadian Olympic Committee, and I'm here on behalf of the Canadian Paralympic Committee as well, are so proud to be here as part of this Indigenous-led team in a project that has the potential to profoundly change our country. The city is also a member of this team. You've heard, you're in the canoe. Mayor Kennedy on the Leadership Assembly, you, the council, for signing on to the exploration of this historic project. The world has taken notice. You should be proud. And thank you to the staff. As outlined in the staff report today, staff has contributed to this project from day one, from the beginning of the year when we started. They've been there at the table, providing invaluable insight and experience into this initial hosting concept and the project so far. And the staff has also identified additional information, critical information that's required. We agree. There was a document provided by council that provides some of those answers that maybe could have been provided in dialogue, but that's fine. Other of the information, though, the information, some of which is requested directly from the COC, can only be developed in the next phase of this process. So what does the next phase of this process mean? This past week, the councils of Lillooet, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, as well as the Council of the Resort Municipality of Whistler, all endorsed moving to the next phase of the bid and directed staff to engage with all parties, including the provincial and federal government, to start working on draft terms of a multi-party agreement. It's the multi-party agreement that will answer a lot of the questions raised by staff and appropriately raised by staff. What is a multi-party agreement? The agreement articulates the governance and structure of a Games Time Organizing Committee, specific shares of each signatory, and the legacy benefits arising from the Games. So, for example, if we look at the investment that was on the slide just previously, of what the investment the City of Vancouver made in the 2010 Games. I don't know if you have it, you can bring it back up. But that investment included a number of opportunities that the city took to use the Games to accelerate a number of projects that they wanted to do in any case. So specific costs related to the Games really only related to, out of the 554, I believe, was the Hillcrest Community Center, which was intended to be built in any case. The Killarney Ice Rink, and Trout Lake Ice Rink, and a few other projects like that. Those were the investments that were necessary for the Games, but those were things the city wanted to do anyways. The other things like renovating the Playhouse Theatre, the Queen Elizabeth Theatre, the roof of the planetarium, and a number of other items were things the city chose to do as part of the Olympic process. And obviously, in doing that, you garner matching funds. So you have to look at that budget and put it into context. But that's what the multi-party agreement starts to work out. What does the city want to do in this plan? What does the city want to be responsible for? So that's the next stage of the process. Getting all the parties around the table. There's a process federally where we've been meeting also with the staff of the provincial and federal governments since January. So this is not a new process for them. They know what's going on. So if we all need to get to the table to then work out the draft terms of the agreement, and they'll be brought back to council by the end of the year. We have experienced and talented staff, as you do here at the city, many of whom have experience from 2010. So assuming that staff gets that direction today, we believe it's possible to meet the national and international timelines. This Indigenous-led process has the potential to change Canada, to inspire generations to come, and as the world's premier sporting event, to bring up to $2.8 billion in direct private investment to the region. So when we talk about a $4 billion project, 2.8 billion of that is money coming in. It's important for those kinds of issues to be clarified. Hundreds of millions more in economic impact. It also involves a smaller public spend than 2010 across capital and security plans. No major infrastructure projects are required to deliver the Games. If the city decides they want to build something else, they can, but that's all part of the next phase, the multi-party agreement. The villages contemplated for the project leverage existing housing projects already being considered separately from the Games. This is an opportunity to build on the successes including groundbreaking work on inclusion and accessibility, the successes of 2010, as well as learning from the challenges. We've been speaking with people who were here in 2010 who said, we love the games, but there was this. We have the opportunity to address, but there was this in this new vision. And with this vision of this Indigenous-led games, the initial hosting concept and the initial financial estimates now developed, the stage is set for a more detailed dialogue between partners. We at the COC cannot alone provide the information requested. It has to be done with ongoing discussion with all the partners, importantly, bringing the province and the federal government to the table. The province and the federal government staff has been involved since January. The leaders have been invited to the table now, and we know that if the province comes to the table, the federal government will follow. To be clear, we're not asking for a final decision to bid today, nor a blank check on the project, nor will any party ever be asked for an unlimited guarantee. I can give you an update. There are no unlimited guarantees requested in the Olympic movement in this day and age. Basically, a host city agrees to host the games based on a contract that is signed. That is what they guarantee. If anything changes, if the IOC demands further requirements, the IOC pays for them. If there's a global pandemic, the parties sit down at the table and figure out how that's going to be handled. So to be clear, we're not asking for a final decision today. We're asking for direction from council to staff to continue the work, to stay in the canoe, and to get that draft multi-party agreement terms brought back to councils by the end of this year. Thank you very much, and that will happy to answer questions after my colleague from the City of Whistler, or Resort Municipality of Whistler, presents to you. Thank you.
It's nice to see you all. My name's Jack Crompton. I'm the mayor of Whistler. In leading up to the 2010 games, my wife and I and our 4 kids slept in our car on the highway often. And we did that because the road was closed and I failed to plan well to make it through road closures. And so in the middle of the winter with snow outside and 4 little kids sleeping in a truck is a very clear memory in my head. And I raise it because to put on the 2010 games, we built the Canada Line, we built the Sea to Sky Highway, there is the Callahan Valley, a sliding center, a huge amount of resources went in to delivering that project. Our community has some of the same concerns that were presented today, and we talked about them last night. And what I came away from that meeting feeling was a sense that if we all stay in this canoe together and paddle as hard as we can do big things. I think a lot of us have experienced a lot of damage in the last 3 years through COVID and other things. And one of our counselors last night asked that we start dreaming again, thinking about doing big things. And one of the points that was made tonight is that, this morning, is that we don't know yet what the Assembly thinks of this. And you got a letter from the 4 hosts, as did we. And I think that that is certainly one of the answers that we now have. It's clear what the Assembly thinks as far as what we should do from here. In my view, the last thing we can afford to do is stop paddling. We need to do the work. We need to understand whether this is the right path for us to walk. Thanks for your time today.
And thank all of you. And I'm turning to Karen to advise in terms of whether you want council to ask questions at this point or how would you like to proceed?
Yes, Chair Carr, we're all available for questions, both city staff and as well our guests. And I'd invite our guests to sit down and we can call you up to the mic as questions are addressed to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Karen. We do have questions, starting Councillor DeGenova with you.
Thanks. Chair Carr, I'm going to actually ask to move a second round right now, just in case. Hoping I don't need it, but I might.
Okay, all those in favor of a second round, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. And I'm just wondering, how should we be doing this? Should we be asking staff questions, or can we also ask questions of the nations?
I'd suggest, sorry, that was loud. I'd suggest direct the staff questions to me, and I'll channel them, and then you can ask questions directly of our guests from the COC and the Leadership Assembly.
Okay, so I'll ask some questions of staff first. I'm wondering, to what extent in drafting this report were you having direct conversations with the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, the Resort Municipality of Whistler, and the Lillooet Nation as well?
Thanks for the question. Staff drafted this report. Staff's had lots and lots of contact with all the jurisdictions you just listed through the technical committee. And that is where the interfaces happened, and that's all the work that's being done to support the feasibility study and the development of the games hosting concept led by the COC. There is no governance structure in which senior executives of the city, or I think the other entities, get together and discuss collective decisions right now. And so it's kind of several one-off discussions. What we did was the day before the report went public, we pulled together all the jurisdictions you just listed and shared an overview of what the report was going to have in it. We didn't think it would be appropriate to share the report publicly more widely before we had shared it with council.
Okay, and I understand the report's 47 pages. Did you hear in your feedback, and I'll ask the questions of our guests as well, but did you feel that one day was sufficient amount of time for them to review that and give you feedback?
We didn't share the report itself. We shared a PowerPoint similar to the one we shared with council today.
All right. Thanks very much. I'm wondering also if staff might be able to comment, Karen, if you'd be able to comment on behalf of staff as to what the ramifications of the recommendations before us are. Will this allow a bid to continue on, or could this possibly send a signal, not only through the large group that's been working on this, that this could potentially be the end of, because there may be no multi-party agreement if these recommendations are passed. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding, or am I misunderstanding that?
Our staff's intention isn't to put an end to the bid with this report. We went as far as we thought we could with council, recommending to council what would be appropriate to take action at this time. I'll let the COC answer your question. My view is that the COC's primary work right now is with the senior governments to understand funding and indemnifications, and that can keep going on, and the city staff can get back involved in the MPA negotiation once we have direction from council in November.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if maybe one of my first questions could be to, and I'll allow sort of the guest to decide who should answer it, but maybe one of the nations would like to answer this. Actually, maybe I'll ask, I'll put you on the spot, Chief Sparrow. You had specifically talked about, getting in the canoe together, and I'm just wondering, as a City of Reconciliation, if you might be able to share what this looks like for you and what you'd like to see council do today with these recommendations. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, thank you. I think we addressed that. At the very beginning, we're looking for the council to finish this journey with us, and out of respect, with what I was talking about earlier, with the opportunity to get to the next stage and find out where we're going to go from there. We don't. There's a lot of questions that we have ourselves from political representatives from the community, along with the staff. So all we're looking for, Councillor, is to finish that journey, go to the next stage, and we don't want the negative message going out, because like Tricia said, there's a lot of legitimate questions that are in there, and we need to get to the table with all representatives, including the City of Vancouver, Municipality of Whistler, federal, provincial government, and the leaders, to address a lot of those concerns and there. So that's what we're looking for today.
That's my time, but I will have more questions for you and the other guests
Thank you.
on my second round. Thanks.
Yep, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Kirby Young, to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have several questions. I'm going to try to be efficient and go through them. My first one is for Mayor Crompton, and that is with respect to just clarifying explicitly the motion that you passed at Whistler Council last night. I was looking online and I saw there's a video clip, but I didn't have a chance to watch it this morning. I'm wondering if you can say explicitly what the resolution taken by council was.
I can send it to you, but I think the core of the message was to send staff to work on the multi-party agreement and to resource that work. I don't think that this kind of work gets done with other orders of government without our staff at the table. And so they have the direction to work on terms, to sit down and do the work
Okay.
with the province. And the
Whistler didn't take a wait and see what Vancouver does or wait and see what the province of feds does. You just said we're going to continue work on it.
we don't often wait and see what Vancouver's doing on
I had a feeling you'd say that. But I just wanted to clarify it and be clear. And similarly, let's not wait and see what the feds and province do. Let's bring the case forward and keep moving. That's fair?
I see it as my role and as the mayor's role to go to Victoria and Ottawa with these people and make our case as to why they should be at the table with us.
Okay.
And
thank you.
that's important work.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. My second question, I'm going to do this for, this one's for Chief Sparrow, I think. And that is really just to get a sense, if you're willing to answer this, is with respect to the notion that this was an exploratory group that was formed and you're urging us to stay in the canoe, if the outcome, knowing that is a yes or no, the games doesn't make sense, would you be comfortable with that? And added to that question is with the province's letter that has said that we may all have to share in the indemnification, the nations, the city, and the other partners. If they don't take it on and they're asking us to take on that indemnification, how do you feel about that?
Okay, you got my brain going here. I will go back to the first question. You had two questions. Sorry, can you repeat the first one?
The first question is really, you're asking us to stay in the canoe, and this is an exploratory bid. If we stay in it and the case isn't there, so it could be a yes, this is great still, or no, it doesn't make sense to host the games. Would you be satisfied with that? You're asking us to keep going, or are you looking, or just keeping going means that you're looking for a yes, you're looking to make these games happen?
No, I think what we're looking for is working together as a family to find out. I've always said in the media, going back to when we first started this process, that when we cross that at some time or another, it might not make sense. It might not be in time, but we have to get to that stage. So I'm not, me personally, I can't speak on my cousins, but I'm not stuck on either a yes or no. When we get those questions answered and identify, I keep saying we have to get in the room to see the staff report, see what those are, and if they can be accomplished. And at some time or another, they might not be
Okay,
there. So I'm not stuck on a yes or a no.
No, that's super helpful because it's just good to not assume kind of what's in people's heads. The second part of the question was the letter that was a bit daunting, if I can characterize it that way, that was received from the provincial government that says, don't expect that we'll do an indemnification, that you, the partners, you, the city, and the nations may have to take some of that on and have some skin in the game. If the province doesn't take on indemnification and the partners have to take on some of that, how do you feel about that risk?
Once again, I think once we get it all in the same room and talk through these, I don't want to speak on the other three nations, but that's what I think it's very important that we get in the room and talk about these things to get them ironed out. Those are some of the questions that our community has when we first started down this process of saying, what are we putting in? What are we putting in money? And I said, we're going to get to those stages and talk about those things, but we haven't got there yet. So I once frame again, Councillor, I think we have to get in the room and talk about this, and the decision makers need to be in that room to have those discussions.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. And the next question, I'll cede it for staff. You may not get through all of it. I think this is for Karen Levitt, is you mentioned in your presentation that the COC released a set of figures last week and staff haven't had a chance to analyze them, quote unquote. I'm wondering whether or not you had considered calling a separate meeting or delaying this report to allow staff to analyze the figures. Why wouldn't we wait for that?
We're up against council's last few meetings, and we wanted to bring this important report to council and into the public before council recessed for the summer and through to the next municipal election in October. And I can't remember the exact date that the figures were released, but it was no more than 10 days ago. So there wouldn't have been the opportunity to do that.
Okay, is
Sorry,
there, knowing that
Councillor
now,
Councillor Kirby, I'm sorry, you're out
I'll
of
go,
time, but you
I'll
can
go back
on the
I'll
list.
go back on. Thank you.
Councillor Bligh, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll continue on with questions to staff first. And my first question is, there was a statement made that there's a drop everything, all hands on deck. Can you just clarify exactly what you mean by that in terms of the timing? So starting tomorrow, depending on the decision coming out of today, or in November, if that decision, and then till the end of December, just offering some more context there.
Thanks for the question. I think I don't have anything scientific to say to you because we don't have details about what we would be actually doing, but based on our 2010 experience, I would say there's kind of phases. The phase we've had so far is, as has been said, an exploratory phase. I don't have person hours for you, but it's been a substantial effort by staff across many, many departments, including a senior staff, including myself, including our law department, our finance department, engineering, and so on. There would be the phase between now and when the bid was submitted in January to the IOC. I think that would be extremely extensive work, especially on the part of our finance. I would say finance, legal, because there are negotiations involved.
That's helpful. I just have a number of
Oh,
questions.
I'm sorry.
And
Okay,
if I can just ask this quick
Sorry about that.
clarifying question is it a matter of resourcing? And Mayor Compton mentioned, that's what the council did last night. They sort of threw the council's weight behind the staff team and resourced it. Is that the barrier to being able to do this work?
I'm going to ask the city manager to weigh in on that one. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Certainly, there's an immense amount of work and complexity here to do this. I mean, I think our job is to be realistic with council about the other obligations that we have as staff over this period of time. Obviously, the timeline here is something that none of the parties here control. We're all working to a deadline. We have the added complexity of the election and the fact that council isn't going to be in a position to issue direction for a critical period of time here. I'd start by referencing the city's obligations in respect of the World Cup, which are very significant and start now. So a lot of the same staff that Karen's referencing are in fact already working on legal commitments that the city has made with respect to the World Cup. So that's just one element. So yeah, there is a demand on staff. We do, this period of time overlaps with our budget development process for 2023. And all the work that we need to do to brief the new council coming in. It's going to be a very challenging budget year in 2023, given inflationary pressures, public safety costs, et cetera. So there's a lot of work that we have to do there, drawing on the same folks. I would say the other piece is this bid will require investment in facilities starting in the term of the next capital plan. Council has just approved a 4-year capital plan that doesn't contemplate those assessments. So in order to fund those investments, we would have to revisit the capital plan. And so there's a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. And that's, I think, our concern. So it's not in any way resistance to that. It's trying to give council a realistic expectation of what capacity you have as council on the staff side to be able to do this work.
Okay, that's helpful. Of course, it would be good to have some idea of costs involved. I mean, I haven't heard that before, that capital plan we just decided on, there would be significant investment coming out of that plan in order for this to go ahead, but that's not been raised that I've heard. So that seems like a bit of I don't want to accuse you of a red herring, city manager, by any stretch, but I'm just saying that there's a lot up in the air in terms of, well, we don't know this, we don't know that. And then that statement, I'm feeling like, well, why don't we know that yet? Like, how come that hasn't been brought up?
That's an assumption, Councillor. Again, we're talking about investments that have to be made in time for 2030. Okay. So there's no way that we could have those investments done without starting to spend money in the next 4 years. And those are the types of questions that Again, there's a whole range of those types of questions, but those are the types of things that we would have to sort out very quickly here in order that council could make those decisions. Again, those aren't decisions you're being asked to make today. I think that's been made very clear. It's just framing how we would get to the point where council could make those decisions.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to quickly switch gears, and it's just a very quick question, maybe to Chief Sparrow. One of the recommendations is that the mayor write letters to the provincial and federal governments. And I just wonder, would that be sufficient in terms of what you have been experiencing so far in terms of getting around the table, stepping in the canoe, all of these references, right, to how we work together? Is that sufficient?
Thank you. You guys are going to get me in shape. We have some other leaders here that are here, and I don't know. I don't know if my wife sent you guys text messages and got me to get up and down, but we've already done that. And like I said, you know, I keep stressing how important it is about just finishing it. I heard the city manager. It does upset me, like even with some of those comments. We knew that this was going to take place when we started. When we even asked you to get into the canoe, and then get to this stage, and then have that. We knew at the very beginning, and like I said, I know we've heard a lot of comments about the federal and provincial government and some of the commitments that they have to do, and we talked about it as leadership in the back about and the steps, and I think. I want to stress that we're not looking for any support, any finances. We're just asking you guys to join back or stay in the canoe, don't jump out. And let's cross those questions with the appropriate people to get all those important answers done. We can go round and around with the questions that are going to arise. I think the city staff have identified a lot of those and the same concerns I can keep repeating that we have seen. But we got to get in the room and find out how committed we are. If we can do it, like we've supported the city with, like the manager said, with the FIFA Invictus games. We knew, and all those games are coming here, and we're trying to work as a group and as a team to accomplish the benefits that will be there. And the 2030 opportunity was something that I think that we're all very excited with. We don't know if we can accomplish it. We don't know if we can complete it in time. But I keep stressing the only thing that we're looking for you guys is to stay with us, of the staff. And we know it's going to be hard work. We know there's going to be finances that are going to have to be put in there to get that work done. But is the commitment there?
Thank you. And
thank you. And just for the record, we're not guests. I do get a little upset when we get called up as guests, and it's not a personal thing. This is our land, and we're here to work. When I come to speak with the city council, I don't consider myself a guest. Thank you.
thank you for that. Councillor Bligh, you're over. If you wanted to go on the list again, you're well over. I'll cut you a bit short on the next time you ask questions, if you don't mind. Councillor Dominato, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with staff with a couple of technical questions. Just for clarification, is when I look at the recommendations before us, it's two-stepped. The recommendations that we have are not giving direction to engage in that multi-party agreement. That would come to as a decision in November after the election. Am I understanding that correctly in terms of how it's framed?
That would be the earliest that it could come to council, yes.
Okay. I asked the question and in the context of, is there then a risk, hearing from the nations this morning about getting in the canoe and paddling together, that if council supports these recommendations today, that come November, we could have a completely different council makeup and there might not be support for, so is there a risk that at that stage, the city says, you know, sorry, we're not in?
Absolutely, that we would have to come back with this question of continuing to the next council, and we would have no way of knowing right now what they would direct us to do.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. I want to ask a question around, there was a slide that talked about the capital investments and the operating investments of the city in 2010. Can someone give me a sense of how much of those investments were tied to the city basically becoming a lender and bailing out the Olympic Village development? How much, like what percentage?
Thanks for the question. Those costs were actually excluded from that slide. And I don't have the details. Perhaps Patrice Impey or Grace Cheng on the phone, on the WebEx could respond to that. Sorry, I thought they were on the phone, so I'm sorry, we can't respond to that right now.
That's okay, but those were excluded from.
They were excluded from that slide, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if maybe I could ask a question to Tricia in that regard. Is if given that there's lots of unknowns, as have been alluded to, going forward with the intent that there would be villages built as part of a 2030 Olympic bid, who would bear the both the responsibility and liability and accountability around those developments? Because I think that was an unanticipated cost by the city at that time for the Big Village. So I think a lot of people are asking those questions. So what would it mean in terms of the housing for athletes?
Yeah, absolutely. And these are the kind of discussions that we need to get into in terms of getting all the people around the table, getting the province and the feds around the table about that. As you know, that the proposal for the Athletes Village are projects that are already in place with MSD Corporation. So we'd be looking at those. But in terms of what happens if things go sideways, those are the things that we can, having learned from 2010, address and make sure that the city isn't put at risk. So those are the kinds of things, and why it's so important that we ask again for council direction, for staff time to engage in the multi-party agreement to get those answers, and then bring that back to council in the fall to either go ahead or not.
I have a couple more questions for you. I appreciate that. So could that conceivably, as we talk about sort of legacy pieces around housing and housing athletes, could there be an opportunity to dovetail with developments that are underway? I'm thinking about SNOC, I'm thinking about approvals we've made recently around Heatherlands, where there might be an opportunity to collaborate?
Absolutely, and I think that's what the report from 2010 from staff to council, I think it's March 2010, sort of set out. Look, here are the things that were specifically Olympic related. Here are the other things that got dovetailed into this project. So it's an opportunity to take advantage. And Mayor Crompton could probably speak to that as well, because last night in their staff report, we heard about some of those projects that they've already identified as that could work and be actually accelerated through this process.
Okay. And then with respect to a bid, an organizing committee would be formed, is my understanding. Can you give me a sense of what kind of financial support the IOC would be providing the organizing committee?
Yeah, the IOC doesn't get involved in the organizing committee per se. What they do is they provide a grant or a funding for the actual event itself. So organizing committee costs. So the figure that we heard from the IOC for Calgary was $1.2 billion. That comes from their share. It's a share of the television revenue, their top sponsors, and the like. So that was the number that they told Calgary in 2026. It's
okay, thank you.
documented. Yeah.
I think that's my time.
Yes, thanks.
I'll come back on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Stewart, over to you.
Just wondering if, as a question on the COC, Tricia, could I have a question to you? First, of course, I'd like to thank the leaders of all 4 nations for coming today and saying your piece. It's been a great pleasure working with you. So I like the canoe metaphor. I think it's quite helpful. And there is a question, but I have to set it up with the metaphor, is that, so my metaphor of the canoe is there were 4 nations in first, and then they came by Whistler and Vancouver and said, do you want to jump in? And we said yes. And then they came by the Olympic Committee and the Paralympic Committee and said, do you want to get in? Yes. 2 more seats, which is the feds and the province. So I see the feds as in the canoe but not paddling. Would you agree with that?
The indication we have from the federal government and the normal process in the federal government has recognized the benefit of bringing multi-sport games.
Sure, but I haven't heard a single public statement. We've had a meeting,
Yeah,
but no communique out of the meetings with the minister. So that's my thought, is that in sitting, not paddling.
yeah, and that's the next step, right? Is the canoe? This is a powerful team, and going to the provincial government, who has said very clearly they want to know that there's support for this, and that's why it's so important today that we have the support
But there
of our
is-
last member of the canoe, and when the
But that's the thing, there is an empty seat there.
and when the province comes to the table, the federal government will follow.
Okay, so the problem with paddling, so I think this is great. We've paddled to the point where we are at the next phase of the journey, which is the multi-party agreement. However, my read on it is that the province has to lead the multi-party agreement. It won't be for staff of the nations or Whistler or the city of Vancouver to come up with all these possible terms and then for the province to pick and choose, is that they have to come up with the terms of the multi-party agreement and present them to us. Would you agree with that assessment?
No, I don't think that's the way it works. We actually all come to the table and say, so for example, as I say, if you look at what Vancouver did in 2010, there were only a few things that were actually required for the games. So that would have been the start of a discussion with the provincial government. This is required. And then the city say, you know what? We could do this as well. So it's really a dialogue with all the parties. And I think it's a powerful group that we can take to the provincial government now, and the federal government will follow to say, join us in this exciting endeavor, which can really change our country.
So who leads the multi-party? Who structures the first draft of the document? Some organization has to take the lead of that. Who does that work?
Right. The COC is committed to continue to fund this process until the completion at the end of the year. And so the COC has committed to that.
Okay, so you'll take the lead on the multi-party agreement, and then as an organization, we would see drafts that you present to us for our, so I think there's a worry, and I think it's rightly so, because it's happened with other events that the city has hosted, that we would, the whole burden of drafting this very complex document would fall on our teams that are frankly quite taxed at the moment with the council. I mean, you're sitting in the last official standing committee meeting. So I think that's a concern. And can you assure us that the COC would be the lead on the multi-party agreement?
I can't speak for my association except for the fact that we were committed to lead this process to completion. I think it would have to be something that we work out together, but certainly we'll take the lead in it.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Swanson, on to you.
Yeah, I just have a question for Karen. Could you tell us and the public here just exactly what this indemnification issue is, maybe with a couple of examples of things that could happen that we'd end up having to pay for if we didn't get it sorted out right?
Sure. So just to start with a simple definition, the indemnifications and guarantees we're talking about are guarantees that our organization will only be limited to a certain financial figure should extra expenses come our way. And that can happen through a number of reasons. In 2010, there was a very big issue around the security costs for the games. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but they increased by many multiples. And because we had a very strong indemnification by the province, the city was not responsible for those hundreds of millions of dollars that got tagged on at quite a late date for the 2010 games. So that's one example. Another example might be, I hate to say it, but we've had a terrible run of pandemics and fires and floods and things like that. So anything that involved performance, we will sign up through the FIFA contracts, the host city agreement, the venue agreements to perform a set of obligations and duties. And we are responsible for performing those, or we will be held accountable financially if we don't. I haven't seen the contract, but typically that's what they say. And so if something were to happen and we were not able to deliver a venue in the way that we had agreed to in the contract, we're on the hook. And that It can come in the form of penalties and fees. It could also come in the form of just having to invest a whole bunch more capital or operating money at a late date to make sure that we meet our performance obligations. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, that's good. Thanks so much. That's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess I can start with maybe a question for Karen and then just largely the group. I guess when we look at a lot of this, it really does come down to the issue of timing. Obviously, we have an election we have local elections, you know, and that's going to change the dynamics here. And then of course, the elephant in the room being that we have the premier resigning and there's no sort of head at the provincial level that's willing to be the champion, I would assume at this point, because they're going to go through their own leadership race. I'm assuming that's a bit of a factor here, really, ultimately, that is kind of driving this. Would it make more sense, and I'm really honestly curious, to punt this over to 2034? Is that more of a, you know, realistic timeline for us to get the ducks in a row?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to answer it in two parts. Timing is absolutely, I'd say, the biggest issue before you in this council report. We just don't think there's enough time to do what needs to get done between now and January, when the COC will submit their submission for the 2030 bid. And we can do a lot more work, but until we have a timeline very clearly laid out and understanding all the different procedures, decision-making procedures of all the different entities involved, everybody needs to go back to their councils and to make their decisions on their own timelines. We just don't think it's possible with the very significant amount of legal and financial work that needs to get done, as Mayor Stewart just was questioning about. With respect to 2034, I'm going to defer to the COC, maybe Tricia, to respond to that, if she would. Tricia?
Yeah, and I'm genuinely curious to hear from all of our delegation, if possible, but Tricia, for sure. Please. And
Sure, thanks for the question. And we have an opportunity here in 2030. About a couple of years ago, the COC did a survey of where we might look at possibly bringing games back to Canada. And we looked at a summer, winter games. We identified British Columbia because of the venues. The venues exist. That's something that everyone, you always hear as a criticism of the Olympic movement. Why are you always building another bobsleigh run when you have one already? I mean, we have the opportunity with venues that are in really great shape here to basically build on that and be maybe one of the first countries that reuses all venues in this way. 2030 is open. We are, I would say, a candidate that is very well regarded. There are two other candidates, but I would say the International Olympic Committee is very supportive of this Indigenous-led process. How sport can change the world. They are very much involved with the United Nations in these kinds of issues and in human rights. And so they're very, very intrigued and supportive of this process. And 2030, I would say, is our opportunity. It's also where the Canadian Olympic Committee and Canadian Paralympic Committee have committed. This is the first time that a bid like this has been privately funded by the Canadian Olympic Committee and Canadian Paralympic Committee. So we're committed to the 2030 prospect because we've identified it as our best chance to bring the games back without further huge investments. And it is expensive. It can be expensive to bring a games to a country.
yeah, I guess because I'm reflecting back to the 2010 games, and I'm of the understanding that then Premier Campbell was a huge driving force behind that, and really, and we don't effectively have a premier at this point. I mean, obviously Premier Horgan, but he's retiring, so we don't know what the future will hold for the premiership. And do we need that champion in the premier? And would it is 2034 completely out of the question if that was allowed us more time to get those champions lined up?
Yeah, I think it would be a longer shot. 2030 is our focus, and we think we have a very good opportunity to bring the games back in 2030.
Okay. Well, I'm almost out of time, but I do want to ask some questions on my second round of Chief Nelson because we don't get a chance to hear from Lil a lot. So come back on.
Right.
No, I got to come back on, Chief. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Hardwick hasn't come on
gone,
first.
if you can advance her.
Yeah, we'll, what we'll do is, clerks, if you could reorder so that Councillor DeGenova comes after Councillor Hardwick, and then Councillors Kirby, Young, Bligh, and Fry, that would be great. Councillor Hardwick, over
Could
to
I
you.
get on the list as well? Thank you.
Then put Councillor Weeb after Councillor Hardwick, clerks, because he hasn't spoken yet. And then Councillor DeGenova, Kirby, Young, Bligh, Fry. Councillor Hardwick, I'll just reset your timer.
Yes, please reset my timer. Appreciate that. My question is for Karen Levitt, please.
Yes, she's there.
Hi, Karen. So I'm looking at your slide deck, and on slide number 7, under benefits for the city associated with hosting the 2030 Winter Games, one of the categories is community. And under community, you state tap into and increase civic pride, engagement, and cohesion. And then a couple of slides later, when you talk about the provincial statement and conditions, read the 2030 Winter Games bid themes, one of those themes is public engagement. So I'm extrapolating from that public engagement and broadly community engagement is important. Now, back, of course, in the lead up to the 2010 games in 2003, there was a plebiscite undertaken by the city that demonstrated that the majority of Vancouverites were in support. And you could say then that significantly demonstrated public and community support. What do you think would constitute sufficient public consultation in similar orders of magnitude going into this exercise?
Thank you for the question. I would suggest that would be up to council. I mean, there's a range of public consultation the city could do, staff could do at council's direction under normal circumstances concerning this bid. Of course, we are limited over the next few months with respect to the quiet period around the civic election.
So orders of magnitude in terms of your answer is just that's up to council.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In a nutshell, staff could do a kind of the kind of public consultation we do around a lot of different initiatives and proposals in terms of representative surveys, Talk Vancouver engagement, in-person town halls, all of that kind of regular public engagement, if council directed us to, and all the way up. I understand. To the question of a referendum or a plebiscite as was done for the 2010 games.
Okay, I might suggest this is orders of magnitude larger in its implications, but thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, is that it?
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Councillor Weeb, over to you.
Yeah, my first question would be to the nations here today, recognizing that in the report it talks about other nations and municipalities in the interior joining this multi-level agreement. Can you speak to the conversations that have happened with the interior nations and where they're at as part of this Indigenous-led bid?
Our conversations with the 4 host nations up in Little Shuswap area started a couple of months ago. And we've met a couple of times on Zoom, but we're going to be meeting with them in person on July 29th to see what our relationship will be with them. They do understand that we would be leading and they would be sitting not at the same level of us, but working with us as a partner in this bid.
Okay. I guess mine's to Tricia. Can you speak to how that process and how this canoe is going to be from an Olympic standpoint, recognizing the different levels of engagement with the large number of municipalities?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, again, a question of the multi-party agreement, drafting the terms of that. It could be similar, though we've talked about it already with the nations around Sun Peaks, that it would be similar to, they would have a similar role as the 4 host First Nations had in the 2010 games. So that's the model that we're looking at.
Okay, and do you believe today that if we vote on the report, the staff report in front of us, that it keeps us in the canoe and it keeps us moving forward? Or do you think that there are amendments that are needed to better what municipality of Whistler and others did to show our support today?
The support we're looking for is along the lines of what Whistler Council passed yesterday, and that is direction to staff to continue with the work needed to draft a multi-party agreement, which would be brought back to council by the end of the year. That's really important work. It needs to go. We understand that there are elections going on, but it's important that the staff continue this work, and it's important to have that direction. It also indicates to the province the level of support of the city, which is essential. You would have heard about the letter that I received from the province about what they'd like to see from us before they came to the table. We've been talking to them about the contents of that letter. The wording in that letter is very, very deliberate. For example, it talks about don't take it for granted. Don't expect that we would indemnify. It doesn't say we won't. It says don't just take it for granted. Don't assume that we will indemnify. So there's room for negotiation there, and that's why it's really important to get around the table and start to work out all of these details.
Okay.
Okay, is that Councillor Wiebe? Are you fine? Councillor Wiebe, we can't hear you. Councillor Wiebe? Okay, if you can hear me, Councillor Wiebe, we're going to move on to speakers, and you can put yourself back on the list if you would wish to continue questioning, but I'm sorry, we can't hear you right now. Councillor DiGenova for a second set of questions.
Thanks so much. And before I start my second set of questions, I just wanted to sincerely apologize for the reference to what I will now instead say as I think it's best to call the delegation that's here today as a whole, not guests. So I want to apologize for that. And instead, I will say the host nation's exploratory assembly. I hope that's okay. So just my sincere apologies for the reference. I was hoping to ask a question of Tricia Smith, if possible. I may have questions of staff afterwards, but in really trying to understand in these recommendations that are before us that we have to vote on, is there an issue with any of the, the subsections saying once the host nation's exploratory assembly, it goes on and on. I'm not going to eat up all of my time reading through it, but would it be enough to say that, we're instructing our staff to continue working with the host nation's exploratory assembly and report back to council for a decision and have all of that in there with a goal of drafting a multi-party agreement and then include the subsections that are currently there? Someone's not on mute there, Chair.
Yeah, that's everybody. Please make sure, Councillor, that you are muted. Thank you. Go ahead.
So sorry, just wondering, would it be enough to add in here that we direct our staff to continue working with the host nation's exploratory assembly and with a goal of drafting a multi-party agreement?
I don't have the
understand.
motion in front of me, but I would just say it's very important that council today directs staff to continue to be in the canoe, to work on this process. And the next part of the process is getting together with all of the partners to negotiate the terms of a multi-party agreement, which will then be brought back to councils by the end of the year.
Okay, and I'm also just wondering if it would be prudent of us to add that, any further work that is done, kind of not just be, insulated with our city team, that it's something that's done with the host nation's exploratory assembly, as I understand Whistler's been doing.
Oh, absolutely. It's to work together with all the parties to explore the terms of a multi-party agreement, our draft terms.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so
No,
it's
I
hard to wordsmith.
apologize. I didn't mean to put you on
Yeah.
the spot. And then I will ask a question of our staff again, if that's okay. I'm going back and forth. I have so many questions here, but one of the questions that I have is, I understand you're talking about the multitude of work before you, but is there any reason that as this moves further down the road that our staff couldn't continue the work and working towards a goal of a multi-party?
I'm going to ask again, Mr. Mokri to respond to that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor, for the question. And I think this is a really key point. And if our partners will indulge me to also kind of tack on to the canoe metaphor, I don't believe that staff have recommended that we would get out of the canoe. I think, you know, what we're looking at here is what the advice that we're giving is the position we believe council is in right now in terms of making a commitment to a multi-party agreement. We would recommend to council or suggest that you're not in a position to make that commitment. We've heard from the COC and the nations today that they're not seeking that. You know, our interpretation is that the province is seeking that, but that's kind of beside the point. So really, I think the question for us is providing some expectations for council around the level of clarity or certainty that staff would be able to provide when we come back to council, the next council, for a decision on this matter. So that's really the issue. I think we're trying to be clear and transparent, of course, with council and with our partners around what we believe is possible and realistic in the timeframes. But again, we're not recommending or not intending to recommend that council direct staff to get out of the canoe, or that that's what we think would be the right thing to do.
Okay, would it be fair to say that, you know, an amendment to add that we had a goal of continuing to move forward, if that offered comfort to the Assembly? Would that be something that staff would take an issue with?
Really, that's council's call to make. You know, council, you have a sense of the other things that are before us, I would say.
I realize that, and my time's limited. I'm just wondering, would staff take issue with that?
That's a policy decision for council. We don't really have
Okay,
an opinion on that.
thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to follow up on the question from Councillor Fry, because it was one that I had intended to ask about 2034. And so probably directed to Tricia. Again, and just to be explicit, to ask the question this way, and I just want to be clear, is it fair to say that from the COC's perspective, and it's up to you if you want to speak more broadly for the partnership, if you've discussed this, that you would not be interested in the 2034 bid? Because I think you've expressed that the conditions are very favorable to a 2030, and there's significant investment, and there's a kind of a window of opportunity, if you will. So I just want to be explicit about that, is that because I know there's a lot of discussion around how to proceed or not, to accept, but if somebody suggests the 2034, that would not be your preferred option. You do not want that. Is that correct?
That's absolutely clear, yes. Because the investment that's been put into date and the opportunity is really clear. There'll be a lot more competition to secure these games in 2034. We know that already. So we see this as an opportunity to bring the games home to Canada and our best opportunity.
Okay, that's clear, because I find clarity is a beautiful thing. So thank you for that. My next question is to follow up to the one I started earlier with Karen, our Deputy City Manager, and that was with respect to going back to the comment when you advised during your presentation that the figures had been released. Do you feel that anything would be different if council took a pause, for example? Because there's a lot being said, well, this is council's last standing committee meeting, but we actually procedurally have the ability to meet again. Up to, in September, up to and including the election. Procedurally, we could do that. So putting that on the table, do you feel if this was paused for a couple of weeks or a few weeks, or we came back in early September, would staff looking at that analysis or numbers in your mind change staff's perspective on the recommendations if you had a chance to review the financials?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's an important piece of work. Sorry, it's an important piece of work that needs to get done, that we understand the cost of the operating, for example, the operating budget of the organizing committee isn't that of great interest to council. What's of great interest to council is what the city costs will be. I don't believe we'll have that information even in a couple of weeks based on what the COC has already released. The COC's figures did not include security, and they did not include what they call essential services, which are the municipal services to be provided before, during, and after the games.
Okay.
So I don't think that would make any difference.
Okay, and then following up, and it might be you or it might be Paul Mulcree that addresses this one, with respect to the capital plan, because a lot of the city's investment does come from the capital supportive facilities that become the legacies. Like the games have always been a catalyst. I remember working at Tourism Vancouver, now Destination Vancouver, for years, trying to get that convention center finished or the Can Line expansion, and it, like literally the games made those projects happen, right? And all of a sudden the federal investment that was missing was there, and it wasn't before, because that sort of last tipping point was there. So I'm wondering, looking at the capital plan and put it a different way, we have, for example, 140 million in the aquatic center. Unfortunately, it's not a summer games. But is there anything in our existing capital plan that could be leveraged that supports winter facilities, like the renewal of the Marple Oak Ridge Community Center, which is not purpose specific, or are we due to retrofit Hillcrest, for example? I know that was used for curling, but then was transitioned back into being kind of more of a general purpose community center. Is there anything in the existing capital plan that could be leveraged, or not really, that doesn't line up with sort of winter sports?
If I could, Paul, just before you answer, I'll just draw council's attention to page
just have a
13 of
minute.
the report. There's a list of the facilities that the COC has identified as the ones to be used in the games.
So I think, yeah, thanks, Councillor. I mean, that's the work that we would need to do. I would say at this point, my understanding of the games concept is our expectation would be that the city would be making capital investments in facilities that are not currently in the capital plan. So I think that's the key issue. To be honest, there may certainly be opportunities to leverage federal funding or provincial funding. But I think the key point is that there would be an expectation of renewal of existing facilities that are not currently contemplated in the plan. Renewal money, as you know, is something that council, made a number of difficult trade-offs around, because that's tax funded. So those would be the issues that we would have to work through, is understanding what are those costs, when would those costs be incurred, and what are the implications for the capital plan. Of course, we don't
Is there
know
any
of that
opportunity to tie in with the redevelopment? Someone might want to pick up on this question of the PNE and the master plan for the PNE.
Certainly, it's just a question of where those expenses are right now in terms of the list of priorities that council set out. They're not on that list. They wouldn't be issues necessarily that staff would be recommending from a renewal perspective, given all the other renewal infrastructure deficit issues that we have. But those would be the questions that we would need to bring you a more fulsome analysis of.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Kirby. And Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. And noting I may have less time, that's fine. I'll be quick. My first question actually is for Tricia Smith. If it's related to, I have the staff recommendations in front of me here, and recommendation A, what I'm trying to understand is it possible for staff to report back whether or not we should continue on based on the conditions of that report back, which are the Leadership Assembly will publicly make a decision without Vancouver. Is that even possible? Can you, just because it's audio?
Okay, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so it's difficult to say.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
So I'm looking at the left-hand side, yeah.
All of these questions will be answered in the next phase. But first of all, the first one is that the Leadership Assembly has said today, basically the Leadership Assembly, all of the members have passed support for this. So, but the other parts of this, we need, as we said, we need to start to meet around the table together. I just want to clarify, the security costs were in the budget, and we have the person here who presented the budget. So if anyone has any questions specifically about the budget, Mary Conabare is here and can answer in detail.
In our sign up to speak?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the second piece is looking for more clarity, sufficient clarity around, and I'm hearing what you're saying that we need to do this, but I just want to break it down to see which parts are possible and which parts aren't. So I get number one has been covered. Number two, anything around the governance model or the operating financial learning from the 2010 games that could be, like, is it possible for the COC to come forward with more clarity, not full clarity, but more clarity? Because what the recommendations are asking for is sufficient clarity in order to move ahead.
Yeah, but I think we've been doing that since January. So the technical teams from all of the members, including the city, have been sitting at the table. So we've gotten to the point where we've been able to get to put in our, to show what the proposed plan is. Now we need the leadership at the table to start to work out questions like, can we include projects that we already have on the table in this bid and make it part of the bid? So that's necessary. The next step is necessary in order to achieve what we need to achieve.
Okay, so then coming back to Mayor Stewart's question related to the COC leading the MPA, the multi-party agreement, what does that actually mean to you in terms of leading, recognizing that our city staff will still need to put in a considerable amount of work to participate, whether they're leading it or not? So could you just reflect back, walking away from that, saying, yes, we'll lead that process? What does council actually understand that to mean?
Okay, well, to start with, what the mayor suggested is a draft multi-party agreement could be shared between the parties once everyone gets to the table. But there's no point in really even drafting much of an agreement until we talk to people and see, okay, what are your interests? So that's the next step, is really getting everyone to the table. But in terms of, if you're talking about the logistics of a legal agreement being drafted up, absolutely, we can be leading that process and bringing the parties together.
Okay, and the MOU was signed, was it November?
December.
So that's been 7 months. Is there a reason why we haven't been able to achieve some of that work before now that you could help us understand?
Yeah, I mean, actually, a lot of the work has been achieved. And so we, first of all, had to look across, if you recall, initially we were looking at, would this be across the province? Would we have venues in Prince George, on the island? So all of that work had to be done, consulting with every single possible venue. What makes most sense for our games, and what's the most sustainable? What makes sense if we're going to have a climate positive games, because that's a requirement of the IOC. So when it got right down to it, all that work had to be done, but when it got right down to it, and that was when we announced the Lil'wat Squamish Cultural Center, the concept. That was as quickly as we could get to the concept, but all of the work has been done in terms of what that might look like. So the agreements between the actual venues that are going to be used have already been partially drafted. So all of that work has been done. That map that you see of where the venues are going to be, it isn't just a map. We think we could have it here. We've talked to every venue owner in every one of those places.
How much is the COC?
Actually, Councillor Bligh, you are overtime. You did 2 minutes overtime last time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry, go ahead.
And she may want to stay up, or this may be for Chief Sparrow, I'm not sure. I get using the canoe metaphor that, this puts us in the canoe still. Perhaps we could be paddling a bit more vigorously, maybe, and that's the notion. If there's an amendment potentially coming forward that suggests that this entire question of Vancouver's participation in the 2030 Olympics should go to a plebiscite, what would that do to this bid?
I think I'll ask Chief Sparrow to answer that.
For October 15th, I should add.
Yeah.
So.
I can add.
Sure.
There's a question of a plebiscite. What would that do to the bid?
Right, thank you, Councillor Fry. It would squish the bid. I think our representatives went with IOC. That was one of the questions that was addressed. So if we want to stop it, that's the way to stop it. It would completely stop it in its tracks, because the IOC is not going to go any further. And I've heard that comment made a couple of times, and I know there was a motion put on the floor before. We didn't have a plebiscite with the FIFA World Cup. We didn't have it on the Invictus game. So sitting there in the back, I'm just wondering where the cutoff is for when we want to do that. So, but that, and in short, I'll let Trisha follow up, but it would stop it in its tracks and not even have any of the work done. Thank you.
Thanks. And just to be clear now, the IOC is totally open to plebiscites. They just say, please have the work done before you get to the point where you come to us and say you have a bid ready. So a plebiscite is completely acceptable. What it does, though, is it takes, what we've been engaging in is this Indigenous-led process, which is a dialogue. It's, you can hear about the public engagement if you wish to do so. We have the person that manages public engagement here because there's been extensive public engagement so far, but that's the Indigenous process. So it would be taking this process out of the Indigenous-led process and saying, we don't agree with that way anymore, and we're going to do it the way we think it should be done.
Appreciate that. I want to just cede a little bit of the last of my time to Chief Nelson because it's so rarely that we get a chance to hear from Lilwat. And my impression of the 2010 games is perhaps Lilwat did not benefit as much as others may have. And I'm just curious what this 2030 could mean for Lilwat.
I think, firstly, it's bringing everything into focus on Indigenous relations and that, reconciliation and what does that mean? And it doesn't mean only for us, it means for all First Nations. And I think that down here in Vancouver, all of our people are, in need of support or some change to some social change to bring that to the front, the needs of First Nations. Like it's politically, we haven't been very vocal. I mean, or we do have things that have helped us in our legacies, that type of thing. And they're not that as visible as, I guess, as Vancouver, but we do have this is just a platform for change, voicing that reconciliation.
Well, and it's just, we often don't get a chance to hear from you and that's unfortunate. And so it's great to have you come down and speak to us today. And thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
That's it, Councillor Fry.
That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to circle back on a couple of questions. One with respect to legacy investments, and so this might go to Tricia. And the question is housing's obviously contemplated in this because of the need to house athletes and long term, I think it could be affordable housing. But my question is this, what latitude do we have as a council in engaging in a multi-party agreement to define those legacy investments that might not be directly connected to the games? In the past, the Canada Line and things like Hillcrest, others were connected to the games, Trout Lake. What latitude do we have as a city in that regard?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to pass to Mary Conabera if that's all right with you, and she'll provide more detail.
Thanks very much. So the multi-party agreement really looks at what are the commitments of the city. So we look at what's the expectation on essential services, what's the funding share between. For the 8 years, you have all the latitude to add projects. You don't have to have them all listed in the multi-party agreement. Just to clarify, the capital plan that we provided covers what's needed for games requirements. And so that is Hastings Park. So it's actually an opportunity for the city to attract funding for things like the Hastings Park plan that is a priority. So it upgrades, environmental accessible upgrades to the Pacific Coliseum, to the Agrodome, upgrades to Killarney and Trout Lake arenas. That's part of the capital plan that will attract funding. So it's not on the city to fund, it's attracting funding from others.
Okay, thank you. And this question may be in part to our staff and part to the COC is around, would the multi-party agreement, in terms of identifying conditions of participation, would that be done in camera? Is that typically how that would be undertaken? And how do we organize ourselves as council in saying these are our priorities? Because it is a negotiation, and as was noted, we become a host city, but we have an interest. And so what does that look like in terms of identifying priorities for investment, but also conditions of participation? For example, the city will not, as a condition, become a lender for housing development, or just as that's pretty tangible. But going from the past experience, can someone give me some context of what that looks like?
Sure, thanks for the question. I'm going to actually ask the city manager to respond, and perhaps Kelly Oschlager from our legal department might want to weigh in as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. So yeah, typically that would be the process that, we would seek direction. We would lay out, the implications or potential opportunities, risks, challenges, et cetera, for council in camera and get direction from council on the conduct of that negotiation. I think that's one of the kind of time challenges that we face here. Over the coming months, the engagement that would be happening around a multi-party agreement, we will not have direction from council on those matters. So that's going to limit what staff can do. Obviously, we can only operate within the parameters that we've been directed. So we can certainly engage in that, but presumably then those would be discussions that would happen with the next council following the election.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question, and I don't know if Chief Sparrow wants to speak, but it's around the nations leading the 2030 Olympic bid. How are the nations organizing in terms of investment, in terms of both prioritizing investments for communities, but also contributing financially? What does that look like, or have those discussions taken place in terms of both prioritizing community assets and investments, but also financial contribution? Big question, sorry.
No, that's all good. Giving Chief Wayne a break here. His marathon. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that this is discussions we've had as a council, as Squamish Council, and it's things that we are discussing, but the dialogue is there. And we are walking with our community. We are listening to our people as well. And we've had numerous engagements with our community. But collectively, as Four Nations too, we have that open dialogue and bring in reports back from what our people, our community are saying. At the same time, we look at as holistically as possible with all of us at the table, how are different communities talking and what the investment really looks like. And I think we're getting a picture, but we want to get past where we're at today in order to really meaningfully indulge in that dialogue with our community. But at the same time, we are mindful of an investment that is foreshadowing an investment, but in what that looks like is part of where we're at today and how we can get there. And I think we're definitely open, and the community is also aware, but we want to make sure we don't get too far ahead of ourselves in front of our people, but we want to walk with them so they know at that time what that would look like. But we want to walk with them so they understand and comprehend that along the journey.
Okay, can I ask you one last question?
Sorry, Councillor Dominato, I'm so sorry. You're well over your time. I know if you would like to do that, but sorry about that. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, this is a question maybe for Jen Thomas or Wayne Sparrow. Or yesterday we had a report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and one of the actions coming out of that report was that everyone wanted and that we passed was to develop a healing center for Indigenous women and girls. And the urban Indigenous people who spoke to this, said they've been working for it and fighting for it for 30 years. So when I think of the Olympics, I think, oh my God, for the cost of the security, we could build that healing center. We could build more housing. We could build housing at Jericho, and it could be affordable. We could build housing for lots of homeless people. So how do you deal with the argument that if we just spent the money that's being spent on the Olympics on things that we actually need, it would be more efficient?
So when the Murdered Missing Women Inquiry was here in Vancouver, I got to work with the commissioners quite closely for those 10 days they were here. And, listening to all the families share their stories throughout that week, I got to sit with Commissioner Buller at that time. And this is something I've brought up a few times with our MST, that Commissioner Buller recommended that to commit some money from the federal government for actually a healing center here in Vancouver, because we know that is a huge need for all Indigenous people here in Vancouver in the Lower Mainland. And personally, me, that's actually one of my goals as a leader, not only for our nations, but for all Indigenous people. I've worked in the downtown east side for many years, and you know, the connection from those people to their homelands is a huge loss. And I see that, you know, that's one of the biggest struggles that Indigenous people here have, is they don't know their families. They don't know where they come from. If there was a place where they can learn not only our culture, but their own culture, it would save lives. So, you know, I get that. And I think having those conversations with the federal government again, along with those commissioners, would be a big step in that direction. But I'm going to take a little bit more time here, and, you know, because I can't go away without sharing this. We don't take paddling in the canoe lightly. It's a way of our life. It comes with teachings from our elders, because I'm a canoe puller. We commit a good 6 months out of the year, you know, really hard commitment of showing up every day, changing our diet. And if I was a drinker and a smoker, we put that down for that 6 months. You know, I feel like right now we tipped in our canoe. When we tip, we support each other, help each other, climbing back in. And that's what we're here to do, you know. I want to strongly say we're a team, and we have to just stick together and do this together, because we started it together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And thank you all for answering the questions of council. And we are now going to move into hearing speakers that have signed up to speak to this item. Starting with speaker one, Howard Grant, a councillor for the Musqueam Indian Band. Is Howard Grant in here, or I don't see him, or on the line? Okay, I'll call his name out again, but yes. Oh, sorry. Did Chief Sparrow, did you have some comments?
I have to apologize. Howard was going to speak, and he could not make it this morning. I was trying to get a hold of him so we could just pass. He was just going to say a few words, but he's not in attendance with us today. Thank you.
I appreciate that information. Thank you. Sorry, yes.
I just wanted to make sure we'd be calling through the speakers list twice in case
Yeah.
someone was to come on. It wasn't announced, so I just
No. Yeah, fine.
That's true.
We do have other speakers on the line, so I'm going to call on the first speaker on the regular list, Mark Lieberman. Mark Lieberman, are you on the line?
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
We can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mark Lieberman. I am the president and founder of Mink Chocolates, a local manufacturer and retailer of specialty fine chocolate and coffee. I'm grateful to live and work in Vancouver on the unceded and ancestral territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and I am in total 100% unequivocal support of the 2030 Olympic bid. In the months and weeks leading up to the start of the 2010 Games, having a retail storefront in downtown Vancouver meant we were meeting people from all over the world, and they were consuming and spending money. And they were talkative, and they were in awe of our city, and so happy and so grateful to be here and take in everything Vancouver has to offer. My staff all wore hockey jerseys from their home countries, and we worked incredibly long hours. But the excitement of such immense festivity made it an experience no one was soon to forget. And remember, too, that we were just coming off the 2008-2009 recession, and the Olympics was a good news story that wiped 2 years of financial grief and struggle from most people's attitudes. Our local and regular customers were all in a much better mood. As a manufacturer, the exposure we earned to such a huge market outside our lower mainland trading area isn't anything we could recreate on our own. I firmly believe that we still enjoy a degree of spin-off success from the games. But more importantly than just business and what it's going to do to put COVID behind us, because everybody's thinking that it's going to be 2004, 2005 before things even resemble pre-COVID environments, especially downtown. I believe that we have a historic opportunity to explore an Indigenous-led process to potentially host the games, and I strongly urge Council and the Mayor to support the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, I'm sorry, Councillor Swanson, I think you're not on the line for questions, are you? Councillor Swanson? We can't hear you. You must be on mute.
No, I'm not on.
No, you're not on the floor? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Mark. You don't have any questions, but really appreciate you speaking to council on this. And I do love your chocolates. Speaker number 2, Rick Antonson.
Good morning, and to the committee chair and vice chair and mayor and members of the council, and of course city management, and also Canadian Olympic Committee representatives and the leadership assembly. Thank you. My name is Rick Antonson. I'm the former president and CEO of Tourism Vancouver, and was there at the time that Tourism Vancouver launched the bid to bring the 2010 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games to Vancouver and Whistler, and of course to Canada. I do not speak on behalf of the current destination, Vancouver, clearly, and we'll make just a handful of comments and happy to answer any questions. But I begin with being in unequivocal full support of Vancouver and British Columbia ambitiously pursuing hosting of the 2030 games. These represent an unparalleled opportunity, except that we're one of the few places that could say we do have a parallel opportunity, and we know so much. Maybe part of the background to this is that when we look at what happened in the run-up to 2010, the years before, during the games, the benefits, but also the substantial kickoff and impetus for many good things in the following decade. Bidding and securing the 2030 games will replicate so much of that, and I love the canoe metaphor, but having been through this before, I can tell those of you who haven't that we do all need to be in the canoe, because we haven't even hit the rapids yet. These are the calm times, and we need to get prepared. And part of being prepared is to put an unambiguous vision on the horizon, and pursuing 2030 will do that. I remember so many meetings with councillors and council and management from the city in the run-up to the last bid and in winning it. And indemnification and staff workloads were two of the biggest topics. But people were saying at the time, Vancouver's a grown-up city. We can deal with this. One of the amazing benefits is that a commitment like this sparks public policy and strategic decision making that otherwise simply gets punted into the long grass. Whether it was the forever we're going to expand the highway to Whistler, not getting it done, I echo what the Councillor Kirby Young mentioned about the Vancouver Convention Centre. There were 3 funding partners to that. The federal government was the last in once the province was in, but key to it was Tourism Vancouver making a $90 million commitment. It was a separate business plan,
Yes.
but the Olympics became the catalyst.
Rick, I'm so sorry to say, but you're well over time. However, you do have
Oh,
questions.
sorry.
No, it's
Yes.
fine. It's totally fascinating what you're saying, but you have questions. So if you would stay on the line to answer them, that would be great.
Sure.
Councillor Kirby Young for questions. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hi, Rick. How are you?
Hi there. I'm well, thank you.
I'm going to maybe preface this conversation for context for people by saying that you hired me and I was at Tourism Vancouver with you when we were working on the bid. So I'm just going to provide
Very
some
good days.
very good days. I'm going to provide some straight up context. And if I can kind of wrap up what you're saying, what I'm hearing you say is that this is kind of a bit about leadership and actually trying to push the envelope and daring to dream, because you referenced some points that I had raised, like the convention center. I think about the Canada line and some of the, we even floated, I think it was the idea of a fast train to Seattle. Some of the ideas come off and they happen and some of them don't. But would you say that about 0 of them happen unless you actually try to step up and push it forward?
Absolutely. There needs to be the gravitas created by a bid. And this is why we said to the council then, and we say it again now, you have to think beyond your mandate and act beyond your tenure if you want to see great things for the city 10, 15 years down the road.
It's generational thinking, really.
Absolutely. Cathedral thinking.
Do you find that people become suddenly how do I put this, that the wave of enthusiasm grows and people that might be skeptics or people that might be ambivalent suddenly become more enthusiastic supporters as you garner success and momentum? The rolling ball kind of gathers momentum?
You know, one of the things we learned is the old adage that every great idea goes through 3 phases. First of all, it's a dumb idea. Secondly, it's a good idea, but not worth doing. And then the very same people, when it's a resounding success, say, I knew it was a good idea all along. This is about community-embraced processing, community-embraced tourism, and a community-embraced vision.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. And you still have more questions. Thanks, Kirby Young. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I appreciate your presentation, and I'm just gonna, I shouldn't assume, but you've been listening to, you listened to all of the presentations this morning, is that correct?
I've listened to all of it, and I've made myself familiar with the very good staff report.
And I know how much experience, and I appreciate all that you did for Vancouver in 2010. I'm wondering, I mean, understanding that this is a different structure, and really that when we look at it, the host nation's exploratory assembly, in a different way to 2010, they have led this. They've been doing most of the work on this to bring this forward, and they're asking council to keep moving forward and stay in the canoe and keep paddling. Do you think that it's important that in the recommendations council passes today that we explicitly outline that to make sure that we're not sending a signal or a message that you know, Vancouver is kind of not completely I suppose respecting what the host nation's exploratory assembly is doing. Sorry, I'm trying to be careful in my language. I don't want to offend anyone.
Right, and I'll be careful in my language in response. And I would first of all say that I think the Indigenous leadership will have a much better metaphor for what the term I'm going to use. But the city was last time, and the city this way in a very real time is the linchpin, because the city is pivotal to this happening. So yes, I think it's a different structure, but the city has to be unambiguous that they're in this. And notwithstanding all of the you know, sort of the tone of hesitation in some of the report, that was there last time. But at some point, people said, we are in this and going to make it happen. And the city should not be uncertain in whatever gets passed today, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate your presentation, your comments, and all you've done to leave a legacy in Vancouver for the 2010 games. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, thanks so much. Councillor, before we move forward with the next speaker, I think we should look at whether or not we want to extend past noon. A motion would be needed, and that, just for your information, we have 2 more speakers on the line. I don't know if speakers 4 and 6 are here in person, but that could be I guess, the maximum of 4 speakers. You could extend to finish the speakers list. You could past noon, and then break for an hour for lunch. You could extend to listen to speakers and complete this item. There are 4 amendments so far in circulation. So I leave it to you to make any of you to make a motion.
I'm on the queue, Chair. And I'm wondering if
Go ahead.
if you could indulge me in a point of procedure.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Before we make a decision, I understand that on our list, the way that we list it, I believe it's a public body or representative, and that we were told that by Chief Sparrow that Howard Grant, they were trying to get in touch with him to speak. I'm wondering if he's on the line currently. Is that a question?
I can ask the clerk if Howard Grant is on the line.
I'm just checking.
And just while she's checking, Councillor, as you know, I would go through at the end of the speakers who are in person or on the line, and we finish that. I will go through and read the names out of those who did not respond to whether they were online or in person. So I do that one call out afterwards. Go ahead, clerk.
Chair, I would move that we extend past noon to complete the speakers list.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and perhaps an answer just from the clerk to the question by Councillor DeGenova just before we deal with the motion. Yes, please.
Howard Grant is not on the line, but we have sent him the information should he wish to call.
Thanks, appreciate that. There's a motion on the floor, which is to extend past noon to listen to the remaining speakers on the list. I'm just going to test.
In favor.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Do you have a point of information potentially to the motion, Councillor? Yes. Councillor Bligh?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, we've come to this situation before where we hear from speakers, and then speakers get on the line during lunch and come back at 1 o'clock and would like to be heard. So I just want to confirm that if speakers are, because we are so close to noon here, may not be expecting to speak before noon. If they don't call in, when we come back after lunch, that we'll go through the list then, and if they're on the line, they'll be heard.
Yes, I think I'll turn to the clerk. That's not been a protocol I've seen used before to keep it open. Usually you close the list, but I will turn to the clerk for an answer to that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Carr. All the speakers who had signed up to speak via telephone are on the line, and they had been notified quite a bit earlier. The public body representative speaker was intended to come in person. We just heard that speaker wasn't able to make it, but in the event the speaker wants to phone in, we did send that information.
Are you satisfied with that?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And I'm just asking for, Councillor DeGenova, I'm going to do a vote right now. All those in favor of the motion by the mayor to extend to listen to the remainder of speakers, I'll say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Good. All right, that's what we're doing. Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. And so we are now on to Speaker 3, Darren Simpson. Darren Simpson, are you?
Good morning.
Yeah, good. We can hear you clearly. If you could just let me know. It's a question we ask if we don't have a record of it. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
I am not.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and councillors for hearing me today.
As mentioned, my name is Darren Simpson, and I am representing the Hotel Association of Vancouver. Although I do not live in Vancouver, I am very fortunate to work on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples represented today, the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. The Hotel Association of Vancouver fully supports Vancouver hosting the 2030 Winter Games and strongly encourage the City of Vancouver to put forward its best effort to bring this Indigenous-led project to fruition. It's obvious why hotels would want to support a bid for the Olympics. February is not exactly a busy month for tourism, and obviously the Games would solidify Vancouver as a destination of choice for not only major sporting events, but other groups to gather and join in Vancouver. The tourism and destination legacy, as they did in 2010, will once again showcase Vancouver on the world stage to remind people why Vancouver should be on their bucket list to either visit as a destination or live, work, and play as we are so fortunate to enjoy. In terms of a legacy for 2030, there's a potential to bring a social legacy and purpose to build a better community for what we want to see in our city, in the city I get to work in, and many of you live in, long term. The spirit of inclusion and true reconciliation, not only working with, but being led by our 4 host nations. For my final thoughts, I want to leave you with the power of sports. In an often divided world, the world we currently see, it's on social media and the news regularly, sport is unique and important connective tissue that binds us together as a people, both across societies and in unique situations. A powerful example that I can provide you is from Nelson Mandela. In 1995, he was the president of South Africa in a deeply divided country. Mandela decided to wear his team's jersey at the Rugby World Cup. Soon, the mostly white crowd was now chanting Mandela's name in the stand. Mandela later said in 2000 that sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where there was only despair. And I will leave you with that. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. I very much appreciate you speaking to Council on this issue. There are no questions, but have a good day. We are on to speaker 4, who's supposed to be here in person, Richard Peter. Richard, oh, great. Wonderful.
This is an awesome desk, by the way. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people
Good
like
to
it.
see. Yes. Yeah, first, thanks for coming out here and allowing me to come out and speak on behalf of the Games Committee. And so for me, it's great as a Paralympic athlete to come out and, support the bid. It's always been great. Once I heard about the Games, I'm like, of course, I want to get out here and support as much as possible. I know I came back to this venue here. The last time I was here to talk was right after the 2012 Games, as I was a Paralympic athlete for Team Canada, and we were invited back here as medalists. And so I came back as a gold medalist to come back and was celebrated with the rest of the BC athletes. And so it's been great throughout my whole career. I actually represented Canada for about 20 years to 5 Paralympic Games. And throughout those 20 years, most of the time, I was one of the only few Paralympic athletes that had Indigenous background. And so that's definitely, had some ups and downs. But it was definitely, for me, it's always been a badge of honor that I could get out there and represent Canada and then also represent my community and my people and my family. Also, yeah, so I should have mentioned too that, yes, I'm known as Richard Peter, but also traditionally, my name is Salah Keenum from Cowichan Tribes on Vancouver Island. Currently, I still do reside here in Vancouver. So once the Games engagement started, I of course put my name forward, said yes, I would support as much as possible in any way as possible. That's part of my job now too, that I work within the communities to help promote parasport. I know I got a lot of assistance to help me get to me where I'm here today. And so that's where I want to try to put my wheel or my foot forward to help promote the games and to keep that movement going forward also. With the city being the city of reconciliation, I think this is, again, one way to put our foot forward too, and to utilize that. And I like the comment earlier that, talking about bringing the games back. 2010 was a huge success for me, even as an Indigenous athlete, seeing, the snowboard team that started through those games, and there's many more opportunities now. I work with Paralympic sport movement and also BC Wheelchair Sports, and trying to introduce parasport into the Indigenous communities. So that's always been, a great honor for me again too, to get out there and try to promote the games. As I mentioned, it was a bit of a rocky road for me at times. There's always a bit of racism, many different barriers that are always there, and I had a lot of support. And so that's where, I'm glad that I can lead some support there also, and try to make that road for any upcoming athletes to be a bit smoother, a bit easier. Vancouver is definitely a large growing city, and I think that's where, we showcased that in 2010. And in 2030, it's going to be another opportunity to keep going forward. And I just want to say thanks that, given the short time to come out here and voice my concern too, and also just talk about my support. I've always gotten a lot of support for myself, and so that's why I was trying to give back. And again, getting on the canoe, getting out there to paddle. I always talk about the different Paralympic movements too, and let's make sure that paddle is wheelchair accessible. And but yeah, just to make it open for everybody, and that's one of the biggest things. And that's where I'm part of the team here, that we're all working together, and jumping on that canoe and working as a team. And that's what the sport movement has always done for me. It's helped me grow. It's opened a lot of doors for me, and I want to continue to open those doors for other athletes behind me. And so just thanks a lot, and show my support. Thank you.
That's great. Do you want to just say that you do have questions? Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Hi, Richard. Thanks for coming in today. Timely that you're talking about the Paralympics. So we just passed an accessibility strategy, and given the context of opportunities that might arise from an Olympic Paralympic Games in Vancouver, I think there's some synergies there. But I wanted to get your perspective on what a 2030 Olympic and Paralympic Games can mean in terms of inspiring and empowering Indigenous youth and non-Indigenous youth with respect to sport.
I think especially with Indigenous communities, it's sport is always a huge aspect. I mean, for me, I got injured in the 70s, and I got, I succeeded with my family. That our family was very sport orientated, and so they kept me going. And we talked about inclusion back then, and I think we just did it automatically. That I got included with the rest of my family and my community to play sports, and so that was back in the 70s and early 80s, and so now that movement, is still going forward, and I think that's one of the big things now that I'm doing to try to promote sport and introduce technology. Like even the wheelchair that I rode in today, that was much different back in the 70s that I cruised in it, and now technology has totally changed, and it's making every recreational sport opportunity that much more open for everybody. And I know it's always a bit of a challenge within different Indigenous communities, whether it's very remote, whether it's here in town. There's always many obstacles there too, and it's always for me to try to make those obstacles much smaller and make it open open those doors for other athletes and participants.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, that's it for your questions, but really appreciate you representing Canada and your successes, and thank you so much for being here to speak to us.
Thank you.
Council, I just want to inform you that the clerk has informed me that Howard Grant is trying to call in and is having difficulty connecting. What I'm going to suggest is that we hear the speakers who are here, but if you can support the fact that giving Howard Grant the chance to phone in after lunch may give time for the technical difficulties to get sorted out. Then if we can support that, then the clerk can notify him of that.
Can we move a motion to that effect?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If you need one, Chair.
I'm
happy to
not
move
sure
it.
that I really do. Maybe everybody
Okay.
can just say, yes, that's a good idea.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Great. Okay, thanks. And clerk, if you can contact him, that would be wonderful. Great, thank you. We are on to Speaker 5, Royce Twin.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Chair, Royce Twin, CEO of Destination Vancouver. Can you hear me?
You bet, clearly. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Destination Vancouver, our board, and our support for the city's participation in a bid to host the 2030 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games. We understand that there remain a number of questions to be answered and issues to be addressed before the city can decide on whether to support the bid. That was clearly outlined this morning. The report clearly states this, and thanks to all the staff for your hard work in pulling that report together, and also acknowledge the work that the COC has done and the nations for the work to date. We also appreciate this is going to take a ton of work, a ton of hard effort, and there's a lot of moving parts that need to come together for success. But this is certainly not our first rodeo, and perhaps more appropriately, not our first games. I think that we can all agree that the 2010 Winter Games firmly established Vancouver's growing reputation as a competitive, desired global destination. And as a result, we have no doubt the 2010 paved the way for Vancouver to be part of the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2015, Rugby Sevens, secured the Labour Cup in 23, the Invictus Games in 25, and a host city for FIFA in 2026. We know that there's an economic legacy here from 2010. Many of the data points were included in a well-reported Conference Board of Canada. Games injected over $600 million directly into our economy. A coalition of Metro Vancouver governments announced that in early 2011, the Games had just at that short point, post-Games, had already spurred more than $300 million in economic benefits and 2,500 full-time jobs. Now, I know I make this point every time I speak to you. In 2019, and there was an upward trajectory from 2010 Games, that visitors translated into a $14.4 billion positive economic impact to Metro Vancouver, supporting over 105,000 full-time jobs, and that was in 2019. You also appreciate that Vancouver's in a global competition with other cities for visitors, talent, thought leadership, innovation, and investment. And tourism can be a catalyst for those decisions, and so can the 2030 Games. We know that because 2010 was. But the legacy really is just beyond tourism. Vancouver wants to lead by example as a city of sustainability, reconciliation, and inclusion, and the 2010 Game set precedents and became a model for others to follow. We set that bar, let's reset it again. We all know there's going to be naysayers. When big dreams are shared, you remember the storyline of the white elephant in the convention center. We would dare say that the convention center is no longer a white elephant. In fact, it is the world's first double platinum LEED certified convention center and meeting venue, and is a major catalyst for bringing hundreds of millions of dollars to this city. Tourism can open pathways for inclusion and economic reconciliation. The 2010 Tourism Consortium brought together destination management organizations, regionally, provincially, and federally, and we see a version of that coming together for 2030 to help support Indigenous tourism businesses come to the table. Destination Vancouver has an MOU with Indigenous Tourism BC, and will work together and facilitate opportunities for Indigenous tourism to rise to the occasion and to have their meaningful place in our economy. So imagine the impact of an Indigenous-led 2030 Games on what reconciliation means, making it actually happen. And as I'm told quite often, it's no longer reconciliation, it needs to be reconciliation, and what this would mean across the province. And in terms of event ready, the city is event ready, and that's why these events have come here. So on behalf of Destination Vancouver and our members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We support an Indigenous-led bid for the 2030 Olympics and Paralympic Games. Collaboration is a competitive advantage. We are in the canoe and ready to paddle together. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have some questions. Councillor Dominato, I think that was a holdover from before. Great, thank you. Councillor Dijanova, go ahead.
That's a holdover.
Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Royce. I have one question for you, and I wonder if you can comment. I mean, obviously, I'm going to just preface this question just to frame it to say that decisions have to be taken responsibly and looking at the context and the benefits and the overall merits of them. But I wonder if you can comment, generally speaking, in terms of the perception of Vancouver, in terms of how open we are to hosting major events and how easy it is or not to host major events and what impact that has on building our tourism sector?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I can say in talking to a number and turning down a number of opportunities, Vancouver is very much a desired destination for major events. The fact that we're hosting the current event slate and this is being considered will draw that much more business. It is recognized that we are tough to do business with for reasons that we all know. There's opportunities. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's not as simple as some of the event organizers understand that. But this city is desired. People want to come here. People want to bring events here because they see a track record of success.
Okay. And generally speaking, like, I just want to tease that out a bit. When you said we're generally known that it's tough to do business here, what does that actually mean? Does that mean that we don't kind of appear in the potential bidding lineup for some events, that people bypass us, or they go where it's easier to do that business? Do you want to expand on that?
For sure. If I can speak bluntly, and feedback that is given directly from me from organizers, is that there is a lot of hoops, there's a lot of bureaucracy, there are a lot of steps to try to get events done, but there's a real determination to do that because they know that Vancouver will be successful.
Okay, so sometimes it's worth it, but it's sure not easy. That's what I'm hearing you say.
That's correct.
And it would be good if we made it a bit easier and we're a little bit more enthusiastic and welcoming for events.
I think we're enthusiastic, but again, we've set up the global calling card. We turn down events to Vancouver that we don't believe is the right profile for it. But that's because there is a demand for Vancouver. We have created demand for this destination globally.
Can you give us an example of an event that you as tourism may have turned down or not wanted to support versus why you're advocating for the 2030 bid?
For sure, and I will be respectful for those event organizers who have solicited events to Destination Vancouver, but there are some waterborne events, there are some other festival-type events that have wanted to come to the city that would not be a fit for, nor would we have the proper capacity for something like that in terms of what we would need to do.
And what was, I'm just running out of time, what was the name of the event? I didn't catch it. I'm just running out of time, just trying to get that name.
No, I'm sorry. Thanks, Councillor. I didn't share the event out of respect for that event organizer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And thank you so much, Royce. That was great that you were able to come to speak to us on this. Council, we're on to Speaker 6, our last speaker, because the Speaker 7 has withdrawn. Speaker 6 is Eric Bligh. I'm supposed to be in here in person, but maybe on the line? No? Okay, that ends the speakers, this first call for speakers list. We're going to take a 1-hour break, which will take us to 1:10. When we come back, we hope that Howard Grant will be on the line, and I'll go through the list again one more time. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Hi, Kirsty. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you, Elise. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank
Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to reconvene and start with seeing if any of the speakers who were not able to be present before lunch are now here. So clerk, do we have Howard Grant on the line?
Yes.
Ah, great. Howard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, we can hear you clearly. And go ahead, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me this time to speak. So thank you very much. Again, I would like to start off by saying that we are indeed the city of reconciliation. I sit on the city's task force between Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and the City of Vancouver task team that consists of members of all four councils. And I look forward to this as a very energized exercise that we want to ensure that comes to fruition. May I say at this point in time that each one of us receives briefings from our technical support team. And I must say, quote unquote, best briefings are evidence-based and solutions-oriented. Having worked within a bureaucracy my whole life, it is always understood that one comes forward to say, here are the pitfalls, but here are the solutions that we can overcome. And I think as City of Vancouver is growing and as we as First Nations in this new relationship, the word can't do it, won't do it, are not within our vocabulary. And I look at UNDRIP and the city's quest to ensure that they are indeed the city of reconciliation, that they look at this development of this task force with respect to UNDRIP and the clauses that are contained therein. And may I cite them? Redress, as in Clause 8, Sub 2, Sub B. Redress for dispossessions of lands, resources, and territories. Clause 20, Subsection 2. Indian people deprived of their means of subsistence and developments are entitled to and for a fair, just redress. 21.2, states shall take effective measures and where appropriate, special measures to ensure improvement of their economic and social well-being and their conditions. So those are foundational pieces that we looked at. And when we had this opportunity collectively to seek the Winter Games, the Olympic Winter Games, we saw this as a joint venture that we looked forward to working together, that we saw and we understood that this was something that was not only meaningful from an economic perspective, but from a new relationship and one that was built on this foundational piece that we called UNDRIP and reconciliation. So I look at that and I see that we together, although we see many roadblocks and hurdles in front of us, those are not unachievable. Those are something that we can look forward to and ask our teams, our technical teams, to roll up their sleeves, work hard at, look at, and seek out those solutions so that we can come together and say, we are the city of reconciliation. You know, I want you to know that I do this work because of what my elders spoke about, and spoke to change and to improve. And you and we as members of elected councils, that was our responsibility to seek and improve. And I look at that as a foundational, again, I use the word so many times, a foundational, that we together can make this change and it would be an economic benefit to our community collectively. So I urge you to look at those things, look at UNDRIP, look at the opportunities of what is out there for us as opposed to what we may want to say we fear. So with that, I want to say thank you to the City Council, Mr. Mayor, and others, allowing me to have this time just to say a few words in support of us moving forward and continuing on our path to seek the opportunity and our quest for hosting the Winter Games once again, and once again being proud to say that we are on the map of the world. So Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Howard, for you taking the time to call in to us and being persistent and being able to get on that line. Really appreciate that. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you, thank you. Council,
Okay, I will sign up.
Yep, thank you. Council, I'm just going to read out one more name that of someone who wasn't present. That's Eric Lesh. Eric Lesh on the line? Or he was supposed to be in person? No. Okay. Okay, that closes the speakers list. Council, we are now in a position of someone moving the motion and proceeding with debate and decision. And I see Councillor DeGenovas on the line. On the queue. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm prepared to move the recommendations, and then I separately have an amendment for that.
Okay, do you want to speak to the recommendations first, or shall I just move us over to an amendment queue? I see you've circulated that amendment.
I have.
All right, so I'll just take us to amendment Q, and Councillor, I'll put you on the line for that. Go ahead to your amendment.
Thanks very much. And I'm not going to speak to the overall recommendations because often after we amend them, Council, they can look very different than what's before us. So I'm just going to start by speaking to the amendment, and I just wanted to recognize that Councillor Wiebe and I have worked on this amendment together, and I expect that he may have something to add to this amendment as well. But I wanted to say that what I'm trying to achieve here is that instead of just seeing this information and receiving it for information and hearing from the host nation's exploratory assembly, that we are moving forward and making a gesture of goodwill and good faith and making sure that, we don't just talk about being a city of reconciliation, we take action to show that. And for me, it's not just about, having that on our website or talking about it or, meeting as councils of councils. For me, it's about doing this and embedding it in everything that we do. So I think that it's really important that instead of just receiving this for information, that we direct the city to engage in further work to advance the bid process with the host nation's exploratory assembly for an Indigenous-led bid for the 2030 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games. So that's the part of this that I'm moving forward, and I hope Council, in understanding also that I didn't ask staff for an opinion on this, but did ask them for the appropriate comments and input to make sure the wording would be correct. I don't think that it precludes us from doing anything else, but I'll leave it there and see if there's any other debate on that or any other questions. But I just wanted to share my intent and really, really thank the representatives of the host nation's exploratory assembly for coming to speak to us today, and for your honesty and for sharing more on all of the work that you've done to advance this together. And I also want to thank our staff for the work that I know that they've put into this, tireless hours, huge commitment. And I appreciate that our staff is also considering the fiduciary responsibilities that we have as a council to the City of Vancouver and to all citizens. So thanks to everyone.
Great, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. To the amendment, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in support. I think it's great that we look to further engage our work to advance the bid process. I have put amendment to amendment that really speaks to moving forward with the terms of proposed multi-party agreement.
Before you continue on, I'm going to move us to an amendment 2Q, and I'll get you on that. Just 1 second. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe, to your amendment, to the amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to first, as guests here, speak to having the nations here and speaking their truths and the importance of this bid, and that we need to continue to work here together. So here I'm talking about collaborating and working to advance the negotiations on terms for a proposed multi-party agreement. Looks like we'll be following in the footsteps of the municipality district of Whistler, who we continue to look in leadership in housing and other works as well. And so I think that the words spoken today were true, and fair. And I think that it's time for the City of Vancouver to continue to get as much information, so we're making this from an evidence-based decision when it comes to council.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. To the amendment, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. Just to briefly say that I support this and appreciate Councillor Wiebe putting this forward and working together on this. But I really do think that, you know, this addition and in working together to try and achieve a multi-party agreement does speak to what Chief Sparrow had suggested, which is, you know, making sure that we are, you know, paddling together and we communicate together with each other. And I just wanted to say that I know many of my colleagues have strong feelings one way or the other, as I've heard, as we've debated here before, when talking about, you know, the possibility of an Olympic Games in 2030. Regardless of how you feel about this, this doesn't mean that we're for or against it. This just allows us to move forward with the nations who have been leading this, and to support their work and to support Vancouver as a city of reconciliation. So I just wanted to say this isn't the final decision we'll ever have on this, and I hope that this will be supported. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Hardwick, to the amendment.
Through you, Chair, a question to the Deputy City Manager or to the City Manager.
You can ask that point of information. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. As Councillor DiGenova stated when she did the original amendment, they had not sought advice from staff on this, and I'm asking for advice from staff and what the implications of these amendments will be, given all of the reservations that had been expressed in the body of the staff report.
City Manager.
Thank you, Chair. So we understand that intent of the amendment to direct staff to continue to participate in the discussions, and with a view to coming back to the council at the appropriate time with sufficient information for a decision. So we do not interpret this as council making any definitive commitments at this point in time. From a fiduciary responsibility, we don't believe that test is triggered. This is direction to staff with respect to the process as we understand.
And the allocation of work, since we were told that you guys were over a barrel to start with.
I mean, that will constrain, obviously, the amount. It's difficult to say at this point what this will entail in terms of workload from staff. There is other work that is non-discretionary in terms of delivering on other responsibilities that the city has, or other work that we need to do to support this council and the next council. But we clearly understand the intent here that the city staff would, to the best of our ability, would participate in this. I think we've also heard some helpful clarification around the role of the COC in leading this process, which provides some, again, helpful context in that regard as well.
And you would set off alarm bells if you felt that it was not achievable.
I mean, I think we've been clear, Chair, through you, around the challenges we foresee around the amount of work that's required, the timeframes involved, our capacity, the requirement for, you know, meaningful involvement of other parties, particularly senior governments. But with all of those kind of pieces on the table, we would do our best here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Bligh, to the amendment.
Thanks very much. Chair, I will be speaking in support of both the amendments. And the reason I'm speaking in support is because what we've heard today and through speakers and also the presenters that came, that this work, the MOU, the intent behind moving this forward, taking this to the level that the province can engage and the federal government can engage, cannot happen without the City of Vancouver. And that's really my key takeaway. And I just want to say that I hear staff's concerns around bandwidth, and it's not even just simply bandwidth. This is an enormous undertaking. So I hope that if necessary, there will be memos and information coming back to us. We may be recessing at the end of this month, but we certainly are still elected till October. If there are other decisions that have to be made to ensure that our staff are able to fulfill the intent of these amendments here, which is essentially to keep Vancouver at the table. And we've heard loud and clear that that's what's required in order to meet the conditions that are laid out in the staff recommendations, and that they can't happen without Vancouver fully participating. That said, I think there is some comfort in COC, the leadership of the Canadian Olympic Committee in helping navigate and steward this process along. And then also, you know, I think at the end of the day, this is not a decision as to whether or not you support the Olympics going forward or not. I believe what it is sort of in good faith that we made a promise. We signed an MOU, and I can honestly say I remember the moment when that was signed, and I came and I witnessed that, and I also thought, City of Vancouver is a pretty big player in this MOU, because when it comes to risk, you know, we would sort of perhaps have the role of official host city. And so with that comes responsibility. So we can't abandon the process at this point, and we can't expect the process to go forward without us. So I think staff have done a good job in the report and bringing this forward, so council is very well informed. And then this is what we call political will to take it to the next step. So I'm happy to support for those reasons.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. I see no other speakers on the queue. So clerk, could you take us to a vote first on the amendment to the amendment? And I think it's highlighted in blue. One sec. It's the blue language on the screen. I believe Councillor Boyle might be absent. Right. Okay, that passes unanimously. I will take us back to the speakers list. Councillor Weeb, do you want to speak any further to the amended amendment now?
No, I will be supportive.
Great. Councillor Hardwick, to the amended amendment.
Yes, a different queue than I thought I was on, but I will speak and I will support this. As Councillor DeGenova said, as she introduced it, it was not whether you were for or against the Olympics, but rather the state of goodwill that this represents. That was echoed also by Councillor Bligh, and on that basis, and the fact that staff have said that it hasn't set off alarm bells for them, I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. I don't see anyone else on the queue, so Council, Clerk, if you could move us to a vote. This would be on the amended, sorry, it's just on. Oh. Somebody's got, sorry. All right, sorry, Councillor Kirby Young, you just did add yourself. Go ahead to the amendment.
Just clarifying, this is just on the amendment. We can still speak to the overall report after?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll wait.
We're still on an amendment queue.
Yeah, I'll wait, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Oh, we're not back on that queue yet, so.
Sorry, I was trying to take myself off.
You are very much eager there, I can see. So we are now doing the amended amendment, so I'll just wait till it's on the screen. Okay, everybody see it. So the amendment, the first that was tabled by Councillor DeGenova is in red, and we just voted in support of the blue. So we're now voting on this amended amendment. You take it to the vote, please, clerk. And that passes unanimously. Great, thanks, Council. We're now back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, you are on that queue.
I keep trying to get on. I sent an amendment into the clerk that if we could pull it up.
Yeah, and as she's pulling that up, I'm just moving us to an amendment queue. And Councillor Hardwick, I'll reset your timer, but we are now, you can start to speak to your amendment.
Okay, so this is my amendment to add a vote to the ballot in October, asking the electorate if, as you can see under D, yes, I support the City of Vancouver participation. No, I oppose the City of Vancouver participation. This is exactly the same question that was given in the 2003 plebiscite in the lead up to the 2010 Olympics. We have the advantage now that we can get this on the ballot for October 15th. When I did put this in for staff comments, the comments that I received back were things like the size of the font. And I just wanted to touch on the fact that this does not in any way violate the MOU. And I just want to be really clear about that because it has come up in questions earlier. Reconciliation, we are a city of reconciliation and we embrace that, but that doesn't preclude our responsibility to our electorate. And as you'll recall, in 2010, there was, or the 2003 one rather, leading to 2010, there was 65% support. And that gave the kind of demonstrated public community support that tipped the needle, moved the needle in terms of the city's ability to get the games. So I don't know why we would be, what we have to be afraid of consulting the public about this. I overwhelmingly heard from the public that they want to have a voice in this, and this is something that we can do. And again, I'm not exactly sure how our responsibility to our electorate got confused with being a city of reconciliation. That was never my intention, and I just wanted to go on the record as saying that. But I do believe that it's important. Something like this is not the Invictus Games. This is not the FIFA World Cup. This is the Olympics. This is a $4 billion price tag and a lot of risk attached to it. And I think the responsible thing for us to do is to give the Vancouver electors a chance to have their say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. To the amendment, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, I certainly appreciate the intent of allowing the public to have their say, but we heard pretty clear and overwhelmingly from Chief Sparrow and from the COC representative, Tricia, that this would kill the bid. So I think in the spirit of the amendment and the amendment to the amendment that we just passed, and that really actually, I think, wisely highlights that these are Indigenous, this is an Indigenous-led bid, and then we're in the canoe and we're paddling alongside. It seems completely counter to what we just committed to then go and kill this bid before it actually even has a chance for our staff to engage in the work, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Mayor Stewart, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information to the mover of the.
Go ahead.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick, I presume that you would be ticking the no box if this goes ahead?
I'm waiting. What I'd really like to have actually is the books from the 2010 Olympics that are embargoed at the archives until 2025, because making decisions without having that kind of underlying understanding and in such a big decision runs counter to my decision-making experience. But I'm not willing to say one way or the other, and that's not the point. Just as it was stated by Councillor DiGenova when she made her amendment, it was not whether we're for or against, it's about doing the right thing.
I'll be voting against this, Chair. Although this may not formally violate the MOU that we signed, in my opinion, it certainly violates the spirit of the MOU. It violates and undermines all the efforts we put in toward reconciliation on this project, the good faith agreements that we've had. And in this stage of the process, we're still, I would say, as we build this canoe, as we all get in it and paddle, this puts a hole right in the middle of it. So I'll be voting no because, in my opinion, it violates the spirit of us being a true city of reconciliation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor DiGenova, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if I can ask a point of information to the mover.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, in our recommendations under subsection I, it says once the host nation's exploratory assembly for 2030 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games bid consideration has publicly announced whether or not they recommend advancing the BC bid. So I'm just wondering if you could share with me why you think we should ask the public for input on something that we haven't even heard might go forward. We may hear, because it says, and it's very clear in the staff recommendations, whether or not. So they may come back to us, and I never heard today from the assembly that they were in this one way or the other, that they're moving towards this. They'd like us to paddle with them in the canoe, but they haven't made a decision yet, and that's very clear here to me. So do you think we're jumping the gun here, Councillor Hardwick?
No, I think we're taking advantage of an election that's coming up on October 15th. And the simple act of adding this to the ballot that's going out anyway would save us doing this downstream. And I have concerns about violating our trust with the electorate. It seems to me, again, there is a well-established precedent, and that's why we've used the identical question here. It would have strengthened the argument. I'm not persuaded by the commentary about reconciliation. Why would reconciliation suggest that we not have a democratic process? I don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
Okay, and then just another point of information, if I may, Chair.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I understand that what the Assembly is doing right now is looking at the feasibility of doing this, and I know that you support data-driven research. So considering we don't have that data-driven research yet, I mean, would you be supportive instead of having, just as we've had plebiscites before on transit, that, you know, maybe this could be something that was brought forward at a later time? It didn't have to, we don't have to take advantage of something like a ballot here, that we could, in fact, have a campaign afterwards, after the Assembly comes back and gives us, you know, their input. I'm just saying, do you see this as the only,
Councillor,
I'm asking, do you see this as
okay,
the
let me
only
answer the
possibility?
question.
Is this the only possibility?
Okay, Councillor DiGenova. I don't see the sequencing as an issue, as you've stated, for starters. But by putting it on the ballot, we save a couple of $1 million at least that it would cost to hold a standalone plebiscite. So again, I don't think sequencing is an issue, and it would be a savings for us to do it now. And again, I think from the research that I've done, that it would strengthen the bid. Presuming, of course, that it's a positive outcome, and I would think that we would expect a positive outcome to push forward with this project.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I'm just going to speak.
That's your time?
No.
Sorry, we are not in question period. I just.
Thank you. It was a point of information. I could see why you think that, Chair. I'm going to say that I really, and I understand, Councillor Hardwick, that you, in trying to explain this to me, you shared that this was about taking advantage of the opportunity with the upcoming election. I don't see it that way. You know, you're entitled to your opinion, but I see it as taking advantage of the Assembly that has done a lot of work and has told us that this would hurt the work that they're doing moving forward. I also think that it's not worth a couple of $1 million to ruin the relationships that we're trying to continue to build as a city of reconciliation. So at this point, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. To the amendment, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. I have one really quick point of information, if I might, through you to staff, and I think it can be addressed to Karen at this point. And if there were a bid hypothetical submission January timeframe, can you refresh what timeline a decision might be made on the host destinations?
Just to clarify, a decision by City Council about Vancouver's...
No, if a bid was advanced collectively, if we're at that stage and submitted to the IOC, what the timeline was potentially for the IOC making that determination for the host destination?
Our understanding, Tricia can correct me if I'm wrong, but our understanding is that the IOC has claimed definitively that they're making a decision. I believe it's in May 2023. And I understand that timeline is not movable.
Okay, thanks. So speaking to this, I can offer a bit of perspective. This feels a bit like deja vu, kind of alumni time to me, because again, going back to my time at Destination Vancouver, formerly Tourism Vancouver, as the Director of Marketing and Partnership at the time, I remember when the mayor of the day and council put forth and wanted to have a plebiscite move forward for the 2010 games. It was really late in that particular process. It was quite close to the games. And it is a tremendous amount of work because it's not just posing the question, but there's also a need for education to the public around the parameters of what a bid would involve. And I can tell you about the flurry of activity that went on, and at that time, Tours Vancouver sort of volunteered to take a very supportive role in order to leave the then bid society free to pursue the bid and not be distracted from that work. And it was a tremendous amount of engagement that was required to happen. I remember producing buttons in 30 different languages, for example, and collateral and all sorts of things. And it was, yes, 2010, if anybody remembers, those buttons and stickers were everywhere. I remember spending my Christmas Eve writing a brief for the market research company to go out and do some focus group testing and see how people felt about it, because really it was a scramble to kind of get to that level. So I just want to say it's not something that should be taken lightly in terms of the amount of effort that it takes, but where I think we are here, and I don't think it's been maybe expressed quite this way, is the role of the elected officials at this point in time in determining the viability and risk of a bid, which is what our entire conversation has focused around today, right? Is that we don't know enough yet. We want to keep moving forward. That seems to be the will of council based on this conversation. We want to honor in good faith. We want to keep that exploration going in our partnership and our commitment to First Nations. But part of that moving forward is around assessing viability and risk and the opportunity to bring the other needed partners on board. And so I think, it is incumbent upon us, it's our responsibility, and I think the expectation of the general public who elected us to get to a point that we can make a recommendation that they could comment on, because at this point, they can't. And so I think that they would be responding to a different question, because they'll see a $4 billion price tag, but with a lot of questions swirling around it, and not unification around the bid and what that actually looks like. And that is going to have a very different public sentiment indicator based relative to getting to a different point. So it doesn't mean, for example, and that is a tight timeline, that in early 2023, you couldn't expedite some form of public engagement, and perhaps it's not a plebiscite, perhaps it's well-invested, third-party quantified market research that can come in and support the bid, because I can say confidently that while the IOC has changed its bidding process, if memory serves, they do seriously take the level of public support in host destinations to heart as part of their assessment for the bid. They have their different criteria. They have the logistics around how venue ready are you, what's your geopolitical assessment, is your community behind you, and there's a rating scales, and they apply to all of those pieces. And so you ideally, if you get to a point where a bid is viable, because it's going to have more benefits, less risk, and the outcome's going to be better, you want an informed decision, and you also want to go for a good outcome. So if you have a solid bid, you're not actually going to kibosh it because you're not setting people up to make an informed choice there, or sending a signal to the IOC that there's factions there. And I'm not going to impugn motives on this. I'm going to say that I think in terms of sometimes why plebiscites come forward, although I will make the statement that I think last time was entirely political, because it was an effort to derail 2010, in my opinion. I'll qualify that. I think this council has the opportunity to not make it political and to make it be a thoughtful part of how public engagement could and should happen to support a bid. So I know that was a bit long-winded, but I wanted to share that. Thanks.
Only 5 seconds over. Thank you. Councillor Weeb. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'll
Sorry.
speak to it.
Just
I
1 second,
think it
Councillor
is.
Weeb. We've just lost the list. Just 1 second. Go ahead. And I'm sorry, councillors, unless staff picked up the list, I'm not sure who else was on that list because it's disappeared. If you haven't spoken yet and want to, just get back on the list, please. Go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'll just quickly speak to this. I think that it is important that we do get the public's feedback on such a thing, and I think it was reported in the report that that happened. However, I do think that to make good informed decisions, we need to have the information before doing that type of public consultation, and I think we've seen today that by our timelines, by November, we're not going to have the right information. So for my understanding of where we're at in this process, I don't think it's appropriate to bring this forward at this time, recognizing there's a lot of hard work to do together before we get there. And I'm supportive of not having a plebiscite at this time until we have all the proper information and do consultation in an Indigenous-led way.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that were slightly revisionist. The plebiscite was held in 2003 with great support, not to derail the Olympics, but rather to amplify them. And it was 6 years later that the Olympics were held, so it was a considerable time in between. We should also point out that there's a difference between having a ballot vote during a general election, such as we're having on October 15th, and having a standalone plebiscite. We know that we're hard pressed to get 40% of the electorate to turn out in civic elections. We would expect substantially less turnout in a standalone plebiscite. I think it was about 115,000 that turned out in 2003. So we have to ask ourselves if this is really starting to represent a democratic deficit. I guess what we're saying is that the elections every 4 years are the only things that matter in our decision making for the electorate. So again, I just had to correct some of the misinformation that was stated there very specifically, and to encourage council to think about the impact of this. We have a chance to get this out in front of the greatest number of Vancouver voters on October 15th. And what I've heard from the research that I've done, I'm actually surprised that First Nations and the COC would think that this would not help their bid. The only way it wouldn't help their bid, I guess, is if it was unsuccessful and people opposed it. But that was not the approach that I was taking going into this. I was seeing this as something that Vancouverites would embrace. And again, going back to one of the slides that the deputy city manager put out, it was really trying to gauge the level of public support. And you're not going to get that in some audience testing. Anyhow, I'll leave it there. I think it's a missed opportunity, but I hear the voice of council. Hopefully the electorate will too.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I just feel compelled to provide a quick reply, and that wasn't misinformation at all. And it was 7 years because it was a different timeline, because that was the bidding window back in the day, and that was aligning with when the bid decision was being made. But it was well into the final bid, I think, when the teams were almost on their way in the final month or two to Europe for bidding. And we're in an entirely different process now, where it's a rolling intake for the IOC, and we're talking now we're sort of 8 years out. So they're not, it's really not analogous. I think that you can't compare the previous traditional or historic, perhaps better way of putting it, IOC bidding process with what we have today with sort of a rolling intake. And it wasn't about showing garnered full public support. There was a real movement, and I stand by this, for and out to not hold that games. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I believe that is the end of the speakers to this amendment. So clerk, if you could take us to a vote on the actual amendment tabled by Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Young, you haven't voted? Okay, that amendment fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors DeGenova, Fry, Swanson, Weeb, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby-Young in opposition. Thank you. Okay, we are back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, do you have anything else to add on the main queue?
No, thank you.
Okay, and that, I believe, then takes us to a final vote. We have an amended version of this motion, and I'll make sure it's on the screen for everyone first. Okay, Councillor Hardway, you didn't have anything else. Okay, Councillor
No, you can
Dominato.
take me off, thanks.
Yep, Councillor Dominato to the motion as amended.
Thank you, Chair. This will be closing comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to thank the nations for speaking today and presenting a unified voice around the 2030 Olympic and Paralympic bid to the COC as well, and representatives for presenting this morning, and to our staff who have undertaken a significant amount of work as well in partnership to identify both the risks as well as the opportunities. And I think many could sense a bit of that tension today around the need for due diligence, which is part of our governing role. And hence, I think a number of questions that were asked, which is I think, a good thing. We should be asking questions. But I want to acknowledge the comments of the chiefs around the partnership that we've engaged in through the MOU and working together and collaboratively. And the canoe was referenced many times, and there was many metaphors around paddling or not paddling, being in, tilting. But what I heard very clearly is that we've engaged in an agreement, a partnership to move forward with 2030 Olympic Paralympic opportunity. There's obviously more steps, there's more phases, there's more information that needs to be sought. There's potential negotiations from all parties around what that looks like. As we know from the 2010 Olympics, there were various legacy pieces delivered through that for not just Vancouver, because I think we have to remember 2010, this was a provincial games, a nation's games, and this is an Indigenous-led games proposal, and I think a first in the world is my understanding, and I'm seeing some nods over there, so thank you. And so I think it presents a very dynamic and interesting opportunity for us. And it, you know, there was some talk earlier, one of the speakers talked about cathedral thinking. We can describe it as visionary. And I think there's, one of my experiences when I was working for the province was that sometimes it takes a bit of a leap to see what the outcome will look like. You get buried in sort of the operations and getting things to a certain place. And so sometimes you can lose sight of, okay, what are we trying to achieve here? And so I think that's something that will have to be considered as we go forward together. And I really appreciated Richard from the Canadian Paralympic team talking about his personal experience and how it lifted him up and the opportunity to empower young people. So I both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, but so just to reflect that I'm going to support the amended recommendations today because I think it's important to continue to work together towards this. And while still acknowledging we still need to address outstanding questions, and that will be part of what I heard also is it's a process. And I heard from a number of the chiefs, you're having dialogue with your members, just as we're having a dialogue here today. And so with that, I'm prepared to support the amended report and recommendations. And I thank my colleagues who worked together to bring forward amendments in response to what we heard today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a point of information before any final comments that I can make to this. And the reason my point of information is directed to the Deputy City Manager, Karen Levitt, who provided initial comments with the report, that to me with this amendment that I supported, and knowing that the Leadership Assembly has in fact made public their position, I'm seeing that A, 1, 2, and 3 may need some changes in language so that it's consistent with the changed language in A. So I wonder if the Deputy City Manager could comment first, and then I can endeavor to make those changes.
Certainly. Yes, we could clean up the language. What I would suggest doing, sub 1, A sub 1 is no longer relevant as we now have a letter from the 4 nations supporting the bid. And sub 2 and 3, I think if you just referenced In the main text of A, if you just referenced that sub 2 and sub 3 were information that staff was going to come back with, that would solve the grammar of the thing.
Okay, so I'm going to go off the queue. I'll work on that and I'll go back on the queue.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young to the motion.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna, at the risk of one more metaphor, I'll carry on with the paddling and the canoe analogy, and I'll just say that I think that if you really simplify this down, we committed to a journey of exploration, and we actually haven't reached the destination yet to figure out if we've gotten there. And that's really as simply as I can kind of say it today, is that that's what we're looking for. I really appreciated the honest conversation around this table, and I'm actually, despite some of the relationship challenges it's had, I think the silver lining is I'm actually glad that we've had it publicly, because I actually think it's good for the perspectives of the different partners to be aired, and I think it's good for the public to hear some of this. It's captured and it's recorded. People can listen back to it. And I appreciate the honesty around the conversation that it's, and I think it was Chief Sparrow, I asked the question of, he might be out exercising now, I see he's not here. Oh, is he still here? Oh, there he is, sorry. I have a barrier there. In terms of the acknowledgement around, there are some serious questions that need to be answered around indemnification, right? And who takes that on? Is that shared? What's the risk and the comfort level? And so even, and for me, I have some comfort as elected official that people are hearing us ask those questions, and all of the partners are acknowledging that those are important questions and serious issues that have to be addressed. It's not a sort of move forward at any cost, but it is we are excited about this opportunity. We don't want to close the door on possibility that, you know, that Olympics can have, and it's pretty inspiring. I know everybody was here through 2010. I was really privileged in my work in the past games to be part of the different teams from the destination partners, and from then Destination BC and others to go to Beijing on a reconnaissance and have that experience of what it was going to be like 2 years later to host the games. And really, it's actually hard to speak about how it brings the community together and the catalyst that it is. And I think that I get the fact that we've come off of 3 really hard years of COVID and people are tired and there's a lot going on. But I also know, boy, do we need something to lift us up too, right? And we need a positive. So I hope that we can get there. But I also appreciate the honesty about, I think hopefully we've set that tone for the conversation moving forward. And that if there's some really tough issues, we're gonna have to say, okay, how are we gonna solve them? Or is this a rock that's too big to climb and there's a different opportunity you can work on and maybe it's not this one. So I also want to signal that to sort of folks in Vancouver that this is not kind of a predetermination of the outcome, but this is a hopeful continued exploration of the possibility. And maybe that's the way that I can put it. And I think it was I think it was Rick Anderson, my previous boss, who again sometimes experiences, you know, gives you a whole bunch of perspective, who said that you act beyond your tenure. And we often do that, whether it's building housing projects, whether it's looking, you know, things that take a lot of time to come to fruition. And that's really, I think, what we're trying to do here is set up a future pattern and kind of bring some of that hope back. And it's a way, I think, to revitalize. And it's not always easy either, because this is a new path. We haven't done this together before. We haven't had an Indigenous-led bid. We haven't figured out how to work with other partners. We haven't added potentially another venue in some peaks and the complications that that brings, which may or may not work. So again, not presupposing, but I do want to commit to the fact that, you know, if we were going out for dinner, I wouldn't want to leave before we had the main course. And, you know, the paddling analogy, we haven't got to the destination yet. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. So one of the great pleasures of this job the last 4 years has been forming stronger commitments with the title holders of this land, the original inhabitants, and working together on many projects in good faith, extending that to Lilwat and now host nations in the Kamloops area, and of course our partner municipalities with Whistler has really been great. It's been because it's new, it can be bumpy at times, and today's debate, I think, showed where there are things to be leveled out. However, I do feel that the room was full of good intentions, and I think we're, with this amended staff report, I think we're in a very good place now. And I think that bodes well for going forward, not just on this project, but also in all the projects we're working on, whether it's Jericho or Heatherlands or Sanok or other items that we've all been talking about as to how we can build a true city of reconciliation, which means not just recognizing that these are unceded lands with a long history, thousands of years of occupation and proud proud traditions and cultural expression, but it's how we all move together forward. And really, it's a chance to show the world that, yeah, we can win gold medals and stuff, but actually we can do something I think that's more important, which is to show the world what reconciliation really looks like. And it all stems from honest discussion that builds trust. So I think we've had that here today. I really appreciate the leaders of the four nations for coming, for the Olympic Committee and Paralympic Committee being on this this kind of white knuckle ride that we're on at the moment. But I think that's what you guys live for anyway, is this kind of adventure. So I do look forward to continuing the discussions now that we all have kind of figured out what that means, but to also now all work together to get that empty seat in the canoe filled and get the feds paddling with us, because I think that, and we need to do that very, very quickly, because we have extremely important decisions to make in the coming months. So, and thanks to council for all their work on this too. I think it's there's a million things coming at us, but I think we've handled this one quite well. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, really good work today. And I want to really acknowledge the really good work of our staff, in particular Karen Levitt. This has been a very complicated piece, and I think that our staff did an incredible job of distilling a lot of these complicated moving parts, giving us a very clear assessment of the risks and the potential for this to go off course. I'm trying to work in the canoe metaphor here, and really served as a good function, actually as an anchor, because that's what we count on staff for, to give us that good sort of evidence-based approach, to give us really some sort of solid grounding. And in the metaphorical anchor sense and in the literal anchor sense, I think the nautical term for pulling up an anchor would be to weigh the anchor. And I think that's what we've done today. We've said, okay, we very much appreciate that perspective, but in the spirit of the canoe, we need to paddle forward and continue this journey with our partners on this, and show that support. And I think we came to the right conclusion with this. There is obviously still a lot more work to be done, and this is not a foregone conclusion. And I think that this still allows for considerable public input in the future, and hopefully some serious commitments from senior government to support this work. I do really appreciate the amendments that councillors Weeb and DeGenova put together to sort of really reassess this and speak to it as an Indigenous-led endeavor, and the great opportunities that the delegation today really presented, and I think grounded us in knowing that this is a significant opportunity for us all, but in particular in the spirit of reconciliation. And so I'm proud of how we landed this today, and I'm really grateful for everybody who came and spoke to this. And again, I really want to just reiterate how grateful I am to our staff for the work that they put into this. And I know that it may seem like we're not, that we're doing a 180 from the advice that staff gave us, but I think that we've landed in a thoughtful place, and I think that staff are supportive of this direction. And I think we have a lot of work to do, and this is going to be all hands on deck and all oars in the off the canoe gunnel. But thanks everybody. I'm happy to support this direction.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks, Chair. I do have an amendment. It's just grammatical to make sure that the language is consistent. I'm
going to just move us to
Thank you very much.
A second. Go ahead.
Thanks. Not to I don't think I need to walk through it. It's just the way that the resolutions were initially drafted is inconsistent now with the direction we've set. So I just wanted to make those those edits to ensure the utmost clarity when we're looking back at this in a few months. So I believe they're captured there. We're striking one, and then of course asking the clerks to renumber the two sub resolutions 2 and 3 to 1 and 2. And essentially it's just naming that city staff will in fact report back after this work with the COC on both fronts.
Great. I see no one else to speak to those, Council. So, Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this amendment by Councillor Bligh? Councillor Weep, you haven't yet voted. Councillor Boyle, I believe, is absent. Clerk. Councillor Boyle, are you on the line? Her screen isn't on, so I'm going to take that as absent. Okay, this passes unanimously. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Bligh? Great. Councillor Swanson. To the, oh, sorry, we're in an amendment queue. I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Bligh, you're on the main queue. Councillor Swanson, I want to add you to that.
So I'm just going to make some final comments, Chair.
Great.
And I'll just be very brief and to state that very much in support of the work that we've done here today. And similar to my colleagues, acknowledging we are navigating uncharted territory here, and I think that that's evident in terms of the time and energy and collaboration that we are finding where all of this intersects without one person stepping out ahead of anybody else. And I think that's really commendable, and I think it can be messy at times, but just to recognize that our city staff receive a lot of direction from this council to do a lot of different things, and put in a tremendous amount of work, quality work, and bring all of that information back to council to then have us make these decisions and keep going. So I just want to thank staff for doing that work consistently, actually, over our term and on very challenging topics. And I would say this might be one of them. And I think it's an exciting time for our city when I'm thinking about the Invictus Games and thinking about FIFA World Cup and thinking about this conversation happening. I mean, that trifecta potentially could be quite transformational for our city. And we have to do our due diligence, and we have to make sure that the province is at the table, and we have to make sure that the federal government's at the table. And particularly with this Games, when I reflect on 2010, so much of it was about infrastructure renewal and economic benefit. And I would say that this is quite a different opportunity because we have that infrastructure. And so what this is really what it comes down to is us putting the weight of our city and all of our collective municipalities, resorts, and councils and lands behind an Indigenous-led Games. And I think that is really, really exciting. So that said, I think we're going to have a number of conversations back at this council in terms of how that happens. And what I heard today loud and clear is everybody still is interested in how this happens. No one person is saying this has to happen. And I think that's why in good faith we can keep going together as a group. And let's get that provincial government where they're in flux right now and the federal government to the table. Ultimately, it's a huge benefit for the province of BC, and I hope that they can respond accordingly.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Swanson, to the amended motion.
Yeah, so thanks to everyone who spoke and all the MST folks. I really appreciated listening to you. I would have voted for the original staff recommendation. I'm I was glad to hear Chief Sparrow say that there are legitimate questions in the staff report. One part of me, a huge part of me, wants to do what MST wants. But there's another part of me that can't stop thinking about the alternate expenditure of money. And it's really important to know what this will be. So why is it legitimate to pay $500 million for Olympic security? And then I keep thinking of those women who spoke, those Indigenous women who spoke yesterday to the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report, wanting to build a healing center. Or why is it legitimate to spend $500 million for Olympic security and not build housing for Indigenous people, and not end homelessness on Hastings Street? I would love to award an Olympic medal to somebody who would do those things. I would be really excited if we could do those things. I would be more excited if we could do those things than if we could win an Olympic medal. A lot of being on council is about priorities. Are we going to be able to fund that Indigenous Women's Healing Center if we spend a whole bunch of money on the Olympics? We need to know the answer to that question. We could implement a lot of UNDRIP for just the Olympic security cost. And we wouldn't have tens of thousands of people flying around in airplanes spewing greenhouse gases in the very year that we're supposed to have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 50%. So I guess it's going to be a no for me, a reluctant no, because I think we need to think about targeting our actual needs for our expenditures, not thinking of a way to divert around what we need to actually get it. So anyway, that's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Chair, I was hoping you might indulge me in a point of procedure because I'm trying to understand this one. I understand that our staff co-presented with the Assembly today, and would it be appropriate, could I ask a point of information through you to the Assembly as they were part of the co-presentation?
Points of information can be points of information normally to staff, but as they were co-presenters, I think that that's going to be fine. Go ahead.
Before voting on this, and my intention now that the amendments have passed is to vote on this, the most important thing to me is understanding how the Assembly feels about this. And you haven't had a chance to speak since this was amended, so I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering if this offers some more comfort in sharing that. I heard your concerns, and as you decide if you want to say this, I'll just go into some of my comments, and if any of you would like to come to the podium, I'm happy to yield the rest of my time to you. I just wanted to say that to me, it's really important that we get this right and that we're working together. And I really appreciated the comments that were made by Howard Grant, who is a member of the UNDRIP task force and represents Musqueam. And today reminds me of the work that we have done as a City of Reconciliation. As Chief Thomas said, we look at, the flags and the reminders here in our council chamber, but it also highlighted to me how far we have to come. And, those comments about revisiting respect, paddling together in the canoe, the analogy keeps coming up, but also, working together and not speaking to each other through the media, I think is really, really important. And we have to endeavor to try and do that more often and not just leave that conversation for our annual Council of Council meetings with the three nations. We don't even have that opportunity with the Lil'wat Nation. So I wanted to say that I'm hopeful that this is moving in a more positive direction that supports the committee and shows our appreciation for the work that you've done because you have led this. You've done not only the lion's share of the work, but ultimately it's all of the resources, the time, the commitments that have been put into this. And I'm not trying to in any way dismiss the fact that our staff have been involved. They have, and the resort municipality of Whistler. But at the same time, I understand that we're making a decision that can affect how things move forward here. And I want to make sure we're doing that in a good way. So I do have some time left if you'd like to speak to that.
Yes.
If I can ask that question.
Go ahead. Councillor DeGenova has 2 minutes left on her timer. Thank you.
I think I have a little more actually because I moved the motion, but it doesn't matter to me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Councillor, yes, you know, and it was reflected in regards to our reference to our canoe journey today, and I can definitely say the waters and the currents have calmed, and for us to not only, you know, we talk about perseverance and overcoming adversity and the challenges. Not only are we stronger together, we are now stronger even more by persevering through the challenges we've overcome today in regards to our dialogue. For us taking it back home to our conversation with our people, it was a good conversation today. I forever feel grounded. I feel the gratitude and unity with our team, and I'm reflective of everybody in the room. And I know it's going to be a lot of work, and we knew that coming forward, but I really appreciate that we are now stronger for what we've overcome. And the waters, if we're fighting tides, the tide is going out and we're going out with it. So we're moving forward. So thank you. And
I know you're on a 2-minute time, so I'll try to talk real fast.
A little bit more. Okay.
I want to echo my cousin's comments that I feel a lot better than I did the last couple of days. And I agree with his comments that we can move forward. I just want to touch really quickly before we go. I think it's Swanson that mentioned about the Indigenous woman. These are the things that we want to sit down at the table and talk about. We have those same situations in our own existing communities with drug and alcohol problems. We have Musqueam has 480 people waiting for a house. Some of our band members are living in those conditions down there. Then maybe this might be the opportunity where we sit together as the nations. I haven't talked to my cousins about it, but just sitting and listening to those comments, I think this is the perfect opportunity of looking at some of these problems that we've occurred over the last 10 to 20 years, that we might have a solution to be able to use it as a legacy to be able to fix some of those problems. That's what we did in 2010. I think that's what we can look at in 2030 if we're successful. Those are the things that I want to put forward on our behalf with the technical group that we have. So we hear all of those concerns. We have the same concerns here. I know that a lot of these situations that are happening in Vancouver and the municipality that are troubling and trying to get the funding to do that, maybe we can turn it into a legacy where we can turn it into a positive. And I just wanted to say that we do hear the comments from council members, and we have that same thing. And I look forward. I just want to clear the record really quickly before I do, though. I'm not a paddler. If I get in that canoe, the bow is probably going to go up, and a lot of people aren't going to be able to hit the water. So my paddlers are sitting up here and sitting here with us that we will direct. I heard when we talking about being honest and truthful, I've been hearing a lot of this stuff, and I want to make sure it's clear that I'm not the one in the canoe. Our staff are the ones, and I look at the staff from the city and the municipality that are going to do that work on our behalf, hear from us, and then hopefully we can achieve our goals. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I was persuaded by the staff report, and I was sensitive to their misgivings. I've been involved in shows before that the stars have not lined up, the risks have been too great, and we've had to pull the plug. So I know, as unpleasant as it can be, that sometimes you have to do that. In principle, I am not going to support this. I know it's going to pass easily. but I have great misgivings about our ability in this council to sideline staff advice in this case, which is sound. And I also am struggling with the democratic deficit that I'm seeing here and have seen otherwise. So out of principle, I will be voting in opposition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. That does take us to the end of the speaking queue. Clerk, if you can take us to a vote on this amended motion. That vote does pass with Councillors Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to staff. Thank you to all the speakers who came. Very much appreciate your presence here in Chambers and your words. And yeah, thanks, Council. Great. We are now to referred items. Do you want to take a little break? Should we take 10 minutes? A tiny little celebration?
I just want to thank you guys on behalf of leadership. I know the decisions that have been, I know I've heard a couple of times about the election. I'm hoping that doesn't get into a campaigning thing that when we're working together, and I just want to acknowledge all the hard work that you and hope you guys have a good summer. Good luck in the election, and I want to appreciate and I want to thank you guys for your time today. Night, y'all. Go to the washroom.
Okay. item referred from the July 6th Standing Committee meeting and 7 items on the agenda that were referred from yesterday's council meeting in order to hear from speakers. The first referred item is item 4, commemorating Muslim holidays, which was moved and introduced, well, not really, but it was moved by Councillor Swanson and and seconded by Councillor Boyle. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. And clerk, I'm just looking to see if speaker 1, Shiva Olai, is on the line.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay. Is speaker 2 on the line, Devyani Singh?
No.
Okay. Is speaker 3 on the line, Tariq Tiab?
Correct. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and Speaker, my understanding is that you had forwarded a presentation. Is that correct?
I have, but if it's too difficult, I can just read from it via audio.
Okay, if it's your desire to actually present that presentation, I do have, and you can say to me whether you want that or not. But if so, I had to just go through a few procedural rules to enable that to happen.
You know what? It is a lengthy one, and I think it might be just for 5 minutes. I could just read from what I have. If you'd like to open it up for reference, it's up to you.
Okay. If it's a lengthy one, you do only have 5 minutes. So my suggestion is that you just proceed and read from it. I'd appreciate that. I think that would go more smoothly and get you in under the time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me know when I should start.
Yeah, you may
Okay,
start.
my
You may
name
start
is-
now.
Sure. My name is Tariq Tiab, and I'm an executive with the BC Muslim Association, which is a 60-year-old Muslim organization representing 19 mosques across the province and 100,000 Muslims in British Columbia. I'm a Vancouver resident, and Vancouver, the GBRD, has approximately 60,000 Muslims, and part of the inspiration for this motion, and we wanted to thank Councillor Jean Swanson, Charmarque Dubois, who's a councillor for City of Victoria, had issued a similar motion in which Muslim holidays were commemorated and recognized in the City of Victoria, also the City of Toronto and Brampton. And part of it is as a way to connect with the greater community that may or may not be familiar with Muslims. We are aware that Canada, if those of you are aware, that there's been 11 Islamophobia-related murders of Muslims because people were radicalized in hatred against our community. And these were the London family last year that were shot and killed, were run over by the white supremacists. And then in the Quebec mosque shootings, where 6 Muslims were shot in the back by another white supremacist, and another caretaker a couple of years ago at a mosque in Toronto, whose throat was slit. And these were all murders that was as a result of people that had hatred for Muslims and radicalized by online hate and disinformation. And as a result, what we're trying to accomplish with this motion is to familiarize the greater community and all levels of government with our Muslim community, Ramadan being a day or a month in which we could share our food with the greater community, with the elected officials, and this is what's been done with the City of Victoria, with Charmarque Dubois doing that for the last number of years, and we wanted to do the same. I'm going to read a few statistics about Islamophobia in Canada, and this is from Angus Reid about the public perception of Islam and Muslims. 46% of Canadians have an unfavorable view of Islam. 50% of Canadians would not find it acceptable for one of their children to marry a Muslim. 56% of Canadians believe that Islam suppresses women's rights. 52% of Canadians feel that Muslims can only be trusted a little or not at all. 42% of Canadians think discrimination against Muslims is mainly their fault. 47% of Canadians support banning headscarves in public, compared with 30% of Americans. 51% support government surveillance of mosques, as compared to 46% of Americans. And this was an Angus Reid poll that was done in 2017. So you can see that a lot of folks in our work and the institutions that we represent in Vancouver, the Muslim Food Bank, we serve food to the downtown east side, to our friends and neighbors that are going through difficulties and hardship. As part of our collective responsibility, as citizens and members of society in Vancouver to help the greater good. And unfortunately, there's a perception in media and a perception that's in the common public that somehow Islam is dangerous and Muslims should be feared. And part of having this motion of commemorating our holidays, which are in the Muslim faith similar to Christmas or Easter or Passover, Yom Kippur, in the importance that we have as a Muslim community, how we revere these days. So to familiarize levels of government, the general public, break bread with one another, these have been successfully done, as mentioned before, in the city of Victoria. And we humbly request the mayor and city council to pass this motion as a way for community building. And for the Muslim community, there's several Muslim organizations represented in this that are supportive of this motion, and I'll read a few of them that are based in the city of Vancouver. So the BC Muslim Association branch, Masjid al-Haq, which is on Kingsway, Fraser View Islamic Services on Fraser, Al Arkan Foundation on Marine Drive, the Muslim Association of Canada on Victoria Drive, the Marpole Islamic Center in Marpole, Agile Center in Chinatown, Nissa Helpline, Al Jamia Mosque, Vancouver, Baitul Makaram Islamic Society in the Clarny area. These and many other Muslim organizations representing the different Muslim communities, the Sunni community, the Shia community, the Ismaili community. All of our communities are collectively united in requesting this motion to be approved by the mayor and council, as this would show a lot of great community building, and we really appreciate all the support the city and the council has had for our community. And thank you again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Yes, that was actually a perfectly timed presentation. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tarek, for phoning in and for helping with the motion. I really appreciate it. I wonder if you could just spend a minute or two telling us why you think this is an important motion for the Muslim community.
Well, we are, myself being born and raised in Canada and seeing the rise of Islamophobia this last 20, 30 years, because of radical extremists. And I realized majority, 99.99% Muslims are mainstream as just like everybody else. And for my kids and our future generations that are getting unfortunate Islamophobic slurs and discrimination in the general public. If my wife wears the hijab, my daughter wears the hijab, and all of our families have Muslim names, and at times discrimination because of that does happen. And so for our current generation and future generations, I think it's very important for all of us to kind of work together to combat this, as we are looking at our place in society, inequality and justice for everyone equally.
Councillor Swanson?
Okay, that's good. Thank you so much. And thanks for everything that you do.
Right.
Thank you, Jean. I really appreciate you, and thank you for putting forth this motion. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, both Councillor Swanson and Tarek. Very much appreciate you speaking to council on this. We are going to move on to speaker 4, Haroon Khan. Is Haroon? Ah, you're in person. Wonderful.
Oh, well, look at that. Okay. Thank you. It's like Jill. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Haroon Khan. I'm a trustee of the Al Jamia Masjid Vancouver, the oldest mosque in British Columbia, established in 1963. We've been doing this work for many decades and for many generations. We've worked with the successive mayors and councillors that have made City Hall for these past 60 years. And I'm so pleased to address this council. This council has worked very hard for social justice, for our city, for our people, no matter where you are, what background you're from. And it's been termed a Frankenstein council, where it's many diverse people, but sort of lurching forward for progress. And you guys have done it.
And I've been told that this is your last formal council meeting. You've got a few hearings here and there, but this is the last formal one. So I'm very honored to be able to speak with you all personally today and to be able to see each and every one of you. I would like to thank Jean Swanson, who brought forward this motion, Christine Boyle, who's always been a very stalwart ally with us and who I've known for many decades, new friends, Sarah Kirby Young, Lisa, Melissa DeGenova, we've got Lisa Dominato, Pete Fry, Michael Wiebe, Rebecca Bligh, and of course, Kennedy Stewart. And each and every one of you I've been able to meet in various times, in good times, celebrating our city, in great events, and where we share joy together. But we've also been there together, consoling each other. You know, we've shed tears together. We've hugged each other. We've marched together. We've marched together in solidarity with our Indigenous brothers and sisters, in solidarity with each and every group that makes this city so incredible and such a beautiful place to live. It's a city that has its challenges. You know, Brother Tariq had mentioned, we have our Muslim food bank, we have our Muslim care center, and we work with the Vancouver Food Bank and all those other places where we distribute food, attention and a shoulder to go and support our vulnerable brothers and sisters who are suffering from addiction, homelessness, and mental health issues. These are important things to do as citizens and as fellow human beings, because we are all part of the same human family. And these lessons that we learn as we do this work together is vital to make this city a great place to live in, work in, and play in. You know, this work is so vital because we're doing it not only for ourselves, but for our kids and successive generations. And so each and every one of you, I salute all of you for all the hard work that you're doing, the city staff and everyone that makes it a great thing. To Mayor Kennedy Stewart, you know, it's not been a very easy tenure, but you know, there's more to come. So in the years to come, we're looking to support the new council coming forward. But for this particular motion, recognizing our holidays, our special occasions, Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Adha, you know, the Ramadan, the city of Vancouver during the height of the pandemic when we could not pray in our mosque, like anyone could not go to their church or their synagogue or their temple or their mandir. The city of Vancouver said, you know what, amplify your azan. And we had a loudspeaker and we gave our call to prayer and it rang through the city. And it was broadcast and it was shown on TV and so forth. So people got to see some sense of normalcy in a very strange time that was the pandemic that we all experienced collectively. So this is where we can, again, come together. So our holidays, in solidarity with everyone's holidays of the Christian community, the Jewish community, the Sikh community, the Hindu community, the Buddhist, everybody that makes up this great mosaic of the culture that we all share, to have that voice and to have that voice shared and amplified as and when the time happens, it's an important thing to support. So I anticipate this motion to be passed. I hope so. I'm pretty sure. But this particular motion is of great interest and of honor to us. And so we would like to extend an invitation for the mayor and council to read this motion at the Al Jamia Masjid Vancouver, which is only a few blocks away from here on 655 West 8th Avenue. And we are inviting all of our diverse Muslim community, all the various communities and associations that Brother Tariq had mentioned in his talk. All the organizations will be there, and we'll break bread together, and we'll talk together, and we'll laugh together, and we'll hug each other, and we'll be there as brothers and sisters. So regardless of our faith, our gender, our orientation, our political affiliation, we're going to come and rise together as human beings. And God willing, inshallah, we hope to see this happen. So again, thank you. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do have questions, if you don't mind staying there.
Certainly.
Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, Haroon. I
Yay.
wonder if you could just explain why you think this motion is important to the Muslim community, same as I asked Tariq.
Sure. You know, it's important. A lot of our communities silo themselves. We tend to isolate ourselves in our own community, our own enclaves, and we have our own events. And if we did not publicize or promote them, you wouldn't know. So our activities together, emerging out of really our cocoon and into engagement with the greater communities that we all share the city in, is vital. So this motion's important to have that official acknowledgement, and also it gives us the impetus to invite people in. And that in fact is representative of what we should be doing. And so it's an important motion, and we believe it'll be very vital for this city.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jean. God bless.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, over to you for questions.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Haroon. And thanks for waiting all morning to speak. Actually, you've waited quite some time to speak since the previous meeting. But
Well, we were waiting since July 6th.
I was gonna
They
say.
fed me and gave me some drinks. I sort of was camping in the hallways, but we stayed. So yeah, it was.
Well, thank you for that. I wanted
you.
to ask you, I want to make sure that, and I support everything you say. I'm just going to preface this question by saying, right now, the city of Vancouver, under our official observances, we already celebrate, and forgive my pronunciation, it's never been great, Eid al-Adha.
Adha, yes.
So we have that on our calendar. That's a part of our official observances, celebrations. And I'm just wondering, what is it that you'd like to see beyond that? Or do you expect or want to see something more for that specific occasion? And I ask that because it's great to blanket something and say we should be doing more to recognize a community, but I want to make sure I understand what you would like to see out of this, considering this is already on our website, and wondering if you also, I'm just putting this all together, do you feel that this city isn't highlighting that occasion well enough?
Well, I think things get buried. Things get when you don't really. You can have a ping on a website. Oh, hey, by the way, it's Eid al-Fitr, and then it comes and goes. It's a blip. It's just a thing there. We want it celebrated, and we want to celebrate it with you, and we also want to celebrate it with the city. We want to celebrate it with all people. So it goes both ways. It's not just a one-sided thing. We want the city to go and recognize us. We want to recognize the city and everybody that's in it. So this can really move forwards to greater engagement between our community and the city.
And were you aware that Eid was already a part of our official observances?
Well, there is Eid al-Fitr, there is Eid al-Adha, there is Ramadan.
Yes.
And so there are a few. There are a few. So, and again, we're not defined by just these holidays.
Of course.
Not like any other ones. It's really engaging with city council, all of the various communities, continuing the interfaith work and continuing the intercommunity work. That's really the thing that we need to promote. We did reflect upon Islamophobia. What is Islamophobia? It's hate. It's an irrational hatred of the unknown. People can cast aspersions on a community, and they can do it by fanning the flames of ignorance and hate. When you get to know people, then that fades away. And this is why it's so vital and so important to go and reflect the true faith, face of our faith, and also again to dispel any misconceptions about our faith, and also of everybody else, of every other people that we come into contact with.
That's my time, but thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yep, thank you. And that is it for your questions, but thank you so much for coming in person.
Thank you. And again, I do want a response, so you're invited. So yeah, so we would like you to come to the mosque. You guys, you've been there in our hard times, in our sad times. Come and celebrate with us. We want you at our mosque. So please come. We would like to. I know you guys are sort of wrapping things up here in your tenure in this as a city council. But before you go, we'd love to hold a party for you. So,
Sounds
okay,
good.
thank you.
Thank you. And that turns us to speaker 5, Yusuf Siraj.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Yusuf Siraj, and I'm calling in today on behalf of Foundation for a Path Forward to voice our support for Motion B2, the commemoration of Muslim holidays. Now, headquartered in Vancouver, Foundation for a Path Forward is the first official faith community convener for anti-racism initiatives in BC, and this is as part of the Resilience BC Anti-Racism Network under the Attorney General's office. Motion B12 here really follows in the tradition of concrete steps that the City of Vancouver and this council in particular have taken to building a more multicultural and inclusive city for all. We see this motion not only as providing meaningful engagement with the Muslim community, as was discussed by the previous speakers, Tariq and Haroon, but also as enriching the entire cultural mosaic of all Vancouverites. I'd like to take a moment to just speak very briefly to Councillor DeGenova's point, and by an interesting happenstance, I'm actually calling in from Genova in Italy right now. It's midnight here. But basically, the reason why there's 3, for 1,400 years, since the start of the Islamic tradition, there have been these 3 shared celebrations. Now, this is across all different Muslim faith traditions, Sunni, Shia, Ismaili, different religions within Muslim lands, Christian, those of other faiths, Jewish. These celebrations were held as part of something that we consider to be very important, which is spreading community, spreading understanding, and spreading fun and joy. So there's a long history from Morocco to Indonesia of these 3 specific universally shared traditions for over 2 billion people around the world today. In recognition of some of the metaphors used in the previous motion, we firmly believe that this motion will make our Vancouver canoe a more enriching place for all the paddlers, regardless of background, as we navigate together down this river. We believe that one of the best steps that can be taken to practically tackle racism, hate, ignorance, and Islamophobia, which Tariq mentioned some troubling statistics on, is to publicly highlight the shared cultural humanity and cultural traditions we all share. There are 52 Muslim-majority countries in the world with different languages, histories, perspectives, cuisines, arts, and traditions, but they all celebrate these 3 events. There's representation in Vancouver from almost all of these cultures. As I said, from Morocco to Indonesia, in Europe and Canada, and all across the world, the holidays this motion seeks to formally recognize, namely the month of Ramadan, Eid or celebration, Al-Fitr, at the end of the month of Ramadan, and Eid al-Adha, which occurs at the end of the Hajj, are celebrated by Muslims and followers of other faiths. And traditions is a time to spend with family and friends, eat great food, share presents, and embody the universal values that we all share. It is our hope that this motion is passed unanimously by this council, not only for its own sake, but also to provide a path forward for other communities in Vancouver to know that their cultures and celebrations can be recognized as well. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. It was very clear, and we really appreciate you coming to speak to council on this. There's no questions, but again, I think everyone does really appreciate you coming. Okay, that's it for speakers. I should go over the list one more time. Looking to see if speaker number 1, Shiva Olai, is on the line.
No.
And speaker 2, Devyani Singh.
No.
Okay, council, that is the end of speakers. So we are now moving into debate and decision on this. Councillor Swanson, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'd like to thank the speakers and also Ismail Askin, my assistant, who helped me with the motion. And it's just a simple motion to commemorate Muslim holidays in the city. We know that hate crimes against Muslims increase yearly and that Islamophobia is a huge problem. So official recognition of the Muslim community and its celebrations will be a strong show of support toward it. And when the city does this, it can help bring communities together for dialogue. And these holidays may help other marginalized groups pursue having their commemorations recognized and be acknowledged by the city. As Yusuf just said, it can be a path forward for other communities. The first two asks, which are adding the month of Ramadan and Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha to the official celebration calendar, are pretty easy to do. The third one is investigating the possibility of co-hosting a yearly iftar dinner with the local Muslim community. So it's just investigating the possibility. This is something they've asked for and are willing to collaborate on. So I hope we can pass it unanimously. I know staff is working on policy about commemorations, but I think we can have a policy that includes this motion and the thousands of Muslim residents in the city. The original draft of the motion was endorsed by the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Advisory Committee. We got a great email from Leila Mansour, a young Muslim woman that I thought was really eloquent about the benefits of the motion. I just want to quote from it. She said, "By recognizing Muslim holidays in Vancouver, the Muslim community will feel accepted, welcome, and free to practice their traditions. It will be an opportunity for individuals outside the Muslim community to learn about Islamic holidays. This will encourage learning and dialogue between different people. This is a crucial step to eradicating stereotypes about Muslims and combating misconceptions about Islam. It's also a chance to establish a stronger connection between City Council and Muslims in Vancouver." And then she says, "and perhaps the opportunity to enjoy some delicious food." The motion, she says, means so much to the Muslims of Vancouver. It demonstrates acceptance, respect, love, diversity, community, and freedom to practice one's faith. So that's the end of my spiel there.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Great. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'll just ask one quick point of information through you to staff if I can. And I'm not sure if our Deputy City Manager is able to, has this information at hand, but I had considered some time back an amendment to more fulsomely represent our diverse cultural communities on the calendar. And as opposed to sort of doing these community by community or one by one as they came up. And I know that the staff feedback that came back was that that could be quite a significant undertaking. But the goal and the spirit was really to reflect so that all of our cultural communities could see themselves reflected in the official observances calendar. So just, I guess, a question as to whether or not we've decided not to do that today, but it would make more sense to tackle that work, perhaps. I'll say this optimistically when we come back, the new council, and look at the opportunity to do it that way.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Staff embarked on a strategic review of council's official observances and celebrations among all cultural communities in Vancouver. That was paused due to the pandemic, and we're planning to fire that back up in the fall. And I think it's reasonable to include in the scope of that work the question of which holidays are included on our official city calendar.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to show that because I do think that we have a huge opportunity there. Speaking to the motion, and I'll just sort of say very quickly, it is really a privilege to vote on things like this. And I think Harun is also always very eloquent. I've had the opportunity to hear you speak a number of times. And I think you get right to the heart of the matter. And it truly is, I think you said that Islamophobia is irrational fear of sort of the unknown. I'm paraphrasing, but what people don't know. And when we get to know each other, that goes a long way towards breaking down barriers. And I actually always find these conversations difficult to make comments because you always say you don't walk a mile in somebody else's shoes because they're not mine. And so I'm obviously not from the Muslim community. I'm not experiencing that. But I have, I think, a pretty high degree of empathy when you have a loved one who is a person of color and you see that different cultural communities are impacted by the increasing amount of hate incidents that we have seen in the city. And the one thing that I have always really appreciated, whether it's speaking with Tarek or Yusuf or Haroon or others from our diverse cultural communities, is this sort of shared common understanding and commitment that hate does not begin and end with one community. And sometimes there are some that are receive their more than their fair share and are unduly targeted, and we know which communities those are. Often the Muslim, the Jewish communities, we've seen a dramatic and deplorable rise in anti-Asian hate, for example, but it really is about combating hate fundamentally. And though our cultural observances and celebrations may be different, our humanity is collective. And so that's one thing that I've really appreciated the opportunity to learn. And so it's just a privilege to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. That's it for questions to this. So I think that we can, or comments to this. So I think that we can be moved to a vote. Thanks, Kurt. Councillor Wiebe. I think he has an LOA. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's passed unanimously. We are now moving on to the next motion, which is one that I moved. So Vice Chair Kirby Young, I wonder if you could take over chairing with the assistance of the clerk.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair Carr. And the next motion, which is Vancouver hosting a C40 climate workshop for the Metro Vancouver region, was introduced by Councillor Carr, and since I don't have a script in front of me yesterday, and seconded by Councillor Boyle. Thank you. It was a long night last night. And just bring out my speakers list too. Give me a moment. I believe now we are moving directly on to
Number 5.
Hold on a second. I'm just following the agenda, staff, and it's different than the list of speakers, so just give me a second. Wait, which one is it? Because my speakers list says class action lawsuit.
Yes, it is motion P2, B2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, just a correction there. I was just cross-referencing a previous agenda. It's motion B2, different agendas, different speakers list here, which was moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Fry, and titled Backing the Class Action Lawsuit Against Oil Companies. And as this was moved and introduced yesterday and referred to today's standing committee to hear from speakers, we will now proceed to do that. And clerk, do we have our speakers on the line now?
Yes, we have 7 speakers in total. They're not all on the line. Would you like to go through them in sequence?
Yes, please. I believe is Speaker 1 Lawrence Jacobs?
A point of information, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor
Sorry to
Hardwick.
interrupt. I am on the queue. The reason is I'm asking, so we're just going straight into the motions from yesterday. We're not doing the bylaws or administrative motions. We're going straight into member motions.
That is correct, Councillor Hardwick. I'm just following the script that I was provided by the clerk, and I'm looking for affirmation.
Yes, through you to the clerk, then when will we be I would have assumed that we would have done the bylaws and administrative motions first, as they were prior to that on yesterday's agenda. So could you please inform us when we will be dealing with those items?
Clerk, are you able to advise?
Yes, as it was referred yesterday, the bylaws and the administrative motions, et cetera, were referred to the council portion following the standing committee. But the actual member motions were referred to the standing committee. So that's how the sequencing is working.
Great, thank you very much.
Excellent. Does that suffice, Councillor Hardwick? Yes. Okay, great.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That was a good reminder for all of us. It was a late night last night. Okay, so we will proceed to hear from speakers. We do have 7 registered speakers, and according to my list, the first one is Lawrence Jacobs. Do we have Lawrence Jacobs on the line?
No.
Okay, and just a reminder to everybody that all speakers will have 5 minutes to address council, and we will call back through the list at the conclusion for any speakers that are missed. Speaker number 2, Mario Francisco?
No.
Okay. Speaker number 3, Andrea Hillman?
No.
Okay. Speaker 4, just one name, Julia?
Again, no.
Okay. Speaker 5 is Gil Aguilar?
Yes.
Great. Gil, are you on the line?
Yes, hi.
Hi, you have 5 minutes to speak to council, so please go ahead when you're ready, and I'll get the clerk to start your timer.
Perfect, thank you. Well, hello everyone. My name is Gil Aguilar, and I'm calling from East Vancouver. I live very close to Commercial and Hastings. I am a community organizer with the Georgia Strait Alliance, an organization that for over 30 years has been working to protect marine life, the waters, and the communities of this region. Just this past weekend, on Sunday, me and my team were tabling at Chinatown Festival here in Vancouver, where we spoke to hundreds of people about this motion before you. Overwhelmingly, folks we talked with were supportive of the idea, and many were actually excited to hear we are considering taking this much-needed action. I am here to ask you, on behalf of those many folks that we met on the weekend, and the many thousands that support our organization, to vote in support of Motion B2, back in the class action lawsuit against oil companies. It is undeniable that we're living in a climate crisis. Heat waves and fires are currently raging across the planet, as you probably know, causing immense harm and devastation. The higher temperatures and droughts are damaging crops and entire ecosystems, leading to higher prices for food and making life even more unaffordable and uncertain here in Canada and around the world. Poverty, destruction, hunger, and death caused by extreme weather linked to climate change are crushing those who have contributed the least to it and who often can barely afford to survive: the elderly, the sick, Indigenous peoples, people of color, etc. The role of big oil in all of this is also undeniable. For decades, the world's oil and gas companies have known that their products were causing climate change. At the same time, they have funded sophisticated PR campaigns to create uncertainty among the public and decision makers, and use their immense wealth to lobby governments to slow, delay, minimize, and limit climate action. We need them to pay their fair share for the climate costs that we are facing. Here in Canada, global oil companies have been using this playbook to a T. If we face in climate action, they lobby and receive huge subsidies. When Indigenous peoples like the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh nations demand solutions and justice, their concerns are cast aside so multinational oil corporations can keep profiting from this destructive business model. The world's scientists are warning us that we must stop new oil and gas development, but big oil secures billions of public dollars for the Trans Mountain Pipeline. This climate crisis is not something happening in a far-off place where we can pretend it doesn't exist. Here in Vancouver, at least 117 people died due to extreme heat last summer, according to a report by the BC's Coroner Service. A study by the World Weather Attribution Initiative, which involves scientists from 21 institutions from around the world, found that the heat wave we experienced, and I quote, was virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. This is one of the many human-made disasters that are bringing death to the poor, the elderly, and the sick of our communities. What's worse, without help or resources, many of these folks suffered and died alone in their apartments, leaving immense pain for the families, friends, and neighbors. If we don't take action, many more could follow. This is not okay. This is not the world I want to live in and leave behind for future generations. The communities that I am a part of would never leave its more vulnerable members behind. As a racialized immigrant to these territories, I am doing what I can, working collectively with those who offer their time, energy, and skills to take care of each other and build solutions on the ground. You, who have been elected, given a mandate to look after the many and diverse communities of this city, have an explicit moral and ethical duty to those you represent. You have access to tools and mechanisms to power that individuals do not. I urge you to carry out your duty to serve the greater good and vote in favor of this motion. Big oil must pay for its fair share of climate costs. By voting for this motion, you can mark a pivotal moment in our collective history. You can be remembered as the city councillors who took action and stood for the future, for fairness, and for hope. Please vote in favor of this motion. I look forward to sharing your decision with the many folks I work with and to celebrate you, siding with the many that so desperately are seeking justice and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to council. Just going to confirm the clerk. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Yes, we have Councillor Carr on the speaker.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Carr. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Gil, for coming and organizing over the weekend as well. We actually had about 111 emails come into City Council, not that I wasn't counting specifically, but I was, over the last a couple of days urging us to vote for this motion, and 8 urging us to vote no. And those who are saying don't vote for this motion, we're saying it is not the city's business. How do you respond to that?
Well, I mean, the main thing that I would say is that we all should do everything that we can. We are living in a climate crisis. We don't have time to waste, and the municipalities perhaps don't have all the power that they should, but they have some power and they have some tools at their disposal. The municipalities can use those tools and show leadership. And this is a bit of a wave. If municipalities take action, if municipalities lead, then more and more folks will have faith, they will have hope, and they will join you. So while you might not have the ability to completely change the situation, your contribution is crucial to give hope to people, and your impact will be more immediate because the people in our city, for example, are already suffering the consequences of climate change, like I said, through heat waves, fires, floods, and they need help, they need support, and they count on you to help them.
Thank you. That answers my question. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much, Gil, for calling into council. There are no further questions for you, but we appreciate you taking the time. Okay, speaker 6, Andrew Gage. I understand it's on the line. Andrew, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to provide your comments to council.
Thank you very much. I'm here as a staff lawyer of West Coast Environmental Law, but also as a member of the Sue Big Oil campaign. West Coast Environmental Law for over 45 years has been based in Vancouver, but the Sue Big Oil campaign is much newer. I'm currently joining you, however, from the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people on southern Vancouver Island, and I'm here in support of Motion B2. As I suspect you know, there were some initial media reports that suggested that the purpose of this motion was to give a $600,000 donation to West Coast Environmental Law. I'd just like to say I accept. Small unmarked bills would be ideal. The real purpose, of course, of the motion is actually to not to cost Vancouver taxpayers money, but ultimately to save them money while also fighting climate change, which we would say is a motion that everyone should get behind. As you know better than I do, climate change is going to be, and already is, hugely costly for the city of Vancouver. City staff have told you that dealing with rising sea levels will require an estimated $1 billion over the coming years, and that doesn't count the costs of preparing for preventing future heat wave deaths, dealing with storm impacts, and upgrading stormwater systems to deal with atmospheric rivers and the other costs. The alternative to spending this money is massive economic losses and even more deaths. You're going to need to be able to tell taxpayers how the city is going to pay for all of this while still providing the services people need. Because right now, taxpayers are expected to pay for 100% of those costs. Flooding from sea level rise, heat waves, increased precipitation, these are all effects of climate change that scientists at Shell, Exxon, and other global fossil fuel companies told their employers about in the 1980s and 90s. And in response, these companies chose to actively lobby against action on climate change, working to keep the world dependent on fossil fuels. The goal of the 1998 Global Science Communications Plan that was developed by Chevron, ExxonMobil, the American Petroleum Institute, and others said that victory will be achieved when average citizens understand uncertainties in climate science, and those promoting climate action on the basis of extant science appear to be out of touch with reality. The billions that they spent on public relations and lobbyists has kept our world hooked on fossil fuels and resulted in the climate costs now facing Vancouver being much, much higher. And they've made and continue to make huge profits as a result. Just 5 fossil fuel companies are responsible through their operations and products for about 14% of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere today. And those same companies in the last year made an average of $359 million each hour. Fortunately, there is a solid legal basis to hold these companies accountable for their share of these costs. In the words of 28 Canadian law professors who wrote an open letter on this subject, the logic is simple. Those who profit from selling harmful products should bear their fair share of the costs of the harms caused by their product. Those suffering the harm and the governments that represent them should not bear the entire cost. Such a case would be novel in the same way that the first court cases demanding recognition of Indigenous rights or gay marriage, or claiming compensation against tobacco or asbestos companies were novel. Many members of the legal community viewed such cases as impossible when they were first proposed, and yet they ultimately proved successful. In our view, existing legal principles could form a solid basis for a lawsuit filed by a local government against fossil fuel companies for local climate costs. Such a lawsuit can be brought against global fossil fuel companies in BC courts because the harm occurs here in BC. Even filing such lawsuits will force these companies to include the costs of climate change and the risks that they will need to pay them on their balance sheets for the first time, giving them, their investors, and their governments an incentive to make better business decisions that consider the victims and the costs of climate change. The Sue Big Oil campaign calls on BC's local governments to work together to protect their residents from the costs of climate change. A class action lawsuit allows local governments to share costs and minimize the risks. By setting aside $1 per resident, Vancouver is signaling that it is serious about protecting its taxpayers and fighting climate change, and that you're inviting other local governments to do the same. As other local governments follow suit, you can work together with them to identify the best litigation and class action lawyers to bring the case and move forward to sue Big Oil. This investment represents an extraordinarily small share, about 0.07% of the $1 billion that the city is going to need to pay to deal with sea level rise alone. Voting yes on motion B2 and setting aside those funds gives you a chance to hold accountable the companies that have profited the most from causing that sea level rise and other climate impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm just checking if you do have any questions, and you do have questions from councillors. First up is
Councillor Carr.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Andrew, for coming and speaking and for all your work on this. So my first question is really around the likelihood of success. Some people have said this is a ridiculous motion because there's no chance of success. What do you say to that?
Well, first, thank you for bringing this motion in the first place, Councillor Carr. And the answer is simply that legal scholars do not agree with that claim. We have as I mentioned, the 28 law professors have sent a letter to local governments saying that there is a legal basis for this type of case. There's now over 20 of these cases filed in the U.S., as well as cases in a number of other countries. And although slightly different in terms of its legal approach, but very similar on some points, the Friends of the Earth Netherlands successfully sued Shell for legal responsibility associated with the emissions from their products, which is essentially what we're proposing to do here. So, I think many lawyers that have looked at it have said that this is not actually that different from asbestos litigation or tobacco litigation and other cases that have held manufacturers of products responsible for fighting against from hiding the impacts of their products and fighting against measures that would have made the situation less problematic. You can't knowingly sell a product that is going to cause harm and know that that's going to be the outcome and not bear any of the responsibility.
Okay, that's clear. My second question, I was on a radio program yesterday with Bill Thielman, who said that this motion would, and a lawsuit, would increase the cost of living for people, because if Big Oil won the case, they would just simply pass the costs of the case and any reparation they have to pay on to consumers. So all of us would face higher oil and gas prices, which would be detrimental to people's, as I say, cost of living. What's your response to that?
I mean, currently, oil and gas companies are making record profits. They have a lot of room to absorb some of these costs, and so Mr. Thielman doesn't actually know one way or the other exactly how this would play out. But regardless, even if he is correct, one way or another, BC communities are paying for the costs of climate change. They are either paying for the cost of climate change because we are going to have huge bills for building higher sea levels, or we're going to have floods, we're going to have wildfires that kill people, or heat waves that kill people. If we make the choice to actually put those costs on fossil fuel companies, at least we are paying for those costs in a way that actually creates an economic incentive for banks, investors, governments, the companies themselves to make better business decisions going forward that keep us safer. If we just continue to say public will pay for this, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but that is Councillor Carr's time at this point.
Sure.
I know it goes fast. You do, however, have questions from Councillor Boyle, I believe, so if the clerks can advance Councillor Boyle.
Yes, thanks. Thanks so much. And Councillor Carr asked my other questions. I just wanted to clarify, because I know this has been confused or misrepresented publicly, and you joked about it at the beginning, but a class action lawsuit wouldn't actually be a West Coast environmental lawsuit. It would be initiated or led by local governments. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct. The Sue Big Oil campaign is calling on all of BC's local governments to work together to bring that class action, and the local governments who step forward and put money forward would be the ones figuring out which lawyers are best placed to bring the claim. We have no particular expectation that we would be involved in that.
Okay, great. I just appreciate that clarity on the record. I will leave it there. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And seeing no further questions at this time, thanks for taking the time to call in today, Andrew. Okay, Speaker 7, Maura Brown.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Go ahead when you're ready. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Okay, thank you. My name's Maura Brown. I'm a medical doctor and a mum. I live and work in the city of Vancouver on the unceded Coast Salish territory. My words I speak for myself. I don't represent any organization. I'm in support of Motion B2 to put aside funds to potentially participate in a class action lawsuit against Big Oil. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today and super happy that I got to follow Andrew. So as our mayor and council, each of you have a very powerful voice. And with that comes much responsibility. Our planet is literally on fire. The news footage in the last couple of days from Portugal, Spain, Greece, where wildfires are out of control and lives are being lost, of London, England, where grass fires have burnt down homes right in the city, and the list of temperature records breaking all over the Northern Hemisphere, including the U.S. and Central Canada, are terrifying. These events are unfolding, as has been predicted by science for decades, however, are horrifyingly occurring earlier than expected. We're only at 1.2 to 1.3 degrees post-industrial temperature rise. It's hard to imagine what 2 or 3 degrees will bring. Although we've had a gorgeous summer so far this year, we know this is a short respite. The heat domes and atmospheric rivers are only going to get worse unless we stop burning fossil fuels. The cost of repairing the damage from extreme weather events is huge. As we all know, the flooding will occur in False Creek in downtown as sea level rise. We've already had significant damage to Kitts Pool. There will be costs to adapt and costs to provide respite services on severe heat days and for poor air quality due to wildfires. Last summer, we even had a small tornado out at UBC that knocked down a few trees. A larger one could cause significantly more damage. We know of recent large damages where we all pay, such as the November atmospheric river damage and the costs of evacuating from flooding and fires all across BC. The stress on our healthcare system will increase with climate-related adverse effects, including infectious disease, injuries, and mental health impacts. As well, extreme weather events may impair access to care due to power outages. Staff or patients may be unable to attend their appointments and their hospital treatment, and medical supply chains are disrupted. We saw this happen around Hope in November when patients on dialysis had to be helicoptered out of the area to safety in the other parts of the Fraser Valley. We also know that the impact of these changes is and will be far worse for those who are already vulnerable from illness, age, and socioeconomic status. Fossil fuel companies have polluted our atmosphere for decades, and they've misled the public through effective disinformation campaigns about the damage they knew their products would cause. Polluting the air and causing climate change due to carbon emissions are externalities for which they have paid nowhere near the true cost of carbon, and now we all suffer. The idea of a state suing a fossil fuel company for climate change-related damage is not new. For example, Maui right now is suing Big Oil in the state of Hawaii, and they just won a decision to keep the trial in the state where the damage is occurring, rather than in the U.S. federal court, which is where Chevron and Shell wanted to move the trial. No one wants to pay more money for things. However, for less than the cost of a cup of coffee per person, we can put aside funds to consider joining a lawsuit where the City of Vancouver may recover some money to help pay for the damage we know is coming. A co-benefit to all of this may be that it encourages a bigger discussion about what climate change means to the people of Vancouver. It's frightening for all of us. However, to have agency and contribute to potential solutions is known to help with climate anxiety. There is much we can and need to do, and we need to involve everyone in communities and neighborhoods throughout the city in mitigation and adaptation efforts. In summary, our children are going to inherit a severely compromised world. We know the lack of action by decision makers is a significant source of mental distress in young people. We adults and leaders absolutely must step up and do what we can to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions, to limit further warming, and to fund the needed adaptations for the damage that we cannot avoid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Maura, and not seeing any questions from council, so thank you for taking the time to speak. So council, I'm just going to go back through, is our practice, through the missed speakers and call one more time for those folks that weren't on the line, beginning with speaker 1, Lawrence Jacobs.
Not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 2, Mario Francisco.
No.
Thank you. Speaker 3, Andrea Hillman.
No.
And lastly, Speaker 4, identified as Julia.
Again, no.
Okay, thank you. So council, that does conclude our speakers list. Appreciate everyone who took the time to share their thoughts on this item. And at this point, we'll open it up for further discussion and debate. And Councillor Carr, I do see you on the queue.
Yes. Thank you. I wanted to start by actually tabling an amendment.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to take us to amendment queue. And if you want to put yourself on that, Councillor Carr, if you can. I see Councillor Swanson's timer is going. Maybe we just need to rejig the order there since I'm not at the control panel.
Right. Yeah, thank you. I have circulated the amendment, and the amendment addresses the fact that my motion was not clear about who would be taking on the lawsuit. So I'll just read out the motion. It basically is, although West Coast Environmental Law launched the Sue Big Oil campaign, it is not as the representative stated, their case. It is, my wording then is to say it's a class action lawsuit against fossil fuel companies by municipal governments. And that's as urged by the West Coast Environmental Law, Sue Big Oil campaign, with the goal of municipal governments recovering costs they've borne to repair, adapt to, and mitigate damages caused by climate change, resulting primarily from the burning of fossil fuels.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor from Councillor Carr, which I see the clerks have brought up on screen. Is there any debate or comments on this? I see Councillor Fry. Is that all for you at this point, Councillor Carr?
Yes, at this point, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry, or you would need to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I appreciate this amendment and the new clarity it sort of brings, and I think it actually improves upon the intent and it makes it a little bit more, I think, understandable for the public to really wrap their heads around. And I especially appreciate that this is really setting some direction to consider this in the future budget. And at which point I would assume that staff will take this as direction and pursue it in a similar way that they've pursued previous suits. We have the sort of expertise, I think, through the Trans Mountain suit that we filed previously under a different administration. So I think this sets up a good report back mechanism and obviously doesn't fetter the future council, as we were advised by the city manager that this would still be a consideration that would come forward in the draft budget for us. So, or for, I should say, the future council. So I appreciate this amendment. Thanks, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor DeGenova, you have the floor.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, actually, Chair, I have a point of information.
Yep,
For you
go ahead.
to Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, I'm wondering if you can share in the operating budget, the 2023 operating budget, would you be expecting that staff would be adding this as a tax increase, or would it be a reallocation? So something we wouldn't be doing to provide this $1 a resident.
Yeah, my intent with this is that they would come back to council with an inclusion in the 2023 operating budget. Where they choose to do that, I don't know. They'll come back with a recommendation, I imagine, if this passes, and then it will be up to council to.
I understand that part. It just
I'm not making a suggestion.
Okay, you're not making a suggestion. Just a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager. I'm just wondering.
Yes, go ahead.
If you could, my question for the deputy city manager is, would this be funded then through a tax increase, or would it be a reallocation? Is that the only two ways that we would be funding this? What would the options be? That's my understanding. Usually it's an increase or it's a reallocation of funds. Is that correct?
Yes, typically, there are several revenue sources for the city, and we treat the entire operating budget holistically. So two of the property taxes are a major revenue stream for the city. There are others. So as we prepare the budget, we wouldn't necessarily connect specific expenditures with specific revenue sources. So that would be up to the next council. But typically, we just would create an entire budget and figure out how much taxes we need to raise to meet the budget we've set.
Okay, thanks very much. And then one last point of information through you, Chair, to Councillor Carr, and that is considering the discussion now in this amendment about municipal governments. I'm wondering, has Metro Vancouver taken a position on this, or do you know which Metro Vancouver municipalities are already participating in this?
Because this is a recent announcement or launch of the campaign by West Coast Environmental Law, I believe we might be the first, but there are other municipalities. I believe it's Victoria, for example, and there may be others within Metro. I think there are others within Metro Vancouver, at least one other, that have indicated interest in this. I think already there is a it's clear that Vancouver would not be alone. And I believe Andrew Gage said in his presentation to us that they are urging all British Columbia municipal governments to consider this.
Thanks. I let you go a little bit over the question there, but I have enough time. I'll just say that for the amendment, I do speak in support of it because I was a bit concerned to see one lobby group. That we would be funding one lobby group. And my understanding is that would be a grant. That would require a 2/3 vote of council, actually, if we wanted to fund West Coast Environmental Law specifically, because it would have to come as a grant. But I will support this amendment, and I'll reserve my comments on the the main motion, if it's amended or not, afterwards. But that's where I will. I was going to leave it actually, Chair, but I'm going to take the time now to ask another point of information through you to the Deputy City Manager.
You do have a little bit more time. Go ahead.
Yes, I understand this is just a consideration, but would this require a 2/3 vote of council? Would this be considered as a grant of such, or just a consideration for the operating budget? Mhm. Thanks. Maybe next time we'll just have the mic on, just so the people at home could hear that, but I appreciate that. That's all from me for now.
Great. Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Chair, just a quick question through you to the mover of the motion and the amendment. Could you just comment on, are there other municipal governments across Canada that have undertaken this and passed resolutions to be part of a class action lawsuit at the local government level?
Not that I know of across Canada, but I believe the speaker, Andrew Gage, mentioned that there are 28 cases in the United States by municipal governments. It is it's mounting as a I think as an effort to try and recoup costs.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then I have a question, Chair, through you to the Deputy City Manager, and it's just with respect to, if I read the resolution correctly, to budget up to $1 per Vancouver resident, that would staff treat that as, based on the 2021 census, there's 662,248 people that we would basically in a draft budget, you'd allocate that amount of money for local government-led class action lawsuit? Is that how I should interpret that?
Thank you for the question. We would use a defensible metric that was widely published, whether it was the census or the current year estimate. We'd use it from some Stats Canada or BC Stats and report that to council at the time we were putting forward the budget expenditure.
But it would be presented as in the draft budget as a line item of here, based on this council direction, we're allocating, I'm just using the number, roughly $600,000 in addition to the climate levy that was already put in place. So it would be in addition to that.
I believe that's what the instruction of this motion would lead us to do, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all for my questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, see you back on the queue?
I am back on the queue. And I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you.
Yes.
And that is to the city deputy city manager. And the expenditure would not take place imminently. It would take a while. And my understanding from talking with West Coast Environmental Law is that the city of Vancouver could hold any monies in trust in our own trust, like as a city. We wouldn't have to forward the money anywhere. So how would that work within the budget?
We'd really need to take it away and figure out the timing of when the expenditure would be made. And we get our finance staff involved to figure out the best way to do that. It might entail, like you said, collecting the taxes in the 23 year if council were to approve that or allowing for it in the budget and then reserving it. Or it might involve collecting it at a later date to better match the expenditure timing. That would really be up to our finance department to figure out. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
That's all, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask one clarifying point of question myself. I think I know the answer, but I just want to be clear to staff, and that is language is always important. And I noticed that my question is that understanding the 2023 budget is the purview of the next council, but this language is pretty directive. It doesn't say consider including, it says direct to include. So I just want to confirm that staff's interpretation is that you will be putting a line item in there. It's not consider, it's put in. Is that correct?
That would be the way we would read this. That said, as has already been discussed, it would be up to the next council whether it was ultimately included in the budget.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions at this Sorry, my mic went there. So seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to take us to a vote on Councillor Carr's amendment to her own motion. Okay, I'm just, because I'm not in the driving seat, I'm just waiting for the voting panel to come up, unless the clerk would like to read the result, but I'm just waiting for it to come up so I can see it. Okay, it looks like that has passed with 2 in opposition, being Councillor Dominato and myself. And that brings us back to the amended motion. Council, if anybody has further comments. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
I just thought I'd offer a little lament for the village of Wennington outside of London, which was destroyed in wildfires today. Because record heats are crippling the United Kingdom, as well as Portugal, Spain, Greece, where wildfires and massive destruction is being enabled by precipitous climate change. We're hearing the same is happening in China and Beijing right now, where heat records are being broken. You know, the United Kingdom has also been struggling with flash flooding and other impacts of climate change, which I only bring up just to kind of reflect beyond our own sphere. You know, we see the fires here, we see what happened to Lytton. We know that our seawall has fallen apart as a direct result of climate change. We know that the kids' pool eroded as a result of climate change. We know the heat dome that we experienced last summer and the loss of life that it exacerbated here. Only to say that this is a growing issue for our planet and for local governments. I don't think that it's beyond the realm of possibility to suggest that actually a class action lawsuit may yield dividends for local governments. Certainly, I think many of us watched with pleasant surprise wouldn't be the term I'd use, but you know, seeing the class action suit against Purdue Pharma for over $150 million for pharmaceutical companies that were exploiting and promoting opioid drugs that addicted tens of thousands of British Columbians and Canadians. So I think that this, you know, we know asbestos suits that we've filed in the past for similar reasons. The Netherlands, as the speaker alluded, has filed and won a court case to reduce the emissions of fossil fuels. And if indeed the courts prove that fossil fuel companies knowingly exposed people of Earth to the risks of climate change in the interest of profits, then there is a good probability that this could yield dividends and offset some of the magnitude of costs that we're expecting to experience here in Vancouver and elsewhere. And this is, you know, a conversation we have consistently at UBCM, where local governments across British Columbia are struggling to pay for the impacts on their infrastructure as a direct result of climate change, even from the pure basic kind of notion of just increased potholes in roads. That money's got to come from somewhere. So if we can, I think this direction does set us up in a way that would consider how we would contribute to this, because it will be a decision in a draft budget for a future council. And I think staff will come back with some kind of reasonable inclusion that is up to $1 per resident, although not explicitly $1 per resident. And I think this presents an opportunity, and I think it's worth exploring. And I think that this may actually galvanize other local governments to consider a similar approach, and we may actually come together on something like this and really move the dial and offset some of this catastrophic damage that's happening to our cities and towns.
That's all, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, at the risk of stating the obvious, I support this.
I think we understand. Councillor Swanson, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much to Councillor Carr for bringing this forward. A few weeks ago, we had a report that recommended increasing the business license for gas stations that don't put in EV chargers. The point that our staff wanted to make was reducing gas car use can reduce greenhouse gases and climate change. And we had a person here from Suncor, which is a big oil company, saying that it costs too much to put chargers in. And Suncor made, I think, $2.8 billion in the last quarter. And if people start driving electric cars, they won't sell so much gas, and profit for Suncor might go down. I would like to see those profits go down, but big oil is still pushing to sell more gas and trying to avoid EV chargers. So Twitter is blazing with folks saying that this isn't in the city's business and that we as a city can't afford to do this. Councillor Fry has just listed a whole bunch of things that show how the city is having to pay for climate change, the seawall, the kids' pool. We've got to deal with sea level rise in Falls Creek and other places. We've got to deal with sea level rise in our whole sewer system because it's based on gravity. Gravity is getting higher. This morning, I woke up to a notice at my door from my beautiful co-op, and it said, quote, "Need a break from the heat? Enjoy our new cooling station in the common room." Climate change is already here, and our co-op just got a $560 air conditioner for the common room to be used as a refuge for folks who don't have air conditioning in their apartment. So we're paying for climate change now, either as individuals or as a city or a province or the feds. And I would be really, really happy for Vancouver to get together with other cities and challenge the companies that profit from heating up our planet. And I hope this can be a bit of an inspiration to other cities and that we can actually get this class action suit going.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle, you're on deck.
Thanks so much, Chair. I will also be supporting this. I've heard some folks speak about municipal scope or jurisdiction, and just want to reiterate a bit of what we've already heard, that we are facing enormous, growing, unprecedented costs to our local budget from impacts on our own infrastructure. This council wrestled with that very recently on our own capital budget, looking at how we maintain the seawall in the short and long term, how we fix climate impacts to the Kitsilano pool. We know those impacts will continue to grow, and quite frankly, local governments like ours don't currently have the fiscal tools to address those challenges. And so I think it is absolutely reasonable and responsible for us to be looking at other options to be covering the costs that we know are coming towards us in future generations, rather than sitting on our hands and hoping that future councils or future governments figure it out. So I think there's a strong financial argument to be looking at this, absolutely. And as others have said, there's strong precedent in other cases, in the tobacco case as an important example. So I'm glad to see this come forward. I think it's important for us to be debating. I think it's important for us as a local government to be talking to other local governments about, and to be seeing how we collectively are going to fund the challenges that are already facing us and that we know are going to continue to grow, and that asking big oil companies to pay their fair share of these growing costs is, again, a reasonable and responsible approach for us to be taking. Our taxpayers aren't going to be able to manage these growing costs all on their own. And again, that's a debate that we have every budget cycle, every capital budget. So I hope that folks who are concerned about fiscal responsibility and our own bottom line understand that this is one important piece of planning well for the future. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just add a few comments with respect to the motion. A couple of reflections. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Fry in the comments about what's happening around the world in terms of climate issues. In particular, he referenced the UK, and I've been following that as well in terms of issues. And I referenced this in council the other day, the fact that they're looking to jurisdictions like Canada in terms of examples like tree canopy, that we've thought ahead and that we're thinking ahead in terms of ensuring that we have adequate tree canopy in our urban centers. And I agree with the seriousness of the issues around climate change, around increasing temperatures, and that there's urgency to this matter. Also agree that we need to move away from fossil fuels. I don't think anyone at this table disputes that, and that we need to move to cleaner energy technologies and sources. What I wrestle with and have wrestled with since this motion was brought forward is that I don't think it's the right tool in the toolbox to address some of the concerns I even heard speakers identify on the call. This is not going to eliminate the use of fossil fuels at this time. I would rather see us focus on clean energy technologies and sources. I'd like to see us focus on a just transition. I think many of these sectors realize that they are sunsetting. We are not going to be continuing to use fossil fuels going forward. And so for me, it just isn't the right tool in the toolbox. And I do note, and I was asking the question around how this would be addressed to the budget, is that, so this would be a proposed new allocation within the 2023 budget. The majority of this council already approved a 1% climate levy, which is about $9 million in the current budget. And so that would be on top of that. So just, if it wasn't clear from the start, I'm not going to be supporting the motion. And it is not about the issue itself. I just don't think it's the right approach to get to the goals that we want to achieve, both as a city and provincially and nationally. So from that perspective, I'm not going to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. I'm going to take the opportunity to make a quick comment myself, and I appreciated those comments. And I'll just, without sort of repeating them, I'll just add this, is that it was referenced, I think, by one of the speakers, it's just another cup of coffee. There's been a lot of cups of coffee over the term of this council, and people are struggling in terms of being able to actually buy coffee beans or food right now. I think that what really stands out for me is not a shared commitment to climate. We have more money in the capital plan than previously, is not around the goals, not how we get there, but it is the fact that this council, moved by Councillor Carr, moved to add an additional 1% to property taxes. Councillor Dominato says about $9 million. I was just doing math on 8. After making a commitment to keep taxes at a certain amount. And so I thought, okay, well, how many cups of coffee is that? And I thought, let's assume it's not an oat milk latte and it's just an espresso. It's about 2.67 million cups of coffee. So my challenge is that if we put that into the operating budget of another $8-9 million for purposes to enable us to address climate actions, I'm wondering why we wouldn't have chosen to take it from those funds, because again, it might be a cup of coffee for some people, but some people are trying to just get themselves to work, buy their groceries, et cetera. And it's pretty compelling, $2.67 million of coffee. It's not that we didn't put money in there, which has yet to be allocated. There were some suggestions made with those funds, but it isn't fully allocated. And whether or not I agreed with that tax amount, I think that would be an appropriate fund to pull from. And my concern in doing that is council having discipline around moving the climate issues forward, but still also trying to be responsive to affordability, as opposed to just adding every time for the initiative when we actually have a fund or a source dedicated that we could have taken this from. So I'll leave it there and allow others to advance and make comments. And Councillor Carr, you are next.
Great. Thank you. First of all, thank you for supporting the amendment that I put forward. Oh, sorry. Are we in the main queue or the amendment queue? I've spoken on the, sorry.
We're on the main queue. I somehow got knocked off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want, I know I've used time up on the amendment queue, so I'm not sure what should happen with that. I'll leave it to the clerk.
Clerks, I did say that we were returning to the amended motion, and I believe that we've been proceeding on that basis. I think Councillor Carr had made some previous comments. Am I correct? Do you want to verify and see if that's correct?
Yes, Vice Chair, we did already vote on the amendment, and we are on the main queue now. I just moved us over.
Okay, but Councillor Carr, I showed it 227, so was that from other comments, or is that from the amendment queue?
I believe it did not get reset, so I can reset the timers.
Okay, we'll just try to be judicious. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, maybe it could be, yeah, thank you. Yes, so the first point I really want to make is that that we did hear from Andrew Gage that court rulings have determined that there are legal grounds for such a class action lawsuit. And the reason is that local governments have suffered damages and borne costs due to climate change caused by the burning of fossil fuels primarily. They have thus a legal basis to pursue cost recoveries through the court. That's the basis for the class action lawsuit. It's not determined who will do that yet, but that's the basis. And we could put that money aside in trust in our own accounts until those decisions around the timing and who will be involved in the case is determined. Another reason why a class action lawsuit is a good idea is that when there are multiple parties, they share costs, they also minimize their risks if there's any damages in the end, which one hopes that there isn't, but it does minimize any risks in the case. I think that what's really important to know is that the city, this is a prudent fiscal move. Our city right now is spending in the most recent capital plan about $50 million a year on adaptation, not mitigation, adaptation. And that means repairing damage done by the climate change that has already occurred. There's another 65 in mitigation, and there's operating costs to that. The point is, we have a lot of money that can be recovered. And I really want to emphasize that from what I've seen, every councillor has expressed worries about escalating costs and budgets and the need to pursue new sources of revenue. Every single one of us. This is a new source of revenue. It is one that could reap us a lot of money back that we've already spent and that we are spending. So I think it is a fiscally prudent and responsible way to go. The Insurance Bureau of Canada and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities just put out a report saying that Canadian local governments should be spending $5.3 billion each year to protect our cities from climate impacts. This is not something we can avoid. You know as well as I do. We have infrastructure that's put at risk by increasing volumes of rainwater, by the cold, which is actually the cold itself. That polar vortex is one of the reasons our streets are in such disrepair. Finally, I just want to say that I think people, especially youth, are afraid. And I think they need to feel some hope. And I think they want polluters to pay. So this is a move forward that is, I believe, is fiscally smart and addresses our own need to spend money with the possibility now or potentially of actually recouping our costs and a way in which we can give the people of the city some hope.
All right, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle? You are on again. Go ahead.
Thanks, this is a holdover.
It's a holdover? I was wondering, thanks. Councillor Swanson, also holdover? Councillor Swanson, just confirming it's a holdover?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Councillor DiGenova?
Thanks. I wanted to start with a point of information to staff, if I could, through you, Chair. that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm looking at an article back from 2016, and the title is Oil Giant to Donate Land for $30 million Vancouver Native Youth Center. So I understand that Anya is moving forward and that Vancouver was a partner in that land donation. So it's not like Anya and Suncor were just partners. The city of Vancouver is a partner. And I have to ask, I'm using this as one example, but I'm going to ask our deputy city manager, does it possibly jeopardize, projects such as this if the city of Vancouver is to move forward with a lawsuit? I understand when there's a lawsuit in progress, often donations are halted and stopped. And I'm as I have a fiduciary responsibility, as city councillor here, I have to consider all of the possible ramifications and unintended consequences. So I'm wondering, is that something that staff could comment on right now?
Thanks for the question. We'd be happy to comment on it. I can't comment on it right now because I'd have to speak to the internal proponents of the Anya project and probably our legal department more generally to find out an answer to that. Happy to get back to council by memo if you want us to.
I would love that because I understand it's a $30 million donation, and I'm not sure that Anya would be able to build their center without that. And understanding that the province has just come forward with $2.5 million of funding this year for Anya and their center. I'm not sure if, like the Killarney Senior Center, the Sunset Senior Center, does that funding go away? So I'm asking you this also, if you could include this in the email follow-up to council, would the provincial funding possibly be in jeopardy, or would there be concern there as well, knowing that Anya has been working at this for some time now?
We'll investigate both the implications for the provincial contribution proposed and as well as the original contribution of the land. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much.
Anything further, Councillor Tichenova?
Yes, I do. I'm going to make some comments, but that certainly was a concern to me because, council, I do see us doing what we can to already leverage good. And I remember being on the last council with Councillor Carr when we approved that and moved forward with a partnership with Suncor, which is one of the largest petroleum producers in Western Canada, and Anya, to move forward to make sure that Anya had a new center. And ironically, it was the agenda item right after we moved forward with having a report back on our intervener status. And our city manager had just come back from Ottawa. So I think that we can move forward in good ways. And to some of my other colleagues' comments, there isn't anyone who is saying here on this council that I've witnessed, and I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouths, but we had a unanimous agreement on many motions that move forward to climate action, that make sure that we're doing our part. And I'd argue, council, that we're doing more than many other municipalities to combat, the climate emergency. In fact, we declared a climate emergency. To some of my colleagues' points, we already have increased our budget to include a climate tax. And that's not just for this 1 year. Each year, and now with 7.7% inflation, the next council will not only be seeing that amount that Councillor Kirby Young, I think, mentioned it was $9 million, but now it will be $9 million plus inflation. So that's what we'll see moving forward. And I know that there are councillors that have said, and I heard it a lot on the last council, it's just a cup of coffee. It's just a cup of coffee. Well, council, it's not just a cup of coffee. Now it's a cup of coffee and 25 cents. And, to some of the comments that we've heard here, I don't think there's anyone who's denying that we need to take action and show leadership moving forward. I guess it's about the way to do that. We can use these funds, as a municipal government that we don't even have, that we're going to have to go out and ask families that don't have these funds, because we know we're not an affordable city. Possibly we're going to increase their taxes. It's going to come down, trickle down through rents. And, we can say it's just $1 per resident, but we're tacking on a lot of work at $1 per resident. I know that this council, has stepped up in many ways, but when we look at it reflected in the cost of living in our city, it's pretty, it's It's taking a toll. So at
Thank
this
you.
point, I
Thank you.
won't be supporting this motion,
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova.
but I'm looking forward to the information coming back from staff.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody further on the queue, going once, going twice. So a reminder for those online that for council members, your video does need to be enabled to vote, and I'll trust the clerk is tracking that and ask if we can take us to a vote, please. Okay, and that has passed with 5 in opposition, Councillor DiGenova, Hardwick, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young. And that concludes item 5, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Carr. Thank you.
Actually, mine is the next motion.
Oh. So close. Helps if you read ahead. Okay. Okay, Council, we're now moving on to item 6, which is also Vancouver hosting a C40 climate workshop for the Metro Vancouver region, which was moved by Councillor Carr and seconded by Councillor Fry. We did refer this as per yesterday, per practice, to this meeting to hear from speakers. I'll just ask the clerk to confirm if we do have our 3 registered speakers on the line at this point.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And despite the fact that we sent out 2 reminders, we have no one on the line, but I'm just getting a message. If you could just bear with me a moment.
Sure.
Yes, reminders were sent earlier today at 3:17 and again at 3:55, but all 3 speakers are not on the line.
Okay, given that it's 4:30 and I think there's been ample time, we will proceed then with onto debate and discussion. And so, Council, if you do have any debate discussion, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Carr, you're up.
Yep, thanks very much. Council, I had the idea for this particular workshop by being on a trip with some representatives from Metro Vancouver to the ICLEI conference of cities and local regional governments around the world committed to climate action and sustainability. And I'd heard before I went that there was a headquarters for C40, the cities committed to climate, of which Vancouver is one, and visited their offices. And I'd heard particularly that they have some very advanced tools that simplify how cities can actually develop climate action plans, and even more importantly, track how they're doing in terms of implementing those plans, including the costs and the opportunities to have kind of the biggest bang for the buck, so to speak. So in visiting with them, I asked if it would be possible for them to share information around that, and they said they would be delighted to, but the city of Vancouver would be the city that they would have to deal with. They actually provide services for the C40 cities, and we could invite whoever we wanted to that particular meeting. And so in coming back, I talked to, again, people at Metro Vancouver who thought this would be a really good idea, talked to staff here at the city who thought this would be a really good idea, a collaborative effort across the region, and so put forward this motion. The Climate Action Committee of Metro Vancouver at our last meeting did pass a motion in support of this endeavor. I'll read you that motion, that the Climate Action Committee directs staff to work with City of Vancouver staff to investigate and report back on the scope, logistics, and resources needed for Vancouver to host, as a C40 city, a C40 supported workshop on accelerating local climate action plans. My understanding is that such a workshop would be available to elected officials as well as staff people from the various municipalities. So at this point, it's a directive motion to have our staff investigate investigate, liaise with Metro Vancouver, and provide a memo to Council on the scope, logistics, and resources needed for us to host as a C40 city, a C40 supported workshop on accelerating local climate action plans.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And I'm going to advance Councillor Dominato. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And I've circulated an amendment to Councillor Carr's motion.
Okay, I'll just ask the clerk to move us to amendment queue, and go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And it's simply, I appreciate the Councillor acknowledging Councillor Carr referenced support from the Climate Action Committee with Metro Vancouver, and that's great to hear. But given the significant role that the Metro Vancouver plays, I think there's an opportunity here, and I bring this in part on on behalf of my colleague, Councillor Kirby, on this amendment because she's chairing, is to have staff also explore the opportunity of co-hosting this workshop with Metro Vancouver. I think there's a lot of alignment there, obviously given that the committee supports the workshop concept, but also given Metro Vancouver's mandate and also the opportunity to share in some of those costs as well that may come forward. So I think it's pretty straightforward, but that's the amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. I see Councillor Carr. Would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. In general, I'm supportive of the amendment. I just want to make it clear that what the C40 leadership told me in Copenhagen is that they deal directly with C40 cities, so they wanted Vancouver to host it. It may be that it's just simply technically what is needed for them to then provide the resources to us, but I'm certainly getting enthusiastic response from Metro Vancouver, although it yet has to go through the board. But certainly, if it's possible to, via C40's support for that idea, I'm 100% behind the collaboration, and I believe there will be collaboration in any case.
Fantastic. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova, you have
Just going to take this opportunity, Chair, to ask a point of information to Councillor Carr. I'm just wondering, Councillor Carr, what is the overall cost? What has the overall cost been to previous cities of hosting this?
A good question, and this obviously this motion is actually directing staff to figure that out. My understanding is that the resources provided by C40 are free to C40 cities, and how much that includes their personnel and staff in helping host it, I'm not sure, but they certainly said that the tools that they have available, they do provide free to C40 cities, and we are free to share them. I have not. I don't have any idea at this point, and that's what this motion is about: is to explore that.
Okay. I'll just say that I will support the amendment. I think that it would be a benefit to the whole Metro Vancouver region, and maybe also an opportunity to share in some of those resources, and maybe also some of those costs.
Okay, that's. I'm not seeing anybody further on the queue, so we'll take a vote on the amendment. If we can trigger the vote queue, please. Thanks, staff. And while we await the result in eager anticipation, I'm going to predict that that passes. Let's see. Oh, call it with none in opposition. Thank you, everybody. That brings us back to the amended motion. Any further debate or comments? Nope, seeing none, we can go to a vote on the final amended motion.
Chair, I do see a councillor on the queue.
Oh,
holdover.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Okay. Yes, please. Make this exciting for those at home. Predict another pass. Yes, there we go. Unanimous with none in opposition. And that concludes item number 6. And back to you, Chair Carr. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vice Chair Kirby Young. So, Council, we are now concluded item 6, and we are now on the item 7, and the next referred item or motion, which was previously motion B4, advocating for the requirement of side guards on heavy trucks in urban areas, moved and introduced by Councillor Bligh, seconded by Councillor Boyle. So we'll now hear from speakers on this motion, and I turn to you, Clerk, to see if the first speaker is on the line. Cheng-An Boon?
Hello?
Yes, hi, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to council, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm a West End resident and cyclist, and I was catalyzed into thinking about this topic by the recent death of Augustine Beltran at the Hornby and Pacific, who was crushed under the wheels of a turning truck. I'd first like to thank Councillors Boyle and Bligh for your quick action on bringing this motion to the table. I'm calling in to voice my support for this motion and for it to be adopted as written. Beltran's death is the exact kind of death that could have been avoided had side guards been mandated in 2012 when Transport Canada first reviewed the subject. Trucks already have mandated mirrors and underride guards, and side guards and extra mirrors are not new or unusual. However, the current standards leave huge blind spots and danger zones for the most vulnerable road users, while protecting those encased in 2 tons of plastic and steel with all the latest safety features in the automotive industry has to offer. It's high time we close those gaps and mandated complete 360-degree road awareness and safety features on par with those in Japan, Europe, Brazil, and China. Back in 2012, bicycle mode share in Vancouver was 4.4%, and that has increased to 8.8%. As more cyclists take to the roads, more and more people will be put into these kinds of situations, and more incidents will occur unless we take steps now to introduce safety features to curb cyclist and pedestrian injuries and fatalities. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but really appreciate you you speaking to the motion. Thank you. Speaker 2, Rhiannon Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're very clear. Go ahead to speak to council, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a resident of Vancouver, the parent of 2 young children, and we get around town primarily by bike. Like many of us here, I was deeply affected by Augustine's death last month. I didn't know him, but from everything I've heard and read, he was an amazing young man. Kind, funny, with a promising future and his whole life ahead of him. Beloved by his friends and family and fiancé. I was able to attend the memorial ride for Augustine, which was very well attended and a really beautiful tribute. There was a real sense among those who were attending, not just of grief at losing a fellow human being, but also the recognition that it could have been any one of us or any of our loved ones. All of us who ride bikes or walk in the city have had close calls. Augustine's death could likely have been prevented. If this crash had happened in the UK or many other countries or cities around the world, he would likely be alive today. Because we know how to prevent this type of fatality, and the reason these tragedies continue to happen is because of government inaction and the prioritization of industry interests over people's lives. This motion before you aims to accomplish 2 of the things that we know can prevent this type of tragedy. Installing side guards drastically reduces the risk to pedestrians and cyclists of being trapped beneath large vehicles, and the Class 5 and 6 mirrors decrease the size of the blind spots and improve visibility for truck drivers. While requiring these measures at the municipal level will, of course, not eliminate these risks, it's important for cities to take the lead when we have the opportunity to do so. If Vancouver adopts this policy, it seems likely that other municipalities in the metro area will do the same, incrementally improving safety for everyone using our roads, and increasing the pressure on Transport Canada to mandate them federally. The last piece of this motion, urging Transport Canada to act, is really important. Transport Canada has refused to mandate side guards previously, but since the last time they made that decision, cycling as a mode share has doubled, with many cities hoping to increase those numbers further. This particular risk is much higher in urban areas as well, and the share of Canadians living in urban areas has also grown since then. So Transport Canada's justification for refusing to mandate side guards is weakening, and now is a good time to apply pressure on them. There is a precedent for this sort of policy change. In 2007, Transport Canada mandated rear underride guards to reduce fatalities from drivers crashing into the backs of large trucks. Requiring side guards simply expands that protection to other road users. So I strongly urge you all to vote in favor of the motion put forward by Councillors Bligh and Boyle. It's too late for Augustine and for Andres Bender Westhuizen and for Muska Bezhad and for the grieving friends and family that they all leave behind. But acting now could prevent similar tragedies from happening in our city in the future. And I hope, too, that this motion is just the beginning of a transition towards prioritizing people's lives over driver convenience and industry savings. Given that most pedestrian injuries and fatalities in urban areas occur at intersections, I hope that Council will in future consider restricting right turns on red, upgrading signalized intersections in the city to include leading pedestrian intervals, and installing red light and speed cameras throughout the city. Horrifically, just this afternoon, a 5-year-old girl standing on the sidewalk near Jericho Beach was hit and seriously injured by a driver. Our children aren't even safe on sidewalks. My God, we need to do so much better to protect people outside of vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. There are no questions, but you're very clear, your statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to speaker 3, Rodrigo Alicio. Oh, you're here in person. Thank you and welcome to Chambers.
My name is Rodrigo Alessio. My cousin Agustin tragically lost his life while riding his bicycle from his apartment to Stanley Park. Thank you for allowing me to be here. It is not in the best of circumstances, but it has a very strong significance for our decisions to come and live in this beautiful city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my wife, my 2 kids, my aunt and uncle, Beatriz and Ramiro, cousins, Maria and Paulina, their partners, Eduardo and Rodrigo, and new baby-born niece, Lorenza, my entire family as well, which includes Renata, Agustin's partner. She will be speaking shortly after me. Thank you, Councillor Boyle and Councillor Bligh. Thank you for listening. It is overwhelming to be here and to be able to address this issue to representatives who actually care. Where we come from, this is particularly rare. Agustin was a fantastic young man with great potential and with no doubt would have continued to make everyone's life better every day. He was actually working and investigating on the impact of bike lanes in economics. He was a PhD student in UBC economics. We came to this country and to this city because we want to have a better quality of life. He was certainly the best fit for us. Agustin understood that to his core. He truly believed we were going to have a better, peaceful life. He even saw it in my children's day-to-day. Ironically, one of the reasons we gave people back home as to why we were living here was, back in Mexico, we couldn't peacefully ride a bike through the city, even in our own street. Life, go figure. Accidents happen. This, pending police investigation, was a terrible accident. And accidents will continue to happen. But our intent is to fully support this action and this motion from preventing people from dying, from preventing people and families on suffering loss from inaction. So no one, in what I hope is a very near future, will have to feel this way, having to give his parents and the whole family the very worst news, or listen to my 3-year-old say he misses his uncle Agustin. Side guards on that truck will have saved Agustin's life. Side guards could save your life, your cousins, your partners, or your children's life. Let us prevent this from happening to anyone else. Riding a bicycle in the city shouldn't be life-threatening, so we fully support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you don't mind staying at the stand, you do have some questions from councillors.
Of course.
Great. Over to you first, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you so much for coming in and speaking. I just wondered if there was anything else about your cousin that you'd like to share with us.
Of course. Agustin was a terrific person. He was kind. He was incredibly smart. He had a a way of seeing life that is not common. He really understood what life was about. He really was thoughtful, and he knew that living his life with all his potential and a very good day to day was the best fit for him. He understood, like not many people do, what life was about, and it was about cherishing every moment. This type of things, accidents do happen, like I said, but for it to happen to Augustine, it's a terrible, terrible loss, because a really magnificent life was lost that day. Whenever someone loses his life, everyone says how great they were. In this case, he really, really was. He was an exceptional young kid. And yeah, he was truly something.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing a bit more of him with us. And please pass along our love and our heartbreak to your whole family too.
Of course. Thank you very much for everything you've done.
More questions? Councillor Bligh.
Thank you, and thank you, Rodrigo, for being here and standing up and speaking. I know this can feel nerve-wracking under the best of times, but to be here in honor of your cousin, your cousin?
Yeah.
Yes. Augustine, I just really want to acknowledge the tremendous strength that that takes. I understand that there was a memorial ride concurrently in where Augustine was born, and I wonder, could you tell us a little bit about that ride and what that meant to your family and the community?
Well, yeah, Augustine was beloved by so many people that immediately we knew that so many of them wanted to do memorials for him. So as we did a memorial for him here, memorial was organized not only in Mexico City, but in another Mexican city. So yeah, there were three rides organized in his honor. He was so passionate about bicycles and of riding. Renata is gonna, his partner, is gonna speak in a while, but he actually wanted to start doing bike more, even if that's possible. But yeah, and yeah, it was really special.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do drive by that intersection and note every evening the candles are still being lit.
Yes, correct. Where this terrible thing happened, many people are putting candles and flowers and whatnot. But yeah, he's being remembered like he truly was, a magnificent young person.
Well, I didn't know that you were coming to speak today, and your family to the victim of this accident. So I just want to say thank you again for doing that, and just really appreciate you being here.
Thank you for everything you've done as well. So thank you.
And that is it for your questions. Thank you very much for coming and sharing that.
Thank you.
We are on to speakers 4. Jeff Lee.
Thank you. I'm going to check that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. I speak today on behalf of Hub Cycling in support of this motion. Hub Cycling has been working for 24 years to get more people cycling more often through education, events, programs, and advocacy. Like many others, we were shocked by the tragic death of Augustine on June 29th. Augustine was riding in a protected bike lane. He was in a protected bike crossing, when he was struck by the cemetery of the dump truck. We need to focus on the driver actions and responsibilities, but we also need to address the increased risk of serious injury and death when a traffic crash occurs involving a vulnerable road user and a heavy truck. This is not just people cycling, this is also people walking. Truck side guards would not have prevented this crash, but they could have reduced the severity of injury and prevented a fatality. Truck side guards are designed to reduce the chances of a vulnerable road user going underneath the vehicle. And only 5 days after this crash, a very similar crash in Victoria on July the 4th also involved protected bike lanes, a protected crossing, a person riding a bike, and a large heavy truck. It resulted in the victim requiring emergency services and being hospitalized. That the victim was not killed in that case was likely because they did not go under the truck. While that truck did not have side guards, it was simply good fortune that it ended the way it did, because the rider did come into contact with the rear wheels of the truck. We strongly support the requirement for truck side guards in all City of Vancouver heavy trucks, as well as on trucks used by contractors supplying services to the City of Vancouver. We also support the requirement for the installation of additional blind spot mirrors. We support a review of all city cycling lanes in terms of vehicle turning conflicts and additional treatments to reduce the risk to vulnerable road users. In many cases, this will include no right turn on red restrictions or a complete ban on right turns at some intersections. And given the frequency with which these restrictions are routinely ignored where they're installed today, we suggest that this mitigation should include automated cameras to enforce the restrictions. We plan to press other BC municipalities and regional authorities to enact similar bylaws and address the lack of truck side guards on their own truck fleets. One example of that is Metro Vancouver, who are just about to commence the construction of a new water supply main under Stanley Park, and who plan to have a large number of heavy dump trucks operating in the park over a course of several years, alongside people walking and cycling through the park. We think that Metro Vancouver should be doing exactly what you are considering doing here. When they have a truck or hire a truck, that they should require this type of mitigation. We support the City of Vancouver advocating with regional, provincial, and federal authorities to expand these actions beyond the City of Vancouver, and that will create a consistent framework for truck operators. We support the City of Vancouver advocating to ICBC and truck driving associations to deliver increased driver education to better inform drivers of their responsibilities regarding vulnerable road users. Moving to zero traffic fatalities, as we have committed to do, requires that we act. That action needs to start at the local level. It's been too difficult to get this passed at the federal level. This motion sets out to do this at the local level, and that's the way we need to start and build from there. We thank you in advance for your support of this motion.
Thank you. And you do have questions, but Council, before we move to questions to the speaker, we are running close to 5 o'clock. We have one speaker here and another additional speaker in chambers, and I believe 2 online. I leave it to you to decide whether you want to finish speakers, hear the speaker in person, and then take a dinner break. It's up to you.
Can I move a motion, Chair?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Could I move a motion that we finish with this speaker, hear the speaker in person, and then hear the other speakers after dinner?
That's your motion.
That's my
You've just tabled it. I'll test for consensus. All those in favor? Does everybody
Chair-
understand that? We would be.
Chair, I have this is Councillor Boyle. Sorry, I was on the list to move a motion, but since there's one on the floor now, I have a point of information, which is I'm just hoping, because I'm not there in person, if we can confirm that there's just one speaker in person, and you said there are 2 on the line.
Correct. That's right. Yes.
Okay.
And the motion right now that was just moved was to, I'm sorry, Councillor Boyle, I assumed you were going to maybe ask questions of the speaker, but the motion on the floor is to finish the questions to the speaker, if there are any, so on the line, and to hear the speaker in person and then take our dinner break. That is the motion on the floor. You're free to amend it. You're on the queue now.
My preference would have been to extend to hear the rest of the speakers and then break, but I can live with what's on the floor.
You can, okay. That's fine. So again, council will, oh, all of you are to speak to this. Okay. Recognizing time there. Councillor DeGenova, is this to your own motion?
Yeah, just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to note also that I was trying to be able to hear the speaker in person. I do have parenting responsibilities, and that includes daycare pickup. We can't really be changed. And if everyone else wants to hear the other speakers, that's fine. I won't be able to stay for that.
Okay, we have 1 minute and 1.5 minutes left. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Dominato?
I was going to propose an amendment, which was to hear the remaining speakers and then recess for dinner.
Okay.
Oh, I'm seeing.
So we would have to, I think, defeat the first one and then move on to the second amendment. Is that, I mean, or is it an amendment to the amendment?
Just to amend,
All right.
Councillor
We're in an amendment to the amendment, and I'm going to test for, I'll just say yay to, or nay, to the amendment by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor of hearing speakers and then break for dinner, say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, so we have an amended motion. I have to go through this again, and all those in favor of that amended motion, say yay.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we will hear the rest of the speakers and then break for dinner. So thank you, Council. We are now on to Brenda Sam Kirk.
Speaker number 5 is not on the line.
Okay, we are now on to Speaker 6, Renata Ravello Velasquez.
Yes.
Okay. Renata? Are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Renata. I am a resident of the city of Vancouver. And first up, I wanted to express my gratitude to Councillor Kristen Boyle for bringing this motion to your attention. On June 29th, my life changed forever. I lost my partner and best friend while doing what we love most, biking. Coming from Mexico City, a place that faces multiple mobility challenges and that does not prioritize cyclists nor pedestrians, we were extremely excited to move to Vancouver, a city that, from our perspective, is one of the best places for active transportation. We bike everywhere, to work, to the supermarket, to parties, and we were about to start training for the Gran Fondo of Whistler. We were so excited about biking that Agustin even wrote his master thesis on the benefits of protected bike lanes to reduce traffic. We have already heard about the benefits of side guards, and I appreciate the technical knowledge of the previous speakers. I can only speak from my perspective. Having witnessed the accident from a few meters away, I know that Agustin's life would have been saved if that truck had had side guards. It is also possible that other things would have saved his life. Bicycle traffic signals, clear regulations on the right-of-way, and not allowing heavy trucks inside of the downtown area are just a few others. There is nothing I can do to bring Agustin back to life, but we can all do something to prevent this from happening to anyone else. Council, I urge you to approve this motion and to continue working on making the streets safe for everyone, particularly for pedestrians and cyclists. This will not only save lives, but will benefit the city response to climate change by moving away from car-centric planning. I am looking forward to getting back on my bike, and I trust that you will do what it takes to make me feel safe again. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you do have some questions, if you don't mind staying on the line. Councillor Bligh.
Thank you, Renata. I just wanted to appreciate you for gathering up the strength to speak to council today after this devastating loss for you personally. I don't have any questions. I just really want to express my condolences for what you're going through and the loss. And we will be working hard here to ensure that we can take action to make our streets safer for cyclists. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. That is it for any questions or comments, but I just do want to say, I think on behalf of all of council, that we also express our sincere condolences to you, and really appreciate the fact that you did take the time and the energy to speak to us about this.
Thank you.
Council, we're on to speaker 7, Lucy Maloney. In person.
Ooh, thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion to require side guard and mirrors. It's very hard to follow, Renata. Excuse me. On City of Vancouver vehicles and contractor vehicles. I would like to start by again offering my heartfelt condolences to Agustin Beltran's partner Renata and his family and friends, many of whom I had the honour of meeting and working with in organising the Vancouver Memorial Ride for Agustin, which took place the weekend after his death. It's easy to think, why would this small step make a difference when the City of Vancouver trucks are only a small percentage of the large trucks on our roads? But I assure you that this measure will show strong leadership and has already started resonating outwards to other municipalities and within the trucking industry. On the morning of Agustin's death, my husband cycled through the intersection of Pacific and Hornby about 45 minutes after his crash. He pulled over and called me shaken and upset. I regularly ride through this intersection with my daughter on the back of my cargo bike or on her own bike. My 13-year-old son rides through this intersection on his way downtown. The Vancouver cycling community rallied together to comfort each other and show support to Agustin's partner, friends and family, because we all have stories of close calls like this. Even with good infrastructure, an inattentive truck driver who is pressed for time and has poor visibility from their cab can take our lives or the lives of our loved ones and friends in an instant. As Jeff Lee mentioned, the week after Agustin's death, we were confronted with explicit overhead video from Victoria of a cyclist being knocked off his bike by a truck driver turning right in similar circumstances. Luckily, the truck driver was able to stop before his back wheels crushed the cyclist. We need to do everything we can to compel trucking companies to install side guards, mirrors like you see on school buses, and trucks designed to maximise visibility through large, low windows and flat fronts. We need trucking companies to take driver training seriously and to develop a safety culture in which drivers know that driving slowly and carefully is more important than anything else. If large trucks are to be allowed to use streets like Hornby Street, trucking contractors should be required to develop and implement safety plans to identify and mitigate potential hazards like the danger of pulling left and then turning right across vehicle lanes and across a bike lane. The death of a person riding a bike is often the catalyst for safety improvements in cities. That is a good thing, but let's do everything we can to prevent the deaths of people using our roads, people in cars, on bikes, walking, using wheelchairs and mobility scooters, and the other forms of micromobility that people are using now and that emerge in the future. We are seeing the effects of catastrophic climate change now, and we need to do everything at our disposal to address it now. This measure will help make people feel safer using sustainable and active modes of transport, which is one small way we can protect our children's future. The trucking industry in Europe and elsewhere that sideguards have already been required has survived, and lives have been saved. We have the opportunity today to show leadership in requiring the same standards here to protect vulnerable road users, and by doing so, encourage sustainable and active forms of transport. Large trucks are already required to have rear guards to make sure that drivers are not decapitated when they crash into the back of a truck. This is a good requirement that saves lives. It will also save lives to require side guards and mirrors to prevent vulnerable road users, such as people walking and bike riding, from ending up under trucks. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions for you. Thank you for taking that time and expressing things so clearly. Council, I'm just going to go back to the list. The speakers 8 and 9 have withdrawn. I'm going to just go back and see if Brenda Sam Kirk is on the line.
No.
Okay, Council, the motion was to hear the speakers. We'll continue with this item after our dinner break. We will reconvene at 10 minutes past 6.
Hi, Kirsty, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect.
We are proceeding now, having heard from speakers on item 7, advocating for the requirement of side guards on heavy trucks in urban areas. We are now going to proceed with the debate and decision. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much, Chair Carr. I just wanted to begin with a huge thank you to all of the speakers who signed up, particularly to Augustine's cousin and partner for the courage and the strength that it takes to share your story in the service of preventing other future deaths. It was incredibly powerful to hear about your beloved family member, about Augustine and the joy that he brought to the city and to his family back home. So thank you for sharing those stories. And I also wanted to say a huge thank you to the cycling community across Vancouver who, as you heard, really pulled together after that death to support his family and to advocate for changes like this, which is really how this motion came about. And so a lot of credit to that advocacy work of the community and of Hub and others. It is, as Council has heard, an important change that will undoubtedly save lives and mean the difference between a collision that results in injury and a collision that results in a fatality. And that is, of course, an incredibly important difference for everyone involved. So I hope that this is passed unanimously and that we can work together on the advocacy that we need to see this change happen at other levels of government, as well as to make this change in our own jurisdiction and on our own vehicles to set an example and potentially to save lives.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. So just in closing, also would like to thank the speakers who signed up to speak, particularly those direct relatives of Augustine Beltran, and just to acknowledge who they're still here, just to acknowledge the tremendous courage and strength that it takes to speak so soon after such a tragic loss. So just thank you very much for that. So where this motion came from is, of course, on June 29th, Augustine Beltran, who's 28 years old, a Vancouver resident and a PhD student at UBC, was tragically killed in a collision at the right-hand turn of Pacific and Hornby. And the call for action to protect pedestrians and cyclists can be taken by the city to prevent the severity of this awful accident and others like it by mandating the requirement of side guards on heavy trucks in urban areas. These side guards have been required in countries in Europe since 1989. They're also mandatory in Japan, China, Brazil, a number of other cities, including the city of Halifax, which took action in 2016 to mandate side guards on all city-owned and contracted vehicles after a tragic loss similar to this. And of course, we know that Vancouver's Climate Emergency Action Plan aims to have 2/3 of all trips in Vancouver be by active transportation and public transportation by 2030. And the city's Transportation 2040 plan also includes a goal of 0 traffic-related fatalities with an emphasis on vulnerable road users. So really, the support of this motion is taking that leadership role that our city can play in protecting road users from these tragic circumstances. And then beyond our own city-owned vehicles, to continue to advocate to the federal government through to mandate Transport Canada change the requirements for side guards and to go so far as Class 5 and Class 6 side mirrors on heavy trucks, which will help to reduce the blind spot limitations when it comes to seeing pedestrians and cyclists and other road users. At the end of the day, through these measures, I think as council and as a city, we can take effective action to reduce the tragic circumstances that contributed to Augustine's passing and address accidents like it by better protecting the most vulnerable road users in Vancouver, which is essentially those that are not in vehicles. So, you know, I again like to thank Council for the consideration in this motion, and also our staff, who I understand are already working to review traffic planning in areas where right-hand turns intercept bike lanes at intersections, with the report back to Council in the future. And that is work that's directed in this motion, but I understand that staff have already taken that initiative. So I just want to thank staff for that as well. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle.
Yes, thanks. Sorry, I also, Councillor Bligh said all of that really well, and I also just wanted to say thank you to her. It was really great to work together on this and to work with folks from the community, but I think a good example of cross partisan collaboration, and really appreciate the opportunity to work with Councillor Bligh on it.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'd love to thank the speakers for speaking, and just seeing that the amount of the community coming out and supporting. The city has a Vision Zero, which when you read, it says one fatality is too many, and it's something we strive for as a city, and so whatever we can do on that path. So we shouldn't have these conversations, but I do appreciate you spending the time to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. I see no one else on the queue. Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this, please? And that passes unanimously. Again, thank you, speakers. Okay, that moves us now to item, the next referred item, which is, sorry, item 8, I believe. Yes. This is a previously referred, or sorry, the 5th referred item number. It was previously motion B5. And just asking staff to put money for a seniors planner in the draft 2023 budget. And we have one speaker registered, Mark White. Is Mark White on the line?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. You are always there, Mark. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and councillors and Chair. As you're all aware, I'm Mark White, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee. And SAC members are grateful to live, work, and volunteer on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'd like to thank SAC councillors for bringing this motion forward, and I'd like to thank all councillors for the unanimous support of an earlier motion in January seeking reallocation of funds to support a seniors planner, if possible. As noted in the motion, 30% of the population of the city of Vancouver are 55 and older, 23% are 60 years and older, 17% are 65 years and older, and based on 2016 census data, 21% of all households in Vancouver are senior-led. Close to 50% of seniors renting in Vancouver are in core housing need, and it's important to remember that seniors represent the fastest growing segment of the homeless population, 25%, which the City of Vancouver's Homeless Service Outreach Team is well aware of. The social housing wait lists for older adults have increased by 54% between 2014 and 2019, and individuals over the age of 65 represent 37% of the region's wait list. The City Equity Framework, as it currently stands, does not address discrimination of ageism, nor recognizes the importance of older persons and elders as a major target to address within current work on diversity, equality, inclusion, and reconciliation. Recent health and climate emergencies, such as COVID-19, have disproportionately impacted older persons, and these types of events have exacerbated the level of social isolation experienced by older adults as well as persons with disabilities. Under the watch of this council, the development of a comprehensive senior strategy was halted due to COVID 3 years ago, and other council priorities have superseded this important work. It's no wonder that 35 community senior serving organizations supported our last motion, requesting city staff to consider reallocation of funds to support a seniors planner, and why we, the seniors community, is running out of patience. The City of Vancouver has essentially fallen behind other large municipalities who have made significant progress in strategic planning and operationalizing key goals embedded in the UN 2021-2030 Decade of Healthy Aging. The City of Toronto is well ahead of Vancouver. The City of Vancouver, we know, cannot solve the challenges of an aging population on their own. And to be successful, the city needs to leverage federal, provincial, and community resources. Yet we know from provincial stakeholders that the City of Vancouver is not represented on important key provincial working committees addressing healthy aging. And this is in contrast to the City of Richmond and the City of Surrey, and also noting these working committees receive funding support from the Ministry of Health. We believe the City of Vancouver could be doing better, should be doing better. We need innovation, real dedicated planning, and a comprehensive senior strategy with timelines, actions, and accountability metrics. We urge your support for this motion and your strong recommendation that the incoming council consider the opportunity of having a well-resourced seniors planner team working with community partners to get Vancouver back on track, becoming an innovator and leader in supporting healthy aging in the context of creating complete communities. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. It's very clear, and I'm not seeing any speakers or any questions for you, but Mark, thank you again for your diligence and all the work you do for the Seniors Advisory Committee in the city.
Wonderful, and thank you all for all your work over this term. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mark. We have a public speaker also on this item. Nathan Davidovich, is he on the line?
No, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, I could call again. The only one. So is Nathan Davidovich on the line?
No, he is not.
Okay. Council, that's the end of our speakers list to this item. So I'm looking for either debate or movement to a decision. Councillor Swanson, to the item. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we can support this unanimously. It's just to put the money in the budget for the next council to hopefully pass. And it's so many good reasons listed in the motion why we should do this. And I'm hoping we can just go ahead and do it. That's it.
Thank you. And Councillor Wiebe, to the motion.
Yeah, I will be supportive, and I think it's an important thing for us to make sure that seniors are components of when we are building complete communities. I do like to see moving forward, as well as looking at different opportunities to have dedicated people with accessibility, and also we find that youth components of complete communities are normally the first to be removed, and so I think we need to find ways to make sure that we are building a community that our youth feel comfortable in. So hopefully in the future we can find ways to and allow those voices to be involved in our community conversations and planning.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. And Councillor Bligh, to the motion.
Thanks very much. I do have a point of information, and that is to the city manager, and it's related to the funding of the seniors planner. I fully support this particular position and think we need it in the city. My question is, we heard during the accessibility strategy report that there was resource allocation from attrition from an open headcount that was reallocated to the accessibility planner. And I wonder if it would be helpful to have language that would ask staff to consider the same strategy for the seniors planner for the 2023 budget. And if that would be appropriate.
City Manager?
Thanks, Chair. Certainly, I think this is, we can bring back the options to council, whether it's an incremental budget or a reallocation of budget as is contemplated here. Those are both options that we can bring back to council for a decision at that time.
Okay, with that, I would like to move the amendment, and I think that...
just move us to an amendment.
Oh, great, thank you very much.
Just a sec. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the amendment simply states further that ACCS, Arts, Culture, Community Services, examined the potential for the further hiring efficiencies by redeploying internal headcount, as was done in the reorganization of the accessibility strategy, to identify a new funding for a new seniors planner. Actually, it just says funding a new, to identify, should say identify funding for a new seniors planner. I wonder if that would be appropriate to have the clerks make that change. Chair,
What was your change? I'm sorry.
Just to add funding for a new. Thank you.
Funding for?
Yeah.
Let's just include those words, clerk.
I'm happy to resend it if that's better process-wise, but it looks like it's up there. Thank you very much. And I fully support this work. I've spoken to Mark myself many times on this issue. I think that there's a ministry for seniors federally. Their seniors are our fastest growing demographic when it comes to homelessness. There are many challenges related to livability and accessibility and safety, food security, that would suggest that this needs to be prioritized. And what we continue to hear is, while we direct staff to prioritize this work, we also need to understand that there either needs to be some sort of reorganization of priorities, and wherever possible, particularly at this particular moment in time, there may be opportunity for a reorganization internally rather than adding additional headcount. So I was very encouraged by Sandra Singh, GM of ACCS, and the comments that happened automatically. So I deeply appreciate the staff's work in that regard. I just would like to have it named in this motion and hope that if that is the case, then that could be a benefit to all. And we could have the seniors planner funded internally. Leave it there.
Thank you. And speaking to the amendment, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just quickly in support of this amendment. I think it's always a good idea to look at how we can make budget efficiencies, but also I think within our own structure, how we can, rather than sort of silo off departments, if we can bring it from an internal perspective and really take some of our excellent staffing resources now and find before. I think that's a great option to explore. So just appreciate this amendment. That's it.
Great, thanks, Councillor Fry. That's it for speakers to this. So I am going to move us to a vote, or I'm not, I won't. The clerk, please, could you move us to a vote? Thank you. This is on the amendment. That is passed unanimously. And I'm going to move us back to the main queue. Councillor Bligh, to the amended motion.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm very happy to support and appreciate Councillor Boyle and Councillor Swanson's work on this. I know that's been ongoing through the Seniors Advisory Committee and other conversations, and I've been happy to participate in many of those and have learned a lot about the ways in which we can plan better for seniors as they age in a very busy city with a lot of change, and tend to feel like they might, as a group, be forgotten when it comes to how we plan and build our cities. So I think this is a very good motion for us to be championing in one of our very last meetings of this term, and look forward to seeing it supported. Very happy to support it, and the future work that will come from this type of dedicated planner. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle, to the amended motion.
Thanks. I'll also just say thank you to the all of the volunteers on the Seniors Advisory Committee who put in so much time and thought, and who have been involved in and leading a whole bunch of important public education on seniors issues, seniors and transportation, seniors and heat, seniors and resiliency, and their advocacy on this has been incredibly important, and city staff across departments have been supporting it, but appreciate their advocacy for a dedicated point person, and hope that we can, whether through reallocation or new funding, make that happen.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young, to the amended motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just speak briefly in support, and you've heard me say this before in terms of, and it's noted in the motion too, the significant increase in the population, and there are many terms for it, other than staff sometimes called the great gray tsunami or otherwise, but our population is aging significantly, and as a city, I think this is actually fundamentally aligned with what we do, and it spans everything from facility design when we look at something like, aquatic center, and how we make sure it's accessible to accessibility requirements in zoning and building design, to street design, curb cuts, crosses over engineering, planning, a whole number of different components. And so I think it's something that we are actually behind in terms of, definitely, I would say the built environment in other forms, but definitely can catch up with respect to new regulation, because our population is growing, but it's growing disproportionately, or I should say more significantly, within the seniors demographic. And, at the end of the day, the last thing I'll say is that it's a group that you often have contributed so much to society, and I think it's incumbent upon us to recognize that and give that back by planning to support people for a quality of life. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And that's it for speakers to this item. Clerk, could you take us to a vote, please? And that does pass unanimously. Great. Thank you, Council. And
unless more participants join, this conference will end in 5 minutes. Enter *1 to cancel and continue the conference.
Clerks, I'll leave that in your hands. Okay. Great. All right. We are now moving on to item 9, making it easier to host outdoor festivals and events in Vancouver. It was formerly member motion B6. We have 3 registered speakers to this item. Is our first speaker Connie Harry on the line?
No.
Thank you. Is speaker 2 Gigi Lambert on the line?
And no.
And what about speaker 3 Juan Estrada?
And no. I would note for you that we did send reminder emails for this item at 5:44 was the first one, and we sent a courtesy second one at 6:30.
Thank you. I think that information is well appreciated by council and the public. I'm going to read those names once again. So is Connie Harry on the line, Gigi Lambert on the line, or is Juan Estrada on the line?
No.
Okay. Council, that closes the speakers list for this item, and we can now proceed with debate and decision. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly to this, and I think that this is part of ongoing and continued work and focus and prioritization by council with respect to this. I don't think it bears kind of repeating how much the outdoor festivals and events add to our city. And we have been certainly working towards some improvements, but I'm hearing there's a lot to be done. There's one still. And in terms of building on where we've come from, but I'm hearing that there's still opportunity for simplification and hopefully reducing timelines. One of the recommendations that I think is really important in here is with respect to convening a bit of an industry task force, because I think some of the other initiatives, whether it's been single-use plastics, around permitting regulations and so on, is really getting a very practical, realistic, real-life perspective on what it's like trying to go through the process to apply in a short period of time by getting some folks around the table that are involved in this every day. And I think that we're seeing, obviously, the pent-up demand after COVID, but it really does make our city kind of a great place to be and for people to be outside. And the focus here really is on sort of the outdoor festivals and events, really supporting music community and some of those pop-up events to make them easier and hopefully more ubiquitous in neighborhoods across the city so that it becomes less cumbersome for the organizers, but also for staff with better streamlined processes and easier for, so it's not the same folks that are hosting them all the time, but hopefully make it easier to recognize some of those smaller and medium-sized community groups and organizations that want to do that. And I think I'll leave it there, but I'm hopeful that council will show its full support for this. I think that it's, after patios, it's probably one of the things that people really love about being able to get out in places and spaces in the city of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And to the motion, Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. And I'll just keep it very brief. We've got lots more to do. But just to say that I appreciate this motion coming forward by Councillor Kirby-Young, and particularly the notion of a task force. I actually think that that really does respond to what we're hearing in the community, gathering folks who do apply for the various permits on a regular basis and could offer some great insights in terms of how we can improve our process. Part of the go forward plan, I would say, for our city is to enable more and more family friendly events that create a real positive engagement for folks in community, bringing people from inside, outside, and being able to sort of support one another and really create a positive vibe in our communities, on our streets, is really going to help with what parts of what we're struggling with in the city right now that are related to what at times can feel like a bit of an out of balance, and particularly coming out of COVID. So I think this timing of this is excellent, and look forward to the work coming forward out of this motion. And thanks again to Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. And that concludes the speakers to this item. So clerk, if you could take us to a vote, that would be great. Councillor DiGenova on the line. Oh, okay, that's great. That has passed unanimously. We are moving now to item 10, which is for a swimmable Vancouver, formerly member motion B7. And we have four registered speakers. Check. Four registered speakers to this item. Is Speaker 1 Karen Antoine on the line?
Order the food.
Yes. Is this Karen Antoine?
Well, then cancel the order.
Potentially. Karen Antoine, are you there?
No.
Okay. Speaker 2, Philip Skinder.
Speaker was to be in person, Chair Carr, but I'm not seeing the speaker, and the speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 3, Matt Brown.
Yes, hello. Thank you all for having me today.
Great.
I am with Swim Drink Fish. We are an organization that is across Canada with a community-based water monitoring hub out of Vancouver. We monitor False Creek with a lab right in Granville Island. The motion is an easy one to support for us from the title itself when it says for Swimmable Vancouver. Our name, Swim, Drink, Fish, was born from the idea of we didn't want to see no swimming, no drinking, no fishing signs anymore. We wanted to be for something, for swimmable, drinkable, fishable water for everyone. And this motion put forward is a step in that direction. Vancouver as a city has already started to show leadership with other initiatives going forward. The treatment plant, Iona, and countless other ways to increase swimmability for its residents and visitors alike. But this one stands alone for us at Swim, Drink, Fish because it's the simple act of swimmable waters that goes really far. And it seems simple at the surface, but if you go beneath that, no pun intended, it really does make a difference for people, for your residents, for your visitors, for everyone involved. And swimmable water it's the intersection between environmental activism and social engagement. It builds a community. When we think about swimmers, we often think about the heroics of swimming across open water, if it's across the Salish Sea or across Lake Ontario or these big bodies of water. But it's for everyone. If it's simply dipping your toes in the water or walking your dog nearby it at the water's edge, you're all taking part in a healthy watershed by that active connection. And without swimmable waters, we alienate communities. And it's simple enough that you look at a city like Vancouver and seeing the council go over so much today. It's a global city. Today, you think of the Olympics, a C40 event. These are things that put you on the map as a major city. And as that type of global recognition means you need to show leadership. And declaring a swimmable city is leadership in building a community. We need to act locally and think globally. And that's what a motion like this is doing, is it's building community and connecting people to the water going forward. And that's what we've seen as an organization, is that when we get people to the water's edge, they become the best advocates, the best stewards to protect their water. And we've seen that in the hub in Vancouver. And we've seen how privileged and fortunate we are in Vancouver to be able to have the beaches and the waterways and the access to water that we do. Being an organization that goes across the country, we've seen in other major cities where that connection has been lost, where communities have been alienated from their water, and now the work that has to go into reconnecting people and getting them back into the water. It's a big challenge. It's definitely doable. But in Vancouver, it's making sure that community and people understand the importance of that swimmable water before you start to lose that. And closing beaches is something that can become really detrimental. Again, we're fortunate here that if English Beach is closed, we can go somewhere else. You can go to Spanish Banks, you can go to Second or Third Beach. So we have a plethora of options to go to. Other places don't have that. And if we take it for granted and don't start to communicate it as swimmable water, we can put it in jeopardy. And today it's been mentioned countless times, is that we are in a climate crisis and we need to find innovative, adaptable ways to address that. There is nothing more natural than giving your residents the ability to simply go to the water to cool off when extreme heat comes, to give people the social ability to go to the water and meet and gather. There's massive mental health benefits to getting people into the water and to getting people just simply beside the water. So for us at Swim, Drink, Fish, this is a no-brainer that we want to support this, and we want to work with the City of Vancouver and all of the stakeholders involved as community members in making sure that we continue to prioritize something as important and as simple sometimes as swimmable waters. So thank you.
Perfectly timed. Thank you very much. And I don't see anybody on the list for questions, but you were extremely clear, and I appreciate that you did take the time to speak to council on this.
Thank you.
Great. So speaker 4 on the line, Craig Amundsen. I'm sorry.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah,
Hi,
Craig,
can you
is
hear
this
me?
Craig? Yep.
This is Craig Amundsen speaking.
Yes.
Thank you very much for taking my call. I've read through the motion and I am in support. I am speaking in support. I would also speak as somebody who's quite involved with the Vancouver beach system, however, to say that we need actually stronger action, because if we do take all these steps, that still buys us access to the water, but for 3 or 4 months a year. Vancouver is underserved in its current aquatic capacity. It is years delayed in replacement projects and starting new projects. I'm not going to be so bold as to propose a friendly amendment. It certainly is something you're all well aware of. But there is the issue of, A, lack of aquatic space for, the hundreds of thousands of Vancouver residents who need and use the water. We are truly blessed when we have a fortunate summer, as sometimes we do. But we are also being put at risk, and we are being put at risk by what I can only describe as a significant and planned amount of minor cuts to the outdoor beaches and pools system, some of which are, of course, by happenstance. The damage to Kids Pool is, of course, not a planned event. But there have been attempts in the past few years to actually shut down beaches and remove lifeguards, and that has happened. Spanish Bank's extension has not had lifeguards on it since 2019. What is that but a budget cut? There have been attempts to remove lifeguards from Second Beach Pool Beach. In other words, keeping the lifeguards at the pool, but removing them from the beach as part of an aquatics management process. And then you come to a situation like we've had in the past 2 years with the potential of extreme heat waves, where you will have people at the beaches and in the water regardless of what happens. And I do have to bring up 2 specific events that I believe the council needs to hear about. First and foremost is the occurrence of June 26th of 2021. For reasons that I do not agree with, decision makers in the Vancouver Parks Board decided to remove lifeguards from English Bay Beach. Later that day, a young man drowned. His body washed up the next morning. Was he, in fact, a drowning accident because of the decision of the Vancouver Parks Board staff? I don't know. I can't put the claim on that right now. But having viewed the coroner's report, it's clear that the young man was swimming at a time when lifeguards would have and should have been on duty, but they were removed. We had another body wash up a couple of weeks ago at Second Beach, and there's no indication of what happened there. There's also been very little or no discussion about what happened with the body in 2026. The victim was a young man, a recent immigrant from Africa. He apparently enjoyed English Bay and was there quite a bit, according to his family, and they have no knowledge and they have had no communication from anyone in the Vancouver Parks Board about that. So that's a very specific message, but this is a grave concern that's going on amongst people who love the Vancouver beaches right now, including the staff. There was an incident a week ago Tuesday at Third Beach, which has become a regular event known as a drum circle, an event that's been growing and growing and has gone on for years without being permitted. On that evening, a man was found face down in the water. The lifeguards responded, had great difficulty getting through the crowds, and when they did, and in their attempts to revive them, they were harassed by members of the drum circle. A lifeguard, backing up her other 2 colleagues, was hit in the head by a glass bottle as she was trying to get equipment to the staff. The decision of the Vancouver Parks Board at the moment is to remove lifeguards from Third Beach during drum circle because it's too dangerous for the staff. Now, I don't disagree with that statement. It's getting too dangerous, but it really is it's a shocking statement to be in, where you have lifeguard staff removed for their own safety because, well, let's be honest, there's multiple levels going on here, whether it's the Parks Board Rangers, the Parks Board itself, the Vancouver Police, who is in control? And to remove lifeguards from the beach is going to cause more deaths like the 2 that I've currently mentioned. And the final statement I'll make is that the family of the young man who died last year has had 0 communication from the Vancouver Parks Board. Not one person has called them. And that is shameful. And I will stop there. Again, I support the motion. I support greater access and certainly more opportunities for people to swim in our natural waters. But at the same point, we are woefully inadequate in replacing the pools that are falling apart or that haven't been replaced yet. Thank you. Have a good night.
And thank you. Very much appreciate you taking the time to both speak to us on the issue and provide information. Thank you again. There are no questions. Council, I'm going to go back over speaker and see if speakers 1 or 2 are on the line. Is Karen Antoine on the line? Oh, sorry. There is a speaker 5. I'm sorry. Claire Nicole.
Yes, hello.
Okay, sorry about that. I just, you're on the list that I had, but Claire, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. We can hear you clearly.
Wonderful. Thanks very, very much. First, I'd like to recognize and share that I live and work on the unceded territories of Coquitlam, Katzie, and other Coast Salish peoples. I worked as an outdoor lifeguard, beach lifeguard for 22 years, and I now work as a registered clinical counselor in Coquitlam. I'd like to read to you an article that I wrote some time ago regarding our previous speaker's points. In Eric Nichols' book, Vancouver, first published in 1970, he expresses a concern for, quote, conflicting values and approaching maturity that place Vancouver at a crossroads for the future, unquote. Are we there yet? Yes, and the treatment of the outdoor lifeguard system is a prime example. Born and raised in Vancouver, the extraordinary vistas of English Bay and the North Shore Mountains continue to amaze me. Recently, however, it's not the view that has me breathless. Other than Joe Forte's Day in February, when Vancouverites celebrate the city's first outdoor lifeguard, the focus on the outdoor lifeguard system has been myopic. From the acknowledgement of a historical legacy to a squinty, hand-wringing, finger-pointing contestation of an extraordinary inheritance, the outdoor lifeguards who work on the beaches and at the outdoor pools now barely warrant a shoulder check. Writing for the Recreation and Parks BC magazine in the spring and summer of 2018, Paul Fast reported, quote, if we really believe that recreation can be more than just physical activity, then we have to start recognizing the importance of spaces that embrace connection to nature, accessibility, equity, and social connection as their core values. We have to start applying effort, resources, and intention to imagining spaces that will support this broader mandate, unquote. Our beaches are show-stopping and can lead and embrace this shift, but to do so requires us to give credence to the role of the lifeguard to prevent injury and drowning, provide first aid, education, conflict resolution, and so much more as the city's ambassadors. Giving short shrift to the outdoor lifeguard system puts public safety at risk. Last summer, witnessed dozens of people smoking and drinking at Kitts Beach, wading past families and their small children into deep water. A lifeguard has to wonder, who do you save? The person who has miscalculated their ability to drink a case of beer and swim out to the freighters, or a child who is now too far away to be reached in time? Do you know that under the current management, if a child is on the wrong side of the red and yellow flags, the lifeguards are not allowed to provide assistance? With astonishing foresight, Nicholl predicted, quote, nothing accelerates the depreciation of a great beauty more quickly than trying to satisfy too many admirers, unquote. Increasing beach capacity, yet forcing new and undertrained lifeguard teams to bear the safety burden has created what many local lifeguards feel is a deplorable public risk, one that inherently tarnishes not only these great spaces themselves, but also the legacy of the lifeguards who work there. The public may be surprised and maybe even outraged to learn there was a drowning, as the previous speaker had mentioned. It may be noted that decades have passed without a drowning at a guarded beach until last summer. Sadly, another person was found at the water's edge this summer at Second Beach, as the previous speaker mentioned. In last year's tragic event, It is understood in the lifeguard community that the outdoor guards had been directed to leave their posts at English Bay Station when the water was deemed unsafe due to high temperatures and high coliform counts. Instead of ensuring public safety by having lifeguards on hand, the lifeguards were removed entirely. Disillusioned and concerned, one of the lifeguards left a note to the public alerting them to the situation, and this same lifeguard faced backlash from the park board and the threat of being fired. The next day, a body was found by a member of the public, and 2 off-duty lifeguards assisted with the response. Following the incident, I'm told the same guards were reassigned to other locations. This drowning event did not even make the local news. The brother of the man who drowned was ejected from a park board meeting June 6th when the board ostensibly determined that after a year since the drowning, it was not his turn to be heard. Does this sound familiar? The city does not seem to recognize that the history of preventing drownings was the result of training and investment in the outdoor lifeguard system. Drowning is preventable. These inactions and actions demonstrate a profound disregard for public safety and ignorance of the life-saving work of the outdoor lifeguards. Those in charge of our city's beach aquatic programs who have no experience as beach lifeguards have demonstrated systemic mismanagement of not only of one of Vancouver's established legacies, but one of its most critical services. The outdoor lifeguard program is a mature and valuable system that is now at a crossroads, and the tide is coming in fast. If the city is serious about its commitment to investing in outdoor spaces, a good place to start would be renewing its focus on the positive contribution of the outdoor lifeguard program to our local beaches. I'd like to thank the council very much for their time. I hold this issue close to my heart. Obviously, I support the motion, and I am hopeful that council will investigate further to find out how further drownings can be prevented, and certainly by stopping the practice of taking the lifeguards off the beach. That's just...
Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking to us. There are no questions. You were very clear in your presentation and appreciate that information you've provided.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah. So I'm now going to go back and see if speakers 1 or 2 are on the line. Karen, speaker 1. Aaron Antoine.
Chair, we have a speaker on the line that we cannot identify which speaker it is. So,
my name is Phil Skinder. Do you recognize, can you hear me?
Yes, we're just trying to determine if Karen Anton is on the line first. No. So speaker number 2 would be on the line.
Yes. Go ahead, Philip Skinner.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Phil Skinder, and I'm the director and head coach of the Pacific Swim Academy and the Pacific Lifesaving Club. I've got about 40 years of experience swimming, coaching, teaching, and in education. I've coached from bubbles to Olympic level. I live in Vancouver with my wife and 3 children. I've submitted a detailed report and a constitution for the Pacific Lifesaving Club as background. I hope that you can use that as a reference. I'm going to speak in summary now. Prior to COVID, drowning was the second leading cause of accidental death in children under the age of 10 and the third leading cause among Canadians under 60. Tragically, less than 50% of children graduating elementary school in Vancouver know how to swim, and most of those who don't learn by grade 7 will never learn. It was a struggle to get life-saving accreditation and staff to teach and guard city pools prior to COVID. It's worse now. Courses fill up almost immediately. They were expensive and often hard to drive to get to other cities to get them. Case in point, one of my daughters is getting her NL in Maple Ridge next week. So it was bad, and it's getting worse every year. And then COVID hit, and pools shut down. With the closure of pools, lifeguards and instructors of lifeguards were forced to leave the profession to find other work. A cohort of children, therefore, received little or no access to swim lessons. Little instructor training was being conducted. And now there's a hangover effect. Many programs across the city are not running due to the lack of guards and instructors. Little training is going on. Programs are closing. So parents are scrambling to find lessons. Those with financial resources are paying up to $100 an hour to get private lessons, and those without resources lose out. This is not right. As a director and head coach and founder of the Pacific Lifesaving Club and the Pacific Swim Academy, I suggest there's a lot of solutions we can look at. I suggest we add more courses everywhere and however we can. Don't be picky. there are accredited private groups like the PSA who are affiliates of the Life Saving Society of BC. We can teach these courses at pools or beaches, but are currently prevented by the city from doing so. Please, lift this restriction now. We have never turned anyone away because of the inability to pay. If they are willing to do the work to learn, make it easy on them to do so. If people don't have the money to pay for the courses, give it to them anyways and deduct it from future income. Pools are over-programmed for public use and place the wants of adults ahead of the needs of children. We've run programs with 9 kids per lane. We have waiting lists, and we've been refused additional space when at the same time the public lanes at the pool beside us have 1 or 2 people per lane, sometimes 1 or 2 people in the rest of the pool. Please reconsider your priorities. Place a higher priority on kids' courses, lifeguard development courses, elementary school programs, high school swimming programs, and you'll see a change. Specific recommendations we make in this on this point and plans are provided in the attached report I've already sent to Council. I want us to create programs that kids want to join. We have a bunch in planning stage, and we're implementing many of them already. Kids, you can't hold back kids that want to learn. We can create programs that work. And lastly, if the city doesn't have the resources to run courses and get kids swimming, then please, please, please outsource. Let accredited user groups like ours do it. Many are able to provide the guards and instructors on their own at no expense to the city. We are the only club in the city offering an integrated program of technical swimming instruction, life-saving development, instructor development, and competitive swimming. We take kids from learn to swim to lifeguard, and we do it well. So well that we're placing kids on the junior national life-saving team. We use as much pool time as we can get. We have so much more to offer, but we're kept waiting. Our challenge is that we're prioritized behind existing programs. These programs are not providing solutions to the problems. We need to focus as a city on the programs that do. The other challenge is that we aren't allowed to offer life-saving courses in the city pools and beaches. If we were, we'd integrate the courses with other programs we offer. Furthermore, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the city willing to talk about running an integrated development program. If the city allocated pool space to elementary school programs and high school programs like the ones we're running with the Vancouver School Board, we've piloted with them for 3 years prior to COVID, we could easily integrate life-saving courses and instructor training. It just makes sense for high school students leaving the sport to move into life-saving and coaching. Our plan would be to have the high school students teach the elementary school students for leadership, volunteering, and learning credits. They would then take life-saving courses. We just need the permission to do more, and we need the pool space and beach space allotted to us in advance so the parents can plan. I'm sure if we have this, we'd have a lot of these problems resolved. And you, the city, would not need to spend a lot of money to do this. The detailed introduction, analysis, and presentation, a huge list of recommendations have already been sent to you, and you should receive it shortly, if not already. Thank you kindly for your time. I support this motion.
Great, thank you, thank you. That I think that was very clear. But you do have questions. If you don't mind staying on the line to answer them.
Yes.
Councillor Hardwick, first for you.
Thanks, Bill. When I was growing up, we all went through swimming lessons, Red Cross lessons where we got our badges. That doesn't exist anymore, where kids are going through and getting their Red Cross badges?
It's interesting. That's a good question to ask. We're going through a transition period right now. The Red Cross Society has exited the program. They've offered it up until and including this year in all across Canada. The Life Saving Society as well has offered a similar but different Learn to Swim program. They've been doing that across Canada as well. There existed an agreement just in principle between Life Saving and Red Cross up until now. Life Saving would not offer Learn to Swim if Red Cross didn't offer Life Saving. Red Cross has exited, and Life Saving is now going to take over. I believe the Red Cross program was a 10-level program. The Life Saving program is a 6-level program. So, yes, we've been doing it up till now, Colleen, but we're in a transition, and Life Saving BC, of whom we are an affiliate of, will now be taking over.
So going back a couple of generations, people used to learn to swim down at the beach. We've got some famous stories of learning to swim at all of our beaches, but that's also gone away.
That has gone away. I don't know anybody who learns to swim at the beaches anymore. We had, since when COVID hit, we developed a program on the beach, and we became an affiliate of Life Saving BC, and we started running life-saving sport programs. The city wouldn't allow us to run learn to swim programs. They wouldn't allow us to run life-saving accreditation programs, the Bronze Medallion, Cross, and Star, but we were able to, thankfully, run the life-saving sport program. So we do that at the beach. I don't know if anybody is running learn to swim programs. That's something that could easily be done without any need for new pools, and we would be standing up with our hands in the air to do it in an instant.
So in some, sorry, I've landed grandchildren here unexpectedly. Your point is that it's really important that all kids have access to swimming lessons. We do live on the side of the ocean, and what we've got right now is not serving us. Oversimplified, but that's the point, right?
That is the point, and more than that, Colleen, I think that all the resources are there to make it happen. What needs to happen is the will to make it happen. As I've mentioned, I've reached out to Parks Board many times. I'm thankful that we could offer the few programs that we do, but we can do significantly more. I've worked with the Vancouver School Board. We did 3 years of pilot programs for the elementary school level.
I'm so sorry that Councillor Hardwick is over her time. So
No, it's fine.
I'm just, sorry about that. But you do have more questions if you don't mind staying on the line.
Sure.
Great. Councillor Kirby, over to you.
Yeah, hi Phil, thanks for speaking. You just got into an area of the question I was going to ask you, and you mentioned that you'd reached out to Park Board, and I was just going to ask that, wearing my former Park Board Commissioner hat, if you have shared all these suggestions with them or engaged or need help with introductions, because I fully acknowledge all of the issues, but the beaches, pools, delivery of programming, swimming awareness programs, lessons, swim camps, all of that falls under the jurisdiction of the Park Board and not City Council. So I'm wondering if you've had the opportunity to really engage with them.
I don't have an introduction to anyone at the Parks Board level. I'm in a precarious situation in that I rent pool space from the city, and I'm instructed to deal directly with the pool managers. The pool managers have full discretion to rent the pool space as they see it. I do have access to Peter Siskakis and Tanya, Tanya Donaldson, but they are unresponsive to many of my requests. I sent an email out in April trying to confirm the license that we had to rent. We have to rent beach space to run a program. I haven't even received an email back from my April email, and then my June full-fledged request for a license to run the program this year.
Okay,
so they're unresponsive.
Okay, so that's too bad, but if you want to email me or council, I'd be more than happy to pass that on and connect you, because that's really where this conversation needs to take place, because it's their job to deliver on those sorts of programs, recreation, fitness, and everything related. But I'd be happy to pass that on if you want to take us up on that offer.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby. And thank you again, Philip. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us and to relay all that information. So that's it for speakers to this item, Council. We can move to a debate and decision. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, and I agree that there's a lot of the speakers spoke about stuff happening at Park Board. 100 years ago, Joe Fortes left, and I think his legacy needs to continue to be here in Vancouver. We heard from people that called into the motion that we have thousands of bathtubs where kids can learn how to do bubbles. We have lots of opportunities to increase the ability to create a Learn to Swim campaign here in Vancouver, recognizing that there's generations of new Vancouverites that don't have the same experience as I did in Vancouver and same opportunities. There's also, Park Board has done strategies on Trout Lake. However, it's the City of Vancouver's team and engineering that actually provide the healthy water. And so if we're going to create more primary contact recreational bodies, including the planning we're doing for downtown waterfront, planning we're doing for the Fraser River, as well as in Cole Harbour and in Falls Creek East, where there is, and in West, where their water quality has been swimmable, and we continue to allow paddle boarders and dragon boaters in that water, and there's an opportunity to restore the beachfront, which will bring in an opportunity to make the water clean enough to make it swimmable. I think on the east side of Vancouver, we have very few options for healthy water bodies, and I've now been elected 8 years, and we have less and less beaches that are lifeguarded. We have less and less opportunities to access water. And I think that we should be doing the opposite. We see cities around the world restoring their waterfronts and making them swimmable again, making them acceptable for their dogs to get in the water, making it okay to touch their toes in the water. And I think that's something that Vancouver needs to thrive. We have a great history that Joe Fortes has left. The death last year really kind of shook me that we need to make sure we're doing better and that more people in Vancouver get access to swimming lessons and access to swim. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. And that is it for speakers to the item. So Clerk, could you just move us, please, to a vote on this? And that has passed unanimously. Great. So we are now, Council, on the last item of this standing committee meeting. And that is item 11, enabling the next generation of Vancouver specials, which was formerly member motion B8. And Clerk, I'm going to start asking if we have the following speakers online. Speaker 1, Bryn Davidson.
No to speaker 1.
Speaker 2, Chris Hill.
Yes.
Chris Hill?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, great. We can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Hill, president of B Collective Homes, a residential design build firm in Metro Vancouver. I'm also fortunate to sit on the board of Passos Canada and Safer Homes BC board, Universal Design. And I'm an active member of our local Home Builders Association in Haven. Calling in to support Councillor Weeb's motion, as it is a positive step forward to simplifying the building process. As we know, there's both a housing crisis and a climate crisis. Simply put, we need more homes that do less damage. In my opinion, the path to less damage is already clear. Zero carbon housing through electrification and clean energy, the use of low and potentially carbon storing materials, and dramatically reduced operating energy via passive house or an equivalent. So the question becomes, how do we build more zero carbon homes? Zoning is the new green building. Most current buildings are one-off bespoke puzzles that are getting more and more complicated. This increased cost, time, and risk and strain on the complete system puts strain on the complete system from design, permit, and construction. This is where the Vancouver Special 2.0 can help. Quick, pre-approved plans available through the city for a number of building types. In my opinion, this initiative should not focus on single-family homes. In fact, let's stop building single-family homes, or at least create a fair lottery system to reduce the number of single-family homes built each year, as no matter how they are built, they do more damage to both the housing and climate crisis. More importantly, this initiative should look to the UDAs, the duplexes, multiplexes, and low-rise multi-unit options that can quickly increase the volume of homes available. In terms of sustainability, these buildings offer the greatest potential. Form factor, smart density, community, specifically the missing middle, provides a huge opportunity. Liability and risk need to be fully understood, and the implications of the Architects Act and the difference between a Part 3 and Part 9 building will be a critical barrier, but better understanding and will build to the potential of repeatable options. Repeatable does not need to be cookie cutter. Currently, the max when maximizing the FSR, the floor square ratio, most buildings are already boxes or at least very close to a box. Important note is the box is the best form factor for efficiency in regards to both cost, time, and energy. By changing the siding, roofing lines, architecture details, the doodads that get put on, the look of the home can greatly change. But the details inside stay the same. Consistency and repeatability allows industry to standardize and create better options. Off-site construction can focus on less disruptive technologies, less disruption to neighborhoods, and quickly erecting repeatable factory line panels. Minimal or no basement offers a reduction in the carbon-intensive materials and less taxing on the existing infrastructure, as perimeter drainage will be above the existing water table. Let's not increase the workload on our city staffers. Industry, if asked, is here to help. Like the design contest for the Vancouver Special is referenced in the motion, I know a number of firms that would jump at the chance to put their collective minds together. We need to see the permit times reduced. Imagine if a pre-approved plan could get us building in under a month. Instead of, at this point, it's always changing, sometimes 6 or even 12 months in permit times. Starting from scratch for each project does not make sense. I support this motion to explore a pathway for expediting the building permit and construction process for a new generation of Vancouver Specials. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. You do have questions, and actually starting with myself. Very interested in what you had to say. I'm just wondering, first of all, if you have a sense of the availability or the supply of the kind of sort of factory line homes that you're talking about, and if they're if much of that can come from British Columbia.
Right now, they're in a panel or factory line panel. There is 5 factories today that produce that. They produce about 500,000 square feet. It's still small and it's marketed in its infancy, but is growing quickly. And each quarter, each half year that passes by, more and more factories, if you will, are popping up. One of the problems in that industry, I would say, is they are currently focused on bespoke one-off customs. So every project is unique, which by the nature of a factory line doesn't work that well. And so I think a leader like Vancouver having a Vancouver Special option where you start to see repeatability makes a lot of sense.
Right. Right. Are those factories in British Columbia or outside British Columbia?
Those 5 factories are in British Columbia. Invermere, Squamish, Pemberton, Barrier, BC, and then there's one in the Valley.
That's great. Could you tell me if there are the workers available that can install or these buildings, these homes?
I mean, we're looking at labor shortages. I struggle to hire carpenters on a regular basis, and it's a major issue that we're seeing in our industry across the board. This kind of house with an off-site pre-construction process is often a more desirable job for the individual in the factory, and there is still lots available for the installation of that product. The idea is to simplify how we build these houses.
Great, great. Notwithstanding the permit times, which you've mentioned need to be reduced, and I think that's the whole point, not the whole point, but a key point of this motion. How long does it take to, and I appreciate you've talked about different forms, duplexes, sixplexes, multiplexes, et cetera, but in general, how long does it take to get a project from start to finish constructed?
I mean, if you're asking me right now, when I get calls from new clients, I usually tell them about 3 years. There's ways you can do it in 2 years, but realistically, more often than not, it takes 3 years at this point. One of the ideas within this, having a repeatable Vancouver Special-like entity, could reduce the design time or the early process and the decision-making there, which accelerates that process. Also, with having a pre-approved plan from the city, you're obviously going to reduce the permit plans. And then as this market grows, like we saw with the original Vancouver Specials, I think you're going to see industry backfill quite quickly. And I think it's a simple backfill. It's a lot simpler than what we're already seeing. The other part of our industry right now that we're talking about is there is a housing drop. There's a recession. There's inflation. Costs are skyrocketing. So some level of standardization is some way that we can control that.
Awesome. That's great. I'm out of time, but thank you for those answers. And you do have more questions. Councillor Boyle.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. I am wondering, in particular, my interest in this is multifamily rental buildings, and I'm wondering what options or possibilities you exist for this type of repeatable form with an expedited process for, say, a 4 or 6 story rental building off arterial.
There's a very good Twitter debate going on this right now, and I learned a lot in the last couple of hours. One of the big areas, and I noted to it quickly, will be the Architects Act and the difference between a Part 3 and a Part 9 building, and where the liability lies within the execution on that building. My expertise is definitely within the Part 9 area and what's allowable there, and what we kind of deemed through some interactions today is there's about a 5,000 square foot building is what would be allowed for under Part 9. Part 3 then brings in the Architects Act, which complicates the liability and risk in that place. I think that's where this needs further investigation and understanding that, and it does get quite complicated quickly.
Okay, that all makes sense. So, what do you see this as most useful then for kind of lower density? I know ADUs are mentioned in particular, but multiplexes, I guess, what form do you see this? What part of the housing spectrum do you see this most likely meeting a need in?
I think the low hanging fruit, and to get it going, is those small, like ADUs, duplexes, and within the Part 9 space. I think I would love to see an opportunity, and it would need to involve AIBC and more architects, which I am not, to understand the liability and risk. And I don't know if that means an internal City of Vancouver architect or where that risk lies. Then that could expand to that type of building type. The low-hanging fruit to get it started is the ADUs, the smaller buildings. What I don't want to do is kickstart a whole bunch of what was previously used with Vancouver specials on single-family homes. That would be a negative. So we need that smart density.
Okay, really appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And that is it for your questions, but really appreciate you relaying all that information to us. Very useful. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Moving on, do we have speaker 3 on the line, which is either Rohan Kulkarni or Sadiq Khan?
Hi there. I think we are both on the line, actually. I was hoping that we could have both our lines open for our conversation.
I will leave that up to the clerk to determine. Clerk? You have 5 minutes between the two of you, and it's okay. You're both, I think, are both our lines open now?
Rohan, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you both. So go ahead.
I'll begin. Thank you. Hi, my name is Sadiq Khan, and on the line I have Rohan Kulkarni. We are co-owners of a local construction technology company partnered with the University of British Columbia called Row Homes, and we are in complete support of Motion B8. At Row Homes, we specialize in standardized foldable structures for use as accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs, which can be installed in 1 week. Currently, we are servicing semi-rural communities throughout BC that are in desperate need of housing opportunities for their citizens. For example, in Sechelt, a population of over 10,000 people, there is less than 1% rental vacancy, with many community members having to leave due to a lack of rental options. Our first project in Sechelt demonstrated a solution for a repeatable and scalable model through gentle densification. Working with the district of Sechelt, we were able to obtain permits for 2 ADUs on a single property in less than 2 months. This allowed the homeowners to move in a tenant that is an essential healthcare worker within weeks of the permit approval. We are now in discussion with members at the district to implement a set of standardized floor plans to expedite permits. We have aligned our floor plans to meet the prerequisites for many of the 1,300 soon-to-be eligible lots in Sechelt. This will allow for a repeatable build process, which can directly contribute to their housing stock while retaining the existing character of single-family neighborhoods.
By using the City of Vancouver's open data portal, we analyzed the ADU permit data and found that on average, it takes 23 weeks for permit approvals, and some permits take up to 2 years right now. In comparison, other major urban centers along the West Coast demonstrated the viability of preset floor plans, which expedited permits. Seattle's AD Universe and Los Angeles's Standard Plan program, which includes 58 standard designs focused on homeowner education, which streamlined the permit application process through standardized design. The City of Seattle saw increase of 80% in ADU applications from 2019 to 2020. And the City of Los Angeles increased its issued permits from just 80 in 2016 to up to 7,000 in 2019. From 2018 to 2020, California jurisdiction permitted the construction of 30,000 ADUs, of which 23 were immediately added to the state's housing supply. By implementing a solution that involves both private businesses and a streamlined permit application process, the city can address some of the housing affordability issues locally, as well as meet the rigorous standards of the STEP code compliance. We believe that standardized design, repeatable process for construction, similar to the methods of the Vancouver Special, is the path forward for solving some of the city's major housing crises. Thank you for your time, and we're open to any questions.
Yes, I do have some questions. I'm curious about the cost of the end cost to the consumer of one of these ATU homes, like let's say in Sechelt.
Yeah, so right now, the typical costs that we're looking at are around $250,000 to $270,000, dependent on the lot, and that is from bare land to having a unit down with permits and everything.
Right, and that would be for like how big of a 2-bedroom or a?
That would be for a 530 square foot unit, and that's a 1 bed, 1 bath.
Okay. And how many bedrooms?
Sorry, it's 530 square feet, and it's 1 bed, 1 bath.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we also do have a larger size, which is 1,050 square feet, and that is a 3 bed, 2 bath, and that is around 400,000. So a little bit less.
Great. Good to have those examples that are actually happening in the province.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think that's it for your questions, but I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you. Moving on to speaker 4, Emma Wickham.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Marlene. I'm from Vancouver. I'm not a developer. I can't answer any questions about housing, but I responded to this because I'm interested in a new type of Vancouver special. I guess one for myself, I do have to look at future housing needs of my children and my mother-in-law, and my very small wartime era house is not adequate for that, and certainly not energy efficient. So I would wish that a Greek-style polykatoikia type of complex could be approved on single-family lots, so that there could be multiple homes in one location. Now, the one aspect, that I can provide that would be different than what other developers are going to talk about is the purpose of the multi-family home. What do families use their ground levels for over time? Some of the Vancouver specials in my area, they do have daycares on the ground level, and others will become kind of nursing home for their parents because they want to keep them at home and the parents aspire to be at home. So I think you need to have occupational therapists involved with the development of the new Vancouver special and then talk to families with the old specials about what type of modifications that they've had to do to accommodate, the aging family member. And this would either be like occupational therapists that are Vancouver Coastal that have had to do advice for modifications at home, people at George Pearson, or the independent OT consulting firms that have to do modifications for people that have become quadriplegic after WorkSafe or ICBC accidents. So this would involve, you have to have adequate floor-to-ceiling height because you have to anticipate that maybe you're going to have to get a motorized ceiling lift. All right, you're going to have make sure that the rooms you have to have everything wheelchair accessible. You may not want to modify your kitchen for wheelchair height because it's kind of low, but you have to anticipate that there could be that need, and you'd have to make that modification. And okay, this is not a dream item in anybody's home. Okay, but this is what I would think would be useful for my future to deal with my mother-in-law or whatever I have to deal with, is kind of a nursing home style kind of multi-purpose washroom, okay, where there is no shower stall. You basically have everything is tiled. You have a drain in the floor, but you can wheel in, you can shower. And even it's practical, like for regular people, you come in from work, you're dirty, you need to decontamination, you just go directly in there. The kids are dirty, they go directly in there. They've got all their muddy gear, they go directly in there. A deep sink for cleaning everything, and I guess you could segment off where you'd have your toilet. But a multi-purpose kind of washroom shower area, I think, is useful for many aspects of life. And even if you did a home daycare initially there on the ground level, that would work out for that as well. So that, I think that would be my main thing, is you have to anticipate the multiple uses of that house over time and make it easy for people to adapt. And you have to have the skilled professionals that have that wealth of experience to know how you should be designing the house to anticipate the need. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And that's it. There's no questions, but really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you. Speaker 5, Ken Toes.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
You bet. Clearly, and up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue today. As stated, my name is Ken Toes, and my company is Hewing House Modular Homes. I am not a resident of Vancouver. I currently live in Abbotsford, but I have been working here in Vancouver's west side, building single-family homes since 2008. A number of my staff, however, do reside in Vancouver. We are in support of the motion presented today by Councillor Bligh to create the next Vancouver special in the form of an ADU, accessory dwelling unit, to address the housing affordability and climate crisis in Vancouver. A bit of background as to who we are. As I stated, we have been building single-family homes in Vancouver since 2008 with our custom division, Rockridge Fine Homes. We currently have projects in Kerrisdale and the Cambie area. Over the years, our clients have also hired us to construct site-built, standalone lane homes. And although this is a great option for an additional dwelling, the cost to build a small footprint home is extremely high and a very lengthy process in the city of Vancouver. In fact, the process to build a 600 to 700 square foot lane home is the same as building a 5,000 square foot home and requires almost as many trips to the site by subtrades and suppliers. Building a small lane home in the traditional site-built method can take 8 to 12 months, create parking issues, delays with weather, deliveries, waits for subtrades, and plenty of noise and dust for the neighbors throughout the build process. And all of this is after we have gone through the design, engineering, and permitting process, which is well over a 1-year process. If we were hired today to build a site-built lane home, the time to completion in the city of Vancouver would be a minimum of 2 years. We thought there has to be a better way. The past couple of years, we've been working on a modular design that fully complies with the BC Building and Vancouver Building Code, can be built off-site and delivered fully complete. Last year, we launched our new company, Hewing House Modular Homes, and we are currently building CSA 8277 certified modular homes in our warehouse in Chilliwack. Our designs fully meet BC Building Code, are very energy efficient, and use all locally sourced materials. We currently have 4 different models, 200, 300, 400, and a 600 square foot options, all equipped with a full kitchen and bathroom. Some benefits to this type of building are much less time spent on site. Typically, we would be about 1 to 2 weeks for our foundation installation. Our homes can be built on a concrete foundation or helical screw piles. The delivery and install would take about 1 week for a total of 2 to 3 weeks on site. Minimal waste. Our units are designed for maximum efficiency, and any leftover material can be used on the next project. No moisture during the build process. Our units are built in a climate-controlled factory, which also results in a high-quality finished product. Lead times. Our units are pre-designed, pre-engineered, and all material is pre-ordered. Because we have our materials in stock, we can build these dwellings in less than 1 month. Energy efficient. All our units are energy modeled and use only electricity. Top quality windows and doors, heat recovery ventilators for superior air quality, high performance tapes and membranes, as well as interior and exterior insulation make for an energy efficient and quiet environment. Many custom options such as green roofs, solar and water collection can be added, and these units are cost effective. Because we are building in a controlled environment, we can fix our price. There are no ballooning budgets. And lastly, beautiful. If we are going to build something, it needs to look great. The architecture of the building plays a big role in the acceptance of this form of housing. If you're interested, you can view our homes, floor plans, and learn more about our company on our website at hewinghouse, that's HAUS.com. As stated in item number 6 of the motion, enabling the next generation of Vancouver specials, we think a pre-approved building form that meets all the requirements of the City of Vancouver to expedite the permitting process would be a great option to provide additional housing that is so desperately needed in our city. This has proven to work well in a number of cities in California and Oregon, and increasingly being adopted here in BC. We would love to be part of the solution to our housing crisis in Vancouver. The addition of an accessory dwelling unit as a new form of housing is a great step in that direction. We believe in the generations to come, and constructing homes in this way addresses affordability and availability of housing while protecting our environment. Infill areas with this option can create income for homeowners or allow families to live together on the same property. As standard homeownership becomes increasingly out of reach, this provides an option for those looking to stay in the city instead of moving out to find more affordable housing. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important issue.
Thank you. And I do have some questions for you. You're talking, I think you said prefab were like 400, 500, or 600 square feet as optimizing.
Correct.
Okay. Are these units that you are installing, that you talked about the Canby area, are they the equivalent of a laneway home? So it replaces that kind of idea on a lot?
It would, yes. We have not to date installed any in the City of Vancouver due to the acceptance of these type of pre-built dwellings. But we have built a number of them in more remote areas on islands, Salt Spring Island and Pender and areas such as that.
Okay. And what would the typical cost of a, let's say, a 600 square foot modular home be?
Yeah. So our units come fully equipped with, as I said, full kitchens and bathrooms, appliances, everything installed. So they're ready to go. Mm-hmm. And all our prices are on our website as well. But a 600 square foot runs approximately $260,000. And then delivery and install are extra because it depends where it's going. So there's some crane costs in there and delivery costs.
Okay, and are they are the free prefab components built in BC?
Yep, we are built in Chilliwack, BC. Yep.
Great.
So we're fully assembled. We deliver them. They're wrapped, and as we install them and unwrap them, everything is complete.
Great. Thank you. That's it for my questions. Appreciate your answers and the time you've taken to talk to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Clerk, do we have a quorum? Do we have quorum? We do. Okay. Thanks. Just looking at not so many people in chambers right now. And I'm just going to go back and see if Speaker 1 is on the line. Bryn Davidson?
No.
Okay, then Council, that ends our speakers list. So we are on the main queue for debate and decision. And Councillor Boyle, you're up first.
Thanks. I circulated an amendment that is an addition to the motion.
Yes, we've got it. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Just to say, I think there's lots of value in this idea. Certainly, the idea of a new Vancouver special is something many of us have been hearing about for many years. So glad to see it in a motion as well. And I think there, of course, are places where a replicable, easy to build ADU will add value and add options in many neighborhoods, and happy to see those. But where I am most hopeful about this model and approach is in building more rental and multifamily housing, which we know is significantly more affordable than an ADU, can provide more options in terms of accessibility, in terms of multifamily living, and more options for renters and workers across the city, which again we just know that we badly need. So adding this consideration to have staff look at a replicable mid-block apartment building type form and include that in the report back.
Great. I'm going to take us to an amendment queue, and Councillor Fry, is that just a holdover?
It's a holdover.
Councillor Weeb, to the amendment.
Yeah, I will be supportive, and I did speak to a few builders that said they have a 4-story that they're working on and a 6-story, as well as one that says he's got an 18-story cross-laminated timber building that he can do that would be zero emission, passive house certified, and really could meet the affordability needs and should be built across the province. And so I think that there are options at the larger scale, and I appreciate the amendment here from Christine Boyle, because I think that we need to be looking at a spectrum of housing, and this type of Vancouver special repeatable form can work at 4, 6, 18 stories and really deliver on the needs of Vancouver.
Great. That's good. I don't see anyone else on the list. So could you move us to a vote on this amendment? Okay, that vote passes unanimously. So we are now on to an amended, we're back to the main queue and speaking to the amended motion. For those who just came in council, that's the amendment that just passed. And Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
And nothing more to say. Happy to support it. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Okay. Councillor Weeb to the amended motion.
Yeah, it's too bad that our first speaker isn't able to be here, recognizing that he's talked about 8 plexes on single-family lots and 16 plexes that would not only be climate-friendly, reduce building times, could provide accessibility, great opportunities for co-ops, but are accessible. And I do have to commend the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee, who did talk about that when I was on the radio. I did not talk about the importance of ensuring that these repeatable building forms meet our accessibility guidelines and actually go beyond that, because it is important that when we are building new homes in the city of Vancouver, that they address a larger need that we have here, which is accessible units that are affordable, low energy, and really kind of meet some of the crises we're facing all at once. So this is something I know Council's been talking about for years. It's been something that we've had great conversations with builders and the public about what options we have to look at. How do we reduce permit times? One of the issues we've had in Vancouver is how long it takes to get project approved, and then how long does it take to get through DP and BP to actually get the shovel in the ground? How long does it take to build, and the lack of labor? And this idea of creating the next generation of Vancouver specials from an ADU to an 18-story building is an opportunity to really advance some of the big concerns we have in Vancouver. So I really look forward to staff's report back on how we enable this and how we can start building the homes we need quicker for the people of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. And that's it for speakers. So, Clerk, if you could move us to the vote, please. This is on the amended motion. And that passes unanimously. Great. That concludes the last item of this standing committee. The standing committee portion of the meeting, therefore, is now complete. We will now convene in council with Deputy Mayor Kirby Young as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting, and then I think a whole lot of other things on the agenda. Council, I would really like to give the chair, the mayor's chair back to the continued chair of this portion of the meeting, Councillor Kirby Young, Deputy Mayor Kirby Young, sorry. And it will just take us a few moments to do that and clean my desk area because the mayor is away ill and he had been sitting at it. So 10 minutes, please. Thanks.
I'm going to call us back to order. We do have quorum. We will now, everyone. Everyone, we will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. And clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart is absent. Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh. And Councillor Kirby Young is the Deputy Mayor taking the chair. The meeting has quorum. Deputy Mayor Kirby Young.
Thank you, team. I now need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations
Councillor DeGenova.
for. If council would just indulge me to say what for first, that would be great. We now need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 11. Councillor Carr, thank you.
Councillor DeGenova.
Councillor DeGenova, thank you. All those in favor, say yay. Any opposed? Oh, okay, thanks. That passes unanimously. And now, Council, although the order of your agenda is correct procedurally, I do need a motion to vary the agenda in order to allow us to consider bylaws before the unfinished business items, as some of the administrative motions are dependent upon bylaw decisions. So would someone like to make a motion to vary the order of the agenda to deal with bylaws next?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Second, Councillor Wiebe. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that carries unanimously. Okay, Council, we're moving on to bylaws. We have a modest 67 on this evening's agenda. Yes, you heard that right, 67. And here we get into the fun part of the evening. Does any member wish to hold the bylaws for debate or for conflict of interest? Councillor Wiebe, go ahead. No? Hold over, okay. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'd like to hold 35, 36, 39, 45, and 48. I don't have to talk about them, just separate them out for the vote.
Okay. And it's fine to do those as a batch? You don't need separate votes on those?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
Hi, can I add to that list 28, 34, I'm not sure if Councillor Swanson had 34 or not, but 34, 38, 39, 45, 48, 49, 52, 53, 54, 57, and that's it.
Anybody call bingo yet?
Haha.
Sorry, 57, the last one, Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and as we work with the clerks, I know we have some new staff sorting out the votes. I just want to confirm that from your perspective, you're fine to do those as a batch, if that allows?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so clerks, just before, make sure that we do this well, and I've taken note of the numbers, I assume you have too, but I see overlap with 2 of the bylaws, 39 and 48, that were pulled by both Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick. And by my calculation, the rest was different. So I just want to give you guys a minute to ensure that you have those, and then we can clarify which block we're going to vote on first, okay?
Just a point of privilege, I had 39 as well, called by both of them. Chair.
Sorry, Councillor DeGenova, you are now requesting 30, you did held 39.
No,
right?
no, I'm just saying you didn't know that Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick both held 39.
Ah, thank you for that. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Do you want me to give it a go, clerk, or would you like to give us the batches you'd like us to vote on in order? Okay. Just bear with us for a moment, Council. We're working out these batches. 1 second, please. Okay, thanks for your your patience, Council. I think we have this. We are going to have a number of votes. So, yes, Chair Carr. I mean, sorry, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I had not reviewed some of these that I was supposed to have, so I'm not going to be able to vote on some of them, but maybe you want to go through.
Yes, I'm going to go through that piece next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, we are going through that piece next. So we have now identified councillors holding the bylaws for debate or conflict of interest. And now we're going to go through council members who are not present for meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that you have reviewed proceedings of the meetings if you wish to vote on the enactment. Also noting that bylaws 6 to 28 are subject to the approval of bylaw number 5, which I think suggests to me, staff, that we should vote on bylaw number 5 first. Okay, so I'm going to go through the ones, though, to ensure who is able to vote. Okay, so here we go. Bylaws 1 to 4. From the public hearing of July 12th, Councillors Hardwick and Swanson were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillors Hardwick and Swanson, have you reviewed proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
No and no.
Councillor Swanson?
No and no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, bylaws 5 to 8 are from the public hearing of July 5th. Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor DeGenova, have you reviewed proceedings and will you be voting on that enactment?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
No and no.
Thank you. Okay, bylaw. I'm just pausing as we go so that the clerks can capture this. Bylaw 33 is from the public hearing of November 18th and 25th, 2021. Councillors Fry, Hardwick, and Councillors Fry, Hardwick were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
No and no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bylaw 34 from the public hearing of September 21st and 23rd, 2021. Councillors Hardwick and Weeb were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Hardwick, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
No and no.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Okay, next, bylaw 35 from the public hearing of July 6, 2021. Councillor DiGenova was absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor DiGenova, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
This is on 35.
That is correct.
Yes, I have, and I will. Although I just wanted to note that the actual document doesn't state me for 35. 34, I've also reviewed, which I was absent for. Is that the one you're referring to, Chair? Because you said 35.
I have you on my script here for 35, but let's
Okay,
just
well, on the
check.
actual public document, it's 34.
Okay, let's just take a moment and
Thanks.
check that with the clerks. 1 second. Okay, I'm being informed that you're saying that yes, you have and you will, so we're fine. Are you okay with that?
I just want to make sure for the public record, though, it is 34, correct? Although I was there for 35, I know that for sure.
I'm also looking at the public record, which does not indicate that you were absent for 34. It shows Councillor Hardwick, Weeb, and Mayor Stewart for that one.
Okay. Well, I have and I will. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so we confirmed that one. Now moving on, just looking to see staff are fine. We're all on the same schedule here. Okay, bylaw 38 is from the public hearing of November 16th and 23rd, 2021. Councillor Bligh was absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Bligh, have you reviewed the proceedings? Thank you. Okay, bylaw 41 from the public hearing of March 3rd, 2022. Councillors Carr and DiGenova were absent for this item. Councillor Carr, have you reviewed the proceedings?
I have not and I will not.
You have not and will not. Thank you. And Councillor DiGenova?
I have and I will.
You have and you will. Thank you. Bylaw 46 from the public hearing of June 25th and 30th, 2020. Councillor Boyle was absent for a portion of this item. Councillor Boyle, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
And I will.
Thank you very much. Okay. Bylaw 47 from the public hearing of July 6, 2021. Councillor DiGenova was absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor DiGenova, have you reviewed this one?
Chair, I just wanted to check. Bylaw 47 is a bylaw to amend zoning and development bylaw 3575 to rezone an area of CD1.
No, on my list. Oh, yes, you're correct. 1190 Burrard Street.
Okay. And actually on the public record, because I'm looking at it right now, it says all council members were present for this public hearing. So I'm not sure which record you're looking at, but it's different when I look at it on the public record right now. But I was there, so I'm not sure why I'm being asked why I was absent.
Perhaps I can direct that question to staff because I'm looking at
the. I just want to make sure that we're going along with the public record here. Thank you.
I understand. So perhaps I can direct that question to staff because according to the published agenda, I'm seeing that notation for Councillor DiGenova. So clerks.
But it does say Councillor Weeb and I were absent.
Councillor DiGenova, I'm actually trying to ask the question of clerks just to get you an answer. So just bear with me for a minute, please. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair Kirby Young. I think we had prepared the script and which you're reading from, and then I know some bylaws were withdrawn through the legal department, so I have a feeling some synchronicity got confused. So it probably is best
to take a break and check the numbering.
Yeah, it might be
a privilege.
It might be good to take a break and see if we can get this synchronized.
Okay. Yes, and before we take that quick break to ensure that we are synchronized, go ahead with your point of privilege, Councillor.
My point of privilege is, can I just call out the address, or you could call out the address or the bylaw name or number, because that might take a lot less time than going through and re-iteming the bylaw number.
I appreciate the suggestion, but I think that we had 3 bylaws removed, which probably resulted in a renumbering of all the bylaws. And thank you for alerting us to the issue, but I think it would probably be quicker to just let the clerks confirm that. So we're going to take clerks, would you like 5 minutes? What do you need?
I think you better give us 10 minutes.
10? Okay. So it's It's 8:18, so we'll come back about 8:28 and everybody can stretch their legs. Thanks, Council. have this worked out, if everybody can come back. So we can go, I think we have this worked out so we can go through this smoothly. So just clarifying a couple of points, clarification before we continue proceeding through this. And Councillor DeGenova, to your question for bylaw 47, I think the clerks have sent you information affirming that you were absent for that item. Okay, so that deals with that.
47 on which list? Fair.
It's bylaw 47, which is the item for 1190 Burrard Street. Okay.
1190 Burrard Street is 47? Because I have 47 listed. I just want to know if it's changed as West 13th Avenue.
Now, just to clarify, we are speaking about the one for 1190 Burrard Street, and this is the one that the clerks have sent you an email for with the minutes from the meeting that indicates that you were absent for that item.
And I'm just looking because I had mine laid out. So if the numbers have changed, I just received a note from the clerk. I'm just seeing it now. So I'm looking. Yes. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're good with that? Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, and then one additional clarification is for bylaw 34, Councillor Hardwick, you had indicated you want to hold that for separate vote, but then we have identified that you actually had not reviewed the proceedings, so therefore you can't take an action with regard to a bylaw, so we can't hold that for separate vote. Okay? Not hearing any objection to that. Are you muted? I just want to check in. Councillor Hardwick, you're fine with that?
Councillor Hardwick's muted.
Yes. Councillor, we see you waving. Perhaps you have a double mute, Councillor Hardwick? Okay, I'm going to continue through this list, and Councillor Hardwick, feel free to come back on while you work out that issue if you have a microphone issue. Okay, so bylaw 48 from the public hearing of September 21st, 2021, Councillors DeGenova and Wiebe were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor DeGenova, have you reviewed the proceedings? And will you be voting?
This is the RS1 to RM8A. Is that correct?
Bylaw 48 I have as, and clerks can confirm. Councillor DeGenova, perhaps we can send you the updated list?
That would be great. It would also be great if you post it for the public to see.
It is the public, if you refer to the agenda document, I believe, I'm looking for confirmation from the clerks online, it is the public agenda.
Okay, well, it says on 48, it's RS1 to RM8A, 1515 West 60th. The Councillors DeGenova and Wiebe will need to review the proceedings. And I have. I'm just making sure it's the right one.
Okay, I see your point. So I think there might be an error in the script. 1 second, please, Councillor DeGenova. Is this supposed to be bylaw 49 then? We're on the same page?
DeGenova, I think you better go.
49. This is 49. Okay, so yes, bylaw 49. Thank you for pointing that out, Councillor DeGenova.
I have and I will.
I have and I will.
Okay, so both Councillor Wiebe and Councillor DeGenova, they have and they will. And thank you for noting that discrepancy. Much appreciated. Okay, next is bylaw 51 from the public hearing of December 9th, 2021. Councillors Bligh, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby Young, and Swanson were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Bligh, have you reviewed? You have and you will. Councillor Boyle?
Have and I will.
Thank you. Dominato? Myself, I have and I will. Swanson?
No and no.
No and no? Okay. Thank you. Bylaw 52 from the public hearing of July 7th, 2021, Councillors Boyle, DeGenova, Fry, Hardwick were absent for this item of public hearing. Councillor Boyle, have you reviewed?
I have and I will.
Thank you. DeGenova?
I have and I will.
Thank you very much.
Have and I will.
Thank you, Fry. Hardwick?
Chair, on a point of privilege.
Yes.
Councillor Hardwick has just sent me a note that her laptop has crashed, but to go ahead without her.
Okay, so Councillor, just Councillor Hardwick is willingly absenting herself in the meeting for voting.
That is what she has sent me in a note, and I wanted to share.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, that's bylaw 52. Bylaw 63 from the public hearing of February 11th and 16th, 2021. Councillor Carr was absent from this item. Have you reviewed the proceedings, Councillor Carr, and will you be voting? Have not and will not. Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to vote and batch these ones, and I'll ask the clerks just to confirm as we go through, but first of all, we will be voting, Council, on bylaws 1 to 27.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova, second. Councillor Bligh. I'm going to try affirmative vote. We'll try verbal. All in favor?
Yay.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Are you okay with verbal votes, clerk, just to confirm? Unless we have any nays, we won't trigger a natural vote. Is that fine? Looking for a nod. Okay, great. Okay, now we're going to vote separately on bylaw 28. Mover?
So moved.
Bligh, seconded by Fry. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Hearing none. That passes. Bylaws 29 to 34.
Move adoption.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor DeGenova, second Fry. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Hearing none. That passes unanimously. Bylaw 35.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Fry, seconded by DeGenova. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Nay.
Okay, we'll trigger a vote on that one. We can, clerks, move to a recorded vote. Clerks, can you read that vote out for me? I'm not seeing. Oh, hang on a sec. Just switching panels. Okay, that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, next is bylaws 36 and 37 together.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Fry, seconded by DeGenova. All in favor?
Yay.
I would like to vote for one, but not the other.
Okay,
Move a vote of
so we will.
reconsideration.
Well, we haven't.
I did vote, but okay.
Hold on one second, please. Do we need to do a reconsideration on that one? Because Councillor Swanson asked for a separate vote after we voted. Okay, but do we need to do a reconsideration of that? We did, I called it. Okay, would somebody like to propose?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Second by Councillor Bligh. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm hearing none opposed. Okay, so we're now going to vote separately on bylaw 36.
I thought it was 34, Chair.
No, it's 36.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to ask for a
So moved.
recorded vote. And that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we have recorded all votes now, so that does pass again with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you. Okay, we'll now vote separately in bylaw 37. And let's go for a recorded vote just for clarity here if we can, clerks. Not seeing votes yet recorded from Councillor Dominato. Oh, there we go. Okay, that has passed with, Councillor Carr hasn't voted yet. Okay, that has passed with none in opposition. Now we're on voting only on bylaw 38, and this one was pulled, so we'll go to a recorded vote. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. And second, Councillor Carr. Okay, trigger the vote, please, staff. Okay, that has passed with none in opposition. Bylaw 39, mover.
So moved. Right, Councillor Bligh, I can't hear you. Do you want to put yourself on if you have a question?
I guess it's just a point of procedure. I'm just wanting to get clear. Are we going one by one for the balance of the bylaws?
No, we have some groups, but unfortunately some of them were pulled by councillors not here now, but because they're held, we're having to go through these batches of votes.
Thank you.
Some of them will be grouped, but some are individual.
Okay, thanks.
Adoption of 39.
We will not be going through all 67 individually. Okay, so bylaw 39 moved by Councillor DiGenova, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're voting on a batch, excitingly, of bylaws 40 through 44.
Procedure.
Point of privilege.
Just 1 second. I heard Councillor DiGenova first for point of procedure. Go ahead.
It's okay. I just wanted you to know people were on the queue.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
I just want to let you know I'm back. Sorry, I had a complete crash of my computer there.
Okay.
And I'm just concerned. I had gone through and marked all of my notes on the bylaws, and then I've realized that they've been renumbered because several had been crossed off the list. So I have to go back in and double check. The numbers that I gave you were based on my old list, and they may be incorrect. Apologies, but
so Councillor Hardwick, I'm just verifying you were not working off the latest, this one that's posted online?
no, I'm surmising because I see that there were three bylaws that were deleted from the list, and so my numbers are wrong.
Okay, so we have voted up to and concluded bylaw 39. I'm going to take another recess and ask you to work with the clerk to identify the correct numbers for everything from bylaw 40 onward. And if you feel you can do that quickly, can we do that in 3 minutes? Is that reasonable?
Alternatively, I could just not vote.
No, you're entitled to vote. I just don't want to go through all the renumbering.
I appreciate that. And
okay, so let's take a 3-minute recess. We'll come back at 8:46, and I'll let you and the clerk do that together offline. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Speak.
I just have
Okay, we're going to reconvene now in the meeting, and this is how it's going to go, Council, because the clerk has the latest list of the bylaws that councillors had wished to hold. And so as we go through each vote, the clerk will read which bylaws, and I will ask for mover, seconder. So does the clerk want to advise which one is up next, please?
Yes, the next vote is...
Privilege, please. Sorry, Swanson here.
Yes, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm going to vote for all these. I usually find out which ones I have voted against in the past and make my vote consistent, but I'm not going to do that today because they're all going to pass anyway, and I just don't want to hold up things anymore. So I'll just vote for all of them, so you don't have to hold any for me.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the sentiment. I think they have already been separated anyway, because I think the work has been done. But that's great to note, perhaps for future, but I'll still let the clerks go and read out where we are on the numbers. If that changes, appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Okay, Chair. Item number 40 on the revised agenda, and it's regarding 7280 Fraser Street. That's to be done separately.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Second. Councillor Carr. And let's take a recorded vote.
Yep. Gone.
And are we marking Councillor Bligh as absent now? I just want to confirm because I'm showing her as not voted. Yes, great. Thank you. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition.
Okay, I'll keep going, Chair.
Thank you.
So bylaw 40 on the revised agenda, item number 41, which is 2277291 West 42nd. Item number 42, which is 359 West 49th Avenue. Item number 43, which is 1166 West Pender Street. Item number 44, which is 1317 Richard Street and 508 Drake Street. That would be one vote, please.
Move adoption.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Yeah, point of privilege from Councillor Carr.
So to reply to that point of privilege, any councillor who has indicated they are ineligible, that will be marked in the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and thank you, staff. Okay, so we had that moved by Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Carr, and we'll take a recorded vote, please.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Hardwick.
In the interest of time and simplification, there's only one that I really care about voting against, and if we could just do that one, and I'm with Councillor Swanson, I'll just go for it.
Okay, thank you. Which one is that one?
1477 West Broadway. It was number 57. Whichever one that is the one that I would like to vote against. The rest of them I can go along with.
Okay, let's go ahead with a vote on 1477 West Broadway.
So moved.
Councillor DeGenova, second.
Second.
Councillor Dominato. Recorded vote, please. And that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Now give clerks a moment to read the numbers for the remaining items that we can vote on as a batch.
Yes. So for on the revised agenda that was provided to council and provided for the public, we have Item number 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, and 57.
Move
Skipping.
adoption.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor DiGenova, seconded Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none opposed. Okay, I believe that completes the bylaws.
No,
No.
sorry, Chair Kirby Young, we still have item number 50 on the revised agenda. We still have item number 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, and 67, please.
Move adoption.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Second, Councillor Dominato. All in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Any opposed? No. Okay. That has passed with none in opposition. Anything further, clerks, on bylaws? That's it? Okay, thank you. I appreciate the offers from councillors at the end. I might say that's a learning opportunity for council to decide whether or not you feel super strongly about holding something, because we probably spent about an hour going ahead and going back and forth on that. So it's just something I'm noting. I think that's an opportunity for us to think about. But moving on with the agenda. Now moving on to unfinished business, and at the council meeting on July 19th, 2022, due to time constraints, council referred the following items to the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting as unfinished business, and that item was consequential amendments to the Oak Ridge Design Guidelines. So at this point, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item?
Move adoption. Chair?
Just one moment, please. Councillor Hardwick, I have you on the queue. I just want to confirm that's a holdover. Councillor Hardwick, is that a holdover for you? We've lost Councillor Hardwick now? Okay, but it doesn't appear to be a technical difficulty. Okay. Are there, okay, and before we move on to moving, just hold tight for a second, Councillor DiGenova, because this item wasn't...
I'm just on to move adoption and try and expedite this, Chair.
Yes, I just need to complete the order of business, which is to, since this was an unfinished item, to ask council if they have any questions of staff at this point. And I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Moved by Councillor DiGenova. Second? Seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Okay, we are now moving on to approval of form of development. For 710 East 5th Avenue, formerly 7280 Fraser Street. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item?
Move adoption.
Hearing none. Are there any questions to staff? Okay, moved by hearing none.
Just confirming, I'm sorry, Chair, just confirming this is the former 7280 Fraser Street.
This is the former 7280 Fraser Street.
Thank you.
Okay. So moved by Councillor DiGenova and seconded. That was seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion, council? No. Okay, I'm going to try a verbal vote first. All in favor?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Okay. A moment. Okay, that has passed with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay. Now to item 3, which is update to various land use documents to align with the updated zoning and development bylaw. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Are there any questions to staff? Move adoption?
So moved.
Councillor Dominato, seconded Councillor DiGenova. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, let's try a verbal.
Yeah.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, approval of form of development for 3070 Kingsway. Any conflict of interest declarations?
Move adoption.
Any questions? Moved by Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yay.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, approval of form of development 981 Davie Street, formerly 1190 Burrard Street. Any conflict of interest? Any questions?
Move adoption.
Moved Councillor DeGenova, second Councillor Carr. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yay.
Any
Yay.
opposed? Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Approval of the form of development 1317 Richard Street and 508 Drake Street. Any conflict of interest? Any questions to staff?
Move adoption.
Move Councillor DeGenova. Second Councillor Carr. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Approval of the form of development CD1 806 at 5189 Earl Street, previously 2725-2751 Kingsway. Any conflict of interest? Questions to staff?
Move adoption.
Recorded vote.
Moved by Councillor DeGenova, second. Councillor Carr, and let's take any discussion? Okay, let's take a recorded vote, please. Passes with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Next is approval form of development 550 West 13th Avenue, formerly 546 West 13th Avenue. Any conflict of interest? Any questions to staff?
Move adoption.
Councillor DeGenova, second. Fry. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yay.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, next is the approval of the form of development for 1166 West Pender Street. Any conflict of interest? Any questions to staff?
Move adoption.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Second, Councillor Carr. Discussion? All those in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? None. That passes unanimously. Approval form of development 1980 Foley Street. Any conflict of interest? Questions to staff?
Move adoption.
Councillor DeGenova, thank you. Oh, questions to staff, sorry. Councillor Wiebe.
Since we're at the last meeting, I'm just wondering if there's any impediment or if the parking lot or building goes on to the covenant for the China Creek Greenway. I'm wondering if staff.
Hi, Councillor. There's no encroachment into the SRW for public rights access for under the China Creek.
And that includes the underground?
There is some underground, but that encroaches, but not into the China Creek water area. So there maintains a lot of at-grade terra firma. So for rainwater management can soak in, mature trees can grow. So there's ample opportunity in the future should we want to daylight it as it goes through the property.
Great answer. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all, Councillor Wiebe. Okay, and have you moving Councillor DeGenova? And second? Councillor Carr. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. Now on to new business. We have a number of requests for leaves of absence as follows, and I will read them out. Councillor Boyle for meetings on July 28th from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. for civic business.
So moved.
Genova. Can I do these as a batch? Clerk, instead of reading them individually? Okay, so let's do it as a batch. Hold on. Councillor Carr for meetings on July 29th from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. for civic business. Councillor Wiebe for meetings on July 29th from 9:30 to 1 p.m. for civic business. Councillor Fry for meetings on July 29th from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. for civic business. Moved by, I think I heard Councillor DiGenova, seconded
Second.
Councillor Carr. And I'm assuming no discussion. All those in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, are there any other items of new business? Okay, now on to inquiries and other matters. Do any
Chair,
councillors-
this is Councillor Boyle. I had an item of new business I had circulated, which is an LOA request for this afternoon for.
That's coming up on urgent business. Just after that will be
Sorry.
coming up next shortly, Councillor Boyle.
Got it. Sorry, I was confused. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem at all. Okay, so any inquiries or other matters at this point? Councillor DeGenova, I see on the queue, is it for an inquiry?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll advance you. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weeb and I, a couple of months ago, had moved forward a motion asking for, and council supported this motion, asking staff to bring forward changes to the procedural bylaw to allow council to meet in September. And I'm wondering if staff can confirm if those changes have been made, because I'm concerned that we've just approved special council meetings, which kind of better council, because that's either a 50% vote of council to put a meeting on the agenda, or it's a special meeting called by the mayor. So I'm just wondering when council can see a change to the procedural bylaw coming forward, considering this was supported by the majority of council, and I haven't seen this come forward.
Okay, we have the city manager to address that.
Thanks, Councillor. I can confirm, yes, that bylaw change has been approved by council. So the procedure bylaw now reflects that change.
Okay, and is there any reason that we don't have a regularly scheduled meeting in September, considering staff have told us that they had such a great workload and they weren't able to bring everything forward in the meetings that we had before? I would imagine that we'd have a fully subscribed and scheduled September meeting.
We don't. It's up to council to schedule meetings. So council has not scheduled a regular meeting in September. Staff are not planning, other than the special meeting, or there may be other administrative matters that come up between now and then. But we had planned our work for the year in terms of your legislative function to wrap up with this set of meetings right now. So our workload, and that's partially the reason why the agendas for this week have been as significant as they have been. We've been trying to get these things to you before your summer break and before we head into the election period as you as well. So at this stage, council, we had not planned for a regular meeting cycle in September.
And can I just ask, city manager, I'm just wondering, Paul, if you could also elaborate on whether or not, now that this change is made, staff will regularly schedule council meetings up until September in the next council term, as that change has been made. So you would schedule that for the next term, correct?
Well, that will be up to council. I mean, ultimately, council does set your meeting schedule. So that would be at the discretion or wish of the future council. But that option now exists for council under the bylaw.
What I'm asking though is the change has been made, so you would consider the last council meeting to be in September, that there would be no reason that you know, as long as the election was in October, that you couldn't meet after August, which is what previous councils had done, and the motion co-submitted and passed by Councillor Weeb and myself had said. Is that correct? That was council's direction to staff.
So, Councillor, just to be clear, council sets the meeting schedule, staff propose dates, but ultimately they're approved by council. So if the future council wants to meet in the September for the next election, council now has that option, and staff would be happy to oblige with the logistics around that.
Okay, and can I just ask then, when did council vote on a meeting date for today? Did we vote on it? Because I know it's been scheduled, but I don't know that we voted on the actual. I mean, we voted on a schedule, but then council had suggested an added meeting. I'm just wondering, would that be added as per the new update to the procedure bylaw.
I think I can address this question and assist, if you don't mind, City Manager, jumping in, is that we regularly get a report in the fall typically that sets the council meeting agenda for the year, and we approve the entire schedule. And then from time to time, sometimes staff come forward with a change as warranted to that schedule that council approves as needed. And just let me finish for a second.
Yeah, but I have 1 minute left, and I really need.
I will indulge you for time. And then council, and then in addition to that, the clerk's schedule reserve dates as needed. And again, we get those in the form of updates to council to the previously approved meeting schedule pursuant to the procedure bylaw. But go ahead if you have any further questions.
No, I understood all of that, but I also understood there was a motion by council that was very imminent and it was quite recent. And what we had heard from staff was that. So my next inquiry is regarding the public safety meeting that was supposed to be scheduled for June. And I understand council received a memo. Can you please share with us, Paul, as to whether or not, I'm asking the city manager this question, is that publicly posted for the public to access? And I say this in light of the fact that we know that there was an attack on a toddler and their parent in Chinatown just recently. So and there was a stranger assault that had turned into a homicide. So I'm wondering when this public safety update will come to council, even if it's not this council.
So yes, we did provide that report back by way of a memo to council. You would have seen that, and as we'd previously indicated to council, that memo is available publicly. It was posted right away.
Okay, so it's posted, and the public can find that in the area on our website where memos are publicly posted. But is there a reason? Can you just share with me? That was my question as to why, even though we'd asked staff to report back to council and I'd asked a question, I rolled back the tape. Staff said they'd come back to council at a meeting with this. Why did staff not come back at a meeting to council with an update on any recommendations? Because the memo does suggest recommendations.
So the memo does not present any decisions for council. Obviously, we don't provide those seek direction through memos. So it was a report back on the outcome of that process. At this time, there was no decision that staff were seeking from council. So given the other demands on council's time, and this has been the case with a number of other motions that council's passed as well that we're reporting back by memo, where staff are not seeking any decisions or there are no specific recommendations for council to contemplate.
Thank you, City Manager. I have been generous with time, so I'm going to leave it there.
That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are on the home stretch. So I just have some additional urgent business, unless there's any other inquiries. I'm not seeing any on the queue. And that is for urgent business for leaves of absence for Councillor DeGenova for civic business for meetings on July 27th from 6:30 to 10 p.m. Councillor Dominato for personal reasons for meetings on July 21st, 2022 from 3:30 to 7 p.m. Councillor Boyle for civic business for meetings on July 27th from 2 to 4 p.m. And then myself, I had sent one in, which is also for July 27th on civic business from 5 p.m. I see Councillor Boyle on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle. Any additions to that?
Yes, just that I needed to add.
Oh, sorry, retroactive. Is it the 1 to 4 p.m. today?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So moved.
Sorry. And then also additionally, there's a retroactive for Councillor Weeb from 1 to 4 p.m. Moved by Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Fry. all in favor? And none opposed. And just before we adjourn, I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to all of our city staff clerking these meetings. They have been fairly long throughout the council term, but they have also been complex, and I think tonight evidenced that, and I'm grateful and very appreciative, and I think all of council is. So I just want to give a shout out and thank our staff and our team. And I would also like to say, although I know we are tired and beleaguered, that this is the end of our 4-year term. We have a number of public hearings and holdover dates coming up, but this is our last officially scheduled council meetings. And I think that is a bit of a momentous moment, and a lot has happened in 4 years. So I just want to express appreciation to everybody. We'll use the paddling analogy who has pulled together from today. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge this moment and just send, I guess, a note of gratitude and appreciation. It has not been an easy term, but I think all of council, and I'm going to speak on our behalf, have been very grateful for to our city manager, Paul, and all of our staff for all the work that they have done. So thank you for that. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Excellent. All in favor?
Yay.
Thanks. Have a good night, everybody.
Before